Every family has secrets. Ours was built on them. This is The House of Lies, a gripping mystery thriller about a seemingly perfect family, a violent break-in that tears their world apart, and the devastating discovery that everyone inside the house has been hiding something. From the outside, our life looks perfect. A quiet street, a beautiful home, 2 wonderful children, a marriage that has survived longer than most. People look at us and see the family they've always wanted. They're looking at a lie. I'm Jody. I spend my days caring for strangers at the hospital before racing home to cook dinner, check homework, and make sure my children are safe. I know where they are, or at least I tell myself I do. My husband, Sam, is a detective. He says he's working late. He says the phone calls can't wait. He says everything is fine. I know he's lying. The problem is, so am I. Then someone breaks into our home. By the time the police arrive, our daughter Sophia has been attacked. The house is in ruins, and every room feels like it belongs to strangers. The investigators search for fingerprints. Instead, they uncover secrets. Why was I crying alone in a pub just hours before the attack? Why did Sam lie about where he spent that evening? Who was Sophia secretly meeting after dark? And why has our son been hiding conversations no one was ever supposed to read? As the truth begins to surface, one terrifying fact becomes impossible to ignore. The person who destroyed our family didn't create our lies. They simply knew exactly where to find them. Prologue. She slams the lid shut on the box and the monstrous thing inside it, simultaneously slamming a lid shut on her emotions. She needs to conceal it, keep it locked in the box, just as she has so many secrets, and carry on with her life. She can't let them suspect her, those she'd thought were her friends, people she'd confided in, only to be disbelieved. Calmly, she walks away, collects the paraphernalia she needs to wash the car, the pressure washer, the wheel cleaner brush, and a bowl. She'll make a pasta bake for dinner, she decides, mentally running through the list of ingredients as she fills up the bowl and the pressure washer with water. It always goes down well with her picky teenager, and her husband can warm his up when he gets home. He'll be late. He's always late. Going back to the car, she sets about the task that will keep her mind distracted. She cleans it methodically, thoroughly, paying particular attention to the wheel rims, which will please her husband. He hadn't been impressed with her leaving them caked in mud. It could lead to corrosion and rust, he'd told her, damage the bearings and seals. Who was she to argue? Will he suspect? Her heart jars, panic rising, cripplingly inside her as she wonders what she will say to him, how she will act naturally around him. She tries to distract herself, hums a little, a classic Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis, the first dance at her wedding. Just pretend everything is normal, her sanity-saving voice whispers. But it's not normal. This is not normal. Some assumed she was struggling with her mental health, imagining things, getting things out of proportion. That hurt. It's true that, after having to say goodbye to her much-longed-for second child, before he'd even drawn his first breath, she'd been broken, suffering horrendously from postpartum depression. But she wasn't mad. Staring down at the brush she's holding, the mud slicked over her hands, ingrained in her fingernails, and dripping, plop, 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 onto her jeans, she emits a laugh that turns to a sob that comes from her soul. She presses an arm to her nose as another ragged sob escapes her, swallows back the hard lump of fear constricting her throat, and carries on cleaning, removing a plastic hubcap, dropping it into the bowl next to her, then scrubbing all the little spaces in the wheel rim as if her life depends on it. She stops, her blood freezing as she hears someone calling her name. It's him. Her heart banging frenetically as he approaches the door, she jumps to her feet, hiding the wheel brush quickly behind her back. She can't let him see it. He will know in an instant that she knows. Her eyes dart to the corner of the garage as he comes through the side door. She forces a smile. He smiles uncertainly back, and her pulse ratchets up in a completely different way. She does love him. She always has. She's sure he's aware of that she would die before hurting him. He looks her over curiously, chats amicably for a moment. Then, "You're not planning to kill me, are you?" he jokes. At least she thinks he's joking. He's clearly realized she is hiding something. "What an odd question," she says, her strangled laugh that of someone who might definitely be losing her mind. Silence hangs deafeningly between them for a moment. Then, "So what is it you feel the need to hide from me?" he asks quietly. A question she can only answer with lies, each one weighing more heavily inside her. He holds her gaze, and she knows in an excruciating heartbeat that he's seen right through her feeble pretense. How will he ever understand why she's done what she has? How will he ever forgive her? And how will she ever forgive herself? Jody. 6 months ago. Justice should be an eternity spent with the souls of the women the bastard tortured, Sam growls nonsensically when I finally manage to get hold of him on his phone. "Is it true? Did you assault him?" I repeat, growing more worried by the second. "Pity was I didn't finish the job," he replies, his tone bitter. "I suppose all I can do now is pray that Nathaniel Finch meets an early and excruciatingly painful demise." Now I'm growing scared for my husband. This isn't the Sam I know. He had been like this just once, years ago, when he'd been spiraling into such a deep pit of depression, I was concerned he would never find his way out of it. Before then, though, and ever since, he's been passionate about what he does to the point of obsession. I can't change that about him, and nor would I want to. He might try to remain detached, but he hardly ever achieves that. How could anyone, in reality, remain indifferent to the sordidness he deals with, often on a daily basis? Sam is deeply caring. Being a policeman isn't just a job to him, it's who he is. Part of me doesn't blame him, but to have been driven to physical violence, it's just not like him. What if he's suspended or gets passed over for the promotion he's being considered for? How will he cope with it? If he were to return to that dark place he'd been in years ago, refusing to seek help, shutting me out rather than opening up to me, I'm frightened that this time it might break us. "Sam, you need to talk to me," I beg him. "Tell me what happened. I'm going to be worrying myself sick otherwise." Sam tugs in a deep breath. "I'm assuming you've been talking to Chloe?" he asks. "She called me," I reply, growing frustrated with his avoidance of the subject. "The kids will be home soon. There's no way we can discuss any of this in front of them." Jared told her. He said he'd had to manhandle you away from the suspect before you seriously injured him. I need to know what caused you to snap, Sam. Surely you must realize that. Right, he sighs expansively. Clearly she was desperate to fill you in then. She's my friend. She's concerned for you. My frustration spills over. And Jared might be your detective sergeant, but you've both been friends for years. He's concerned about you too. They're married, Sam. Jared was bound to have mentioned it. Chloe rang to check I was okay. We're going out tonight for her birthday, so it was going to come up anyway, wasn't it? You've put your whole career at risk, and I need to know why. Sam falls silent for a long moment. Then, she was Sophia's age, he says quietly. Olivia Reeves, the girl I believe the man murdered. She'd been out celebrating her 18th birthday. She was murdered shortly after leaving the nightclub. Our daughter's age. I close my eyes, my heart wrenching violently as I imagine the girl's terror in her last moments. The unbearable pain her parents must be going through, realizing they will never see her again. That her future, the joy of life, and all she might achieve had been so brutally snatched away from her. How would they go on? I don't think I could. Too close to home, I whisper. Way too close, Sam says, his voice choked. 2. Sam. Sam stopped at his front door, a graphic image of the broken body of the girl murdered by the animal who'd walked free today, playing so graphically through his mind it stole the breath from his body. Face down, her head twisted to one side, she was almost unrecognizable, her eyes swollen like two overripe plums, her nose and lips split. Right arm fractured, judging by the impossible angle. Clothes cut off. Her underwear missing. Taken as a trophy, Sam had first thought. When the girl's underwear had been found, seemingly discarded in a hurry at the perimeter of the field she'd been found in, Sam had thought they had him. No such luck. God really would have to be in his heaven, wouldn't he thought cynically, for there to be enough DNA present to give him Nathaniel Finch on a plate. And so, the bastard had walked. Worse, thanks to Sam losing it, the piece of scum might well try to bring charges against him. Anger simmering inside him, he pushed on through the door. "Just me," he called, hearing Jody upstairs. "I'll be down in a minute," she called back. Sighing as he wondered how he was going to explain, Sam fought his way past the building detritus left by the workmen in the hall and went straight to the drinks cabinet in the front room. Picking up the single malt whiskey reserved for special occasions, he hesitated. He'd sworn off alcohol years ago when, having spiraled into a self-destructive pattern of work, drink, sleep, drink and repeat, he'd almost lost everything that mattered to him. Was he really going to go that route again? He would just have one, he decided. Only one, which would definitely be medicinal, and he would make damn sure not to make a habit of it. Pouring himself a decent measure, he took a gulp, swallowing back his guilt as it hit the spot. He was about to take another swig when his wife spoke behind him, almost giving him a heart attack. "You realize you're a fool, don't you?" she said. Sam felt his heart drop. "Cheers! Nice to know you have such a high opinion of me." He smiled half-heartedly. Jody came around in front of him. "How can you be so flippant?" she asked, eyeing the glass, then him with a mixture of dismay and despair. "It's my attempt to lighten things," Sam shrugged despondently. She stared at him in astonishment. "For God's sake, Sam, you've played right into the man's hands, possibly compromised the investigation. It's bound to have repercussions. What were you thinking?" Sam picked up the bottle. "I wasn't, clearly." He wished to God his DS, Jared, hadn't felt compelled to share what had happened with his wife, that it was him who'd had to drag Sam away from Finch before he lost any sense of restraint and beat the pulp out of him. It was inevitable that Jody would find out, he supposed. With both Jody and Chloe having daughters the same age, the two women had become close. They both worked at the General Hospital and, living in the same village, their daughters, now best friends, they saw each other often. Sam couldn't help wishing they weren't quite so close. Jody had stood by him when he'd lost his grip on things once before. He'd tested their marriage to the limit. She was bound to be worrying he might go that route again. Seeing her unimpressed expression, he kneaded his forehead wearily. "You're right," he conceded. "I shouldn't have let the man goad me into reacting, but—" He stopped, his gaze shooting past her as he heard the front door open. A minute later, Sophia wandered in from the hall, Jared and Chloe's daughter, Kylie, close behind her. "Are we celebrating something?" Sophia asked, eyeing the open bottle. "The proposed completion date for works on the house, possibly?" She glanced not very hopefully around the room, at the furniture which was draped in dust covers while they waited for the walls to be replastered. The building firm they'd hired was next to useless. They'd got the cottage at a knockdown price, but Sam was beginning to wonder what madness had possessed them for taking on a 300-year-old property that basically needed gutting. "Sorry, not yet, but I'm chasing the builder," he assured her, making a mental note to call them again. They'd promised Sophia her bedroom would be refitted for her 18th birthday. At this rate, she would have moved out and be making her own life before it got done. "So why the early evening drinks?" she asked. "Bad day," he answered evasively. "Makes two of us." Sophia glanced back to the hall as the front door opened again and banged shut, closely followed by feet clumping up the stairs. Sam guessed her brother was home and obviously had a hot date with his gaming buddies. "Ethan's being an obnoxious prick," she informed him. Taken aback, Sam exchanged worried glances with Jody. "Language, Soph," he chastised her. "You don't need to swear to get your point across." "Right. Ethan's perving after Kylie, taking photos of her on his phone, uninvited, and you're having a go at me?" Sophia's eyes boggled with indignation. Christ, what kind of photos? The case he was in charge of, depending on how pissed off with him his DCI was, had definitely got to him, Sam realized, as his gaze traveled from Sophia to Kylie. The girls were at an age where they were wanting to look older and testing the boundaries. Like his daughter, Kylie was a pretty girl and would undoubtedly attract male attention, including that of sick bastards like Finch. Having had contact with such deviants, both personal and professional, Sam often found himself battling his natural proclivity to be protective of his daughter, with his wish to be reasonable about what she wore. "I'll have a chat with him," he said. "I'm sure he didn't mean any harm." Sophia balked. "You are kidding, right?" Sam frowned in confusion. "You don't get it, do you? Having a chat with him won't make any difference. He's doing it because of you," she informed him, completely flooring him. "He thinks he has something to prove to the misogynistic little pricks he's knocking around with because his dad's a policeman. They're egging him on, telling him he should man up and show Kylie who's boss, rather than letting her badmouth him. Like telling him to stop perving is badmouthing him. He's harassing her, Dad. You have to do something about it." Jesus. Sam felt his gut tighten. This was exactly what he was scared of. Sophia was sensible, but still, he worried about her trying to live up to the impossible body images promoted by social media, about her getting sucked in and stalked by some sicko online. He was also terrified his son might get sucked into the kind of toxic masculinity shit Nathaniel Finch peddled, and which was in danger of screwing up a whole generation of men and society as a whole. Sam had no knowledge of what forums Ethan was part of, or what videos he might be watching when he was ensconced up there in his room. "I'll talk to him," he repeated firmly. "So you're not going to ground him then?" Sophia folded her arms moodily. "Check his phone? Monitor his online activity?" Sam sighed. "I need to establish the facts, Soph. I can't just—" "Forget it," Sophia muttered. "I should have known you would side with him. I don't know why I bothered." Sam glanced at Jody in bewilderment. He wasn't taking sides. He'd never done that and never would. "Soph, wait," he called as she whirled around and stropped back to the hall. "I said forget it," she threw over her shoulder. "There's no point, is there, if you're going to treat it like a police investigation? I've told you what the facts are. You need to do something about it, like now." "I don't believe this." Sam ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "Sophia," he went after her, "just hold on a sec, will you?" "I have to get changed. We're going over to a friend's to revise," she muttered. "Shit," Sam cursed. "Can you do something for me?" he asked, stopping them mid-stairs. "Will you promise me you won't go into any nightclubs for a while?" Sophia sighed. "We're underage, Dad," she reminded him, as if she'd never dream of venturing into a nightclub, then carried on up. Sam shook his head in despair. "Handled that well, didn't I?" He glanced apologetically at Jody as she came through to the hall. "I'll talk to her," Jody promised. "Right now, I still need to know what it was that caused you to lose control today. I understand that it's an emotive case. It's bound to be given the poor girl's age. But you've had cases like this before. There has to be more to it than that." Sam scratched his forehead with his thumb. He had no idea what to tell her. "Sam?" He could hear the frustration in her voice. "You hit a man. Something must have triggered you. Talk to me, for goodness sake." Reluctantly, he looked back at her. Her eyes were filled with worry and confusion. Striking green eyes, all the colors of the forest, and which he often found quietly scrutinizing him. She saw down to the core of him, Sam swore, no matter how hard he worked to keep his emotions in check. Something he'd failed to do spectacularly today. Seeing the implicit meaning in the murdering piece of scum's eyes as he'd said, "She has pretty eyes," undoubtedly referring to Jody, Sam had reacted impulsively. The truth was, though, his only regret was that Jared had pulled him away. 3. Jody. An uneasy feeling creeps through me as I look Sam over. He's trying to hide it, but I can see the fear in his eyes. Our phone conversation had been cut short when his DCI had summoned him, and I never did find out what had actually provoked him to violence. There's something he's reluctant to tell me, I'm sure of it. "You need to talk to me, Sam," I urge him again. "You're due to meet Chloe," he reminds me. "I'll text her. Tell her I'm going to be late." I cross my arms over my chest and wait. Still, Sam prevaricates. "It was his attitude," he says after a moment. "The no-comment shit. The guy pushed my buttons." I don't believe him. He's been pushed to the limit many times. We both have emotionally taxing jobs, but we'd promised each other that we would share our frustrations rather than bottle them up. "Would you like to explain how?" I ask. Sam sighs, clearly realizing I'm going nowhere until he's told me everything. "He's a cocky son of a bitch," he says. "Good-looking and built, pumped muscles, tattoos everywhere." "And?" I frown. "Sam's good-looking and fit, under the suit he never wears well. With his hypnotizing ice-blue eyes, thick-lashed and incongruous with his dark hair, he fits the dark and broody trope perfectly. He also has a tattoo, a small one on his wrist, which reads, 'Trust your vibes,' and which he regrets having, but nevertheless. Surely you're not judging him because he works out and likes body art. It's a look certain influencers wear, the sort who push all this manosphere stuff, as this prick does," he says, an agitated tick tugging at his cheek. "Looking powerful and successful appeals to the young boys they try to radicalize into extreme misogyny. You must be aware of it." I nod, understanding a little why he would be riled. I am aware of it, and it frightens me, not only because of the increase of abused women we're seeing in A&E, but also because my children might be exposed to it. Still, though, it's just not Sam to react so violently. "Jenna was in the interview room with me," he goes on. "The man we were interviewing sat with a smirk on his face, openly leering at her the whole time." "And that's why you attacked him?" I eye him in surprise. "I'm not sure Jenna would have thanked you for it if it was. She's resilient. She knows how to handle herself. I doubt she would have made detective constable if she didn't." Sam concedes my point with a tired nod. "Not the whole reason, no. He made a smart comment and—" I lost it. "Not that smart then," I observe. "So what was it, this inflammatory comment?" "He said he blamed the parents for letting the girl walk the streets," Sam imparts angrily. "But that's the kind of comment many ignorant people make," I point out. "I can see why you would be upset, but to have lost control like that? There's more to it, Sam. You need to tell me. You can bet Jared will have told Chloe, so I'm going to find out anyway." Sam smiles sardonically. "It's nice that they feel able to share. That just annoys me. Unlike us," I make my point. "So?" I press him, sure he's still not telling me everything. "That's it," he shrugs. He was looking right at me when he said it, smirking. I read that to mean he was talking about Sophia, and I saw red. I shouldn't have reacted. It was obviously what he wanted. I'll have to placate my DCI, I suppose, but I can't apologize, Joe. The fact is, I'm not sorry. I have no idea what to say. Do I shoot him down for protecting his daughter? I can't do that. He needs me to be on his side. I still think you shouldn't have given him what he wanted, but I do understand. In all honesty, I think I might have been driven to punch him. Sam's mouth twitches into a small smile. I don't doubt it. I should go, I say, leaning to brush his cheek with a kiss. I'm reluctant to, especially with the kids at loggerheads, but I can't let Chloe down at the last minute on her birthday. I won't be too late back, I promise. We'll talk more then. Sam nods. Why would Sophia think I would take Ethan's side over her? He asks, as I head to the kitchen for my car keys. I turn back. He's clearly troubled, and I can't help but feel for him. He loves Sophia and Ethan unequivocally. He also despairs of them sometimes, as do I. With just over a year between them, they were the best of friends, inseparable as children. Once they hit their teens, the sparks began to fly, and we began to worry, especially about their online activity. I can't quite believe Ethan is doing what Sophia says he is. If he is, though, then he's acting completely out of character. Ethan is generally shy to the point of painful. She's just acting out. It's what girls her age do, I try to reassure him. Just make sure you do talk to Ethan, I add, giving him a meaningful look. Don't leave him upstairs gaming. Call him down and get his version of events. Of course I'm going to talk to him, Sam responds tersely. Then, sorry, he sighs. I don't mean to snap, but I'm hardly going to leave it, Joe. I'm as concerned as you are. I know he is, and I feel bad for seeming to be having a go at him. The fact is, though, I'm struggling to juggle all the balls, especially while I'm having to check on Sam's mum, who, because of their history, Sam rarely sees. She hasn't been that well lately, and I can't help thinking she's lonely. I don't mind popping in on her. Ruth's house is on my way home, but trying to do everything on my own is almost impossible sometimes. I'll handle it, Sam says, and I'll try to be here more, he adds, as if reading my mind. He obviously needs more input. They both do. Preferably sober, I eye him pointedly. It was just one drink, Joe. He looks contrite. I'm not falling back into bad habits, I promise. I didn't say you were, but you've had your moments, I remind him, feeling I have no choice but to. The case that had driven him to drink and subsequent depression once before had involved a toddler shaken so badly by his father he'd ended up with retinal hemorrhaging and had succumbed to his injuries. Sam had been first on the scene. He hadn't long been a detective. It had almost broken him. I understood why, his younger half-brother Adam having suffered an abusive head trauma due to shaken baby syndrome. Adam had ended up with cerebral palsy, a permanent, lifelong condition. His stepfather had been imprisoned, largely thanks to Sam's testimony rather than his mother's. Mind-bogglingly, Ruth had defended the man. Clearly, his stepfather being locked up hadn't diffused the raw anger that still burned inside Sam. He'd drunk to douse it. He'd come dangerously close to losing his job. In the end, when I realized he was more often drunk than sober, I'd given him an ultimatum, me or the booze. I don't want to dredge all that up now. It wouldn't be fair. He's obviously emotional and exhausted, deep bruises under his eyes as evidence. But he must know how worried I am. Why don't you try hitting the gym instead of the bottle, I suggest. You used to find that stress relieving. You could ask Ethan if he wants to go with you. It's an idea, Sam says, but he doesn't look that keen. I recall what he said about the guy with the pumped muscles and tattoos, and I guess that's why he would be unenthusiastic. Does he think our son might have been drawn into the manosphere that openly promotes hate and violence against women? Ethan seems to be spending more and more time on his own in his room. He's been involved with new friends, I've noticed, 2 of whom had seemed surly when I'd said hi to them the other day, and neither of them cracking a smile between them. Apprehension tightens my stomach as I consider Sam might be right to be worried. Might Ethan have already been drawn in? Might this influencer actually have mentioned our daughter? There was definitely fear in Sam's eyes. I could almost feel it. The man you hit, I eye Sam carefully. He didn't refer to Sophia by name, did he? Sam doesn't answer. Instead, he looks away. Sam, I demand his attention. You need to tell me. No, Sam says quickly. No, he didn't. Drawing in a deep breath, he looks back at me, scanning my eyes cautiously. It was you he mentioned. He said he'd met you, that you treated him at the hospital. Ethan. Ethan paused his game as a message popped up on his Instagram. Hey, how you doing, my man? Okay, bit pissed. Oh? How so? Sis blabbed to my old man about me taking photos of her mate. Ah, fancy it, do you? Ethan did, but he knew Kylie wouldn't give him a passing glance. He was hoping to change that once he'd toned up a bit. He wished he looked more like this guy, Nathan. Tall, broad shoulders, flat stomach, and ripped muscles. Ethan had checked out his videos. He had a punishing routine at the gym he worked out at, Innovations, in town. Ethan had recently joined, and Nathan was showing him the ropes. Ethan had initially hooked up with him online after Nathan had responded to one of his fantasy art posts of a naked angel holding a skull-handled longsword. He'd said his drawings were rad and that he knew someone who worked in publishing who might commission him for promotion stuff and book covers, which would be cool. He responded half-heartedly. Yeah, she's well fit. She told me to stop fucking perving, though. Bit rude. Sounds like she's got a mouth on her. She has a bit. Ethan agreed with Nathan. He wasn't sure he liked him talking about Kylie like that, but he was right. When she'd realized he was taking photos of her, she'd turned round at the bus stop and badmouthed him in front of half the school, which was totally embarrassing. He tried to explain, telling her he was taking a few photos so he could use her in one of his sketches. Just your face, he added quickly, in case she thought he was going to fantasize naked images of her or something. She'd stuck her middle finger up and turned her back to him. Ethan suppressed his humiliation as another message pinged in. So what were you doing that caused her to start mouthing off? Taking some photos for one of my drawings. Silly cow. She should be flattered. Ethan guessed she might have been if someone like Nathan was taking photos of her. He sighed despondently. She thinks I'm a loser. Said my drawings were cringe. Not nice. You should have shut her up. Ethan's thumbs paused over his screen. He wasn't comfortable with that either. His new mates, Toby and Luca, were with him, and they'd said he should teach her a lesson, man up, and give her a slap. Ethan couldn't see how that would help. Kylie would probably have slapped him back, and Sophia would have punched his lights out. The police might even have been called. Ethan dreaded to imagine how that might have turned out. His dad would have been well annoyed with him. So, did your sis not defend you? Nah, her and Kylie are besties. They're both here now. Mum's out, so I'm keeping a low profile in case my old man decides to have a chat with me. I think he's been boozing, and I could do without the lecture. Aw, mate, you shouldn't be having to hide away. You need to rethink your strategy. Tell this bird she's beautiful. That'll do it. Women love flattery. You should say you've got someone interested in commissioning your artwork, and if she isn't interested in being part of it, it's her loss. Then shrug and walk away. Guarantee you it'll be her doing the chasing if you do. You need to be more assertive, mate. Women like men to be in control. Dominant in a relationship, you know? Yeah, Ethan replied, but wasn't really sure why he did. He couldn't see many girls being interested in a relationship with a bloke who was controlling. But then, he'd never had a relationship, so what did he know? Your sister's hot. Checked out her profile. Nice. She got a boyfriend? Ethan hesitated. He kind of liked Nathan, but there was no way Sophia would go for someone who wanted to control her in any way. Not sure. Hearing a knock on his door, he was glad of the interruption. Gotta go, he added quickly, now definitely feeling uncomfortable with the conversation. Sophia would go batshit if she thought he was talking about her to some random. Me too. Going to meet some bird who's gagging for it. Men need to get laid. Gets rid of all that pent-up frustration. You should test out the waters with that Kylie bird. Bet she's up for it. She's just playing hard to get, Nathan sent back with a winking emoji. 5. Sam. Hey, Sam smiled as Ethan pulled his door open. How's it going? Ethan shrugged. Okay, what's up? Nothing, Sam assured him. Just wondered if you fancied coming downstairs. What for? Sam noted his son's puzzled expression, which summed up their unhealthy father and son relationship of late. They hardly ever spent time together, which was down to him. Nothing in particular. I thought we might catch up on a few things. Watch some TV, maybe? Can't. Ethan broke eye contact, retreating a little into his bedroom. I have some work I have to do. Sam stepped forward before he closed the door. Not gaming, then? Not tonight, no. Like I said, I have some stuff I need to do. Artwork? Sam asked. Ethan nodded. He didn't elaborate. Sam's fault again. He was actually interested in Ethan's work. The kid was talented. Trying to talk to him since he'd hit his teens, though, was like wading through treacle. Sam chastised himself. He should have made more time for his family. Sometimes the cases he worked consumed him, meaning he was absent half the time even when he was here. The truth was, he didn't know how to talk to his son anymore, which was reprehensible. Jody was right. He needed to reassess his priorities. Do you mind if I come in? He nodded past him. Ethan glanced back over his shoulder, as if there was something in there he didn't want him to see. Sam hoped it was just the mess, which he would consider pretty normal for a kid his age. I think we need to have a chat, he said. Don't you? Ethan's gaze hit the floor, and Sam cursed silently. He sounded as if he was accusing him of something already. Deciding that a subtle approach might be best, he took a breath. Ethan, if there's something troubling you, you can talk to me, you know? Ethan's eyes were guarded as he looked back at him. Like what? Sam shrugged. I don't know. School, maybe? Friends? Girls? Whatever might be worrying you. There's nothing worrying me, Ethan scowled defensively. Okay, good, Sam smiled. So, can I come in? Or are you hiding someone in there? He was joking, but it fell about as flat as it could. Ethan's expression was highly unimpressed, but he swung the door open anyway. Once inside, Sam swept his eyes over the room. It wasn't that bad as teenage boys' rooms go. The only light, though, was from a dimmable neon lamp in the shape of a gaming controller Jody had bought him for his birthday. He obviously had it dimmed to max, which made the room feel oppressively gloomy. Ethan half-heartedly attempted to straighten his bed, shuffling stuff under it with his foot, then sat down on it. I take it you heard the conversation downstairs? Sam started tentatively. Averting his gaze, Ethan began chewing on a thumbnail. Realizing subtle obviously wasn't working, Sam got to the point. Have you been taking photos of Kylie without her permission? Ethan didn't answer, but Sam noted the flicker of annoyance that crossed his face. You generally have the right to take photos of people in public areas like parks, streets, or pavements, he went on, wanting to reassure him before scaring the hell out of him. But if you're taking photos without permission in locations where someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy, then that could be considered a breach of privacy. You need to be aware of this, Ethan. Right. Chewing more doggedly on his nail, Ethan stared off to the side. Sam studied him carefully. He might be wrong. The kid might just be squirming with embarrassment. But there was no escaping the fact that he looked guilty. Taking photos of a person repeatedly, or in a way that could be considered harassing, might also be a breach of privacy or harassment laws, he added. I have to tell you this, Ethan, because I'm concerned for you. Ethan looked at him, finally, and the disdain Sam saw in his eyes shook him. Concerned for you, you mean, he muttered. Might be a bit awkward if I ended up at the station, hey, Dad? Sam's heart dropped. That's not what I meant, Ethan. The fact is, Kylie's clearly been made to feel uncomfortable, and I can't just ignore it. They're just photos of her face, Ethan countered. She's photogenic. She should be fucking well flattered. Jesus, that comment rang alarm bells loud in Sam's head. Watch the language, Ethan, he warned him. If they're perfectly innocent, there's no problem other than the fact that Kylie would rather you didn't take them, in which case, I suggest you don't." "They're perfectly innocent." Ethan's face flushed furiously. "What do you take me for, Dad?" Sam didn't respond to that. It was clear his son didn't think he had a very high opinion of him. Conversation around it would only fan the flames. But then he guessed he was about to do that anyway. "Right. So you won't mind showing me these photographs then?" Ethan laughed, disbelieving. "Well, that pretty much says it all, doesn't it? You actually do think I'm some kind of pervert, don't you?" "I don't think anything of the sort." Sam buried a sigh of frustration. "But if there's nothing to hide, then you won't mind showing me, will you?" "And you don't think that's a breach of my privacy?" Ethan shot angrily back. Sam eyed the ceiling. How did he play this? There was only one way. He couldn't just shrug and walk away. He held out his hand. "The phone, Ethan, please." No fucking way." Ethan glared at Sam, his expression mutinous. "I'm not listening to any more of this shit." Pulling himself to his feet, he pushed past him, almost knocking him sideways in the process, and headed fast for the landing, slamming the bedroom door behind him. 6. Sophia. Once in Sophia's bedroom, Kylie plopped herself down on the bed. "I can't believe the murdered girl they found was Olivia," she whispered, something between fear and excitement in her eyes. Sophia felt her stomach turn over. "We don't know for sure it's her, though, do we?" "But I heard my dad mention her name when he was talking on the phone to that D.C. what's-her-face about your dad," said Kylie, repeating what she'd already told her. "I'm just glad I got a chance to tell him about the mysterious bloke she was seeing before Mum poked her nose in. Then they end up arguing again." "Parents," she said with a dramatic eye roll. "They're so immature." "I'm going to ask Dad about it." Sophia made up her mind. "He'll know whether—" "God, no." Kylie's eyes shot wide. "Don't do that. My dad said her name hadn't been released yet and made me promise not to tell anyone. He's bound to find out if you talk to your dad." Sophia sighed. "Okay," she promised, though she might anyway, she decided. Her dad wouldn't let on that they knew if she asked him not to. "So, what do you want to do? Stay here and watch some TV or go—" She stopped as Kylie's phone pinged a message. From the look on her friend's face as she checked it, one of delighted surprise, Sophia guessed it was the guy she'd got the hots for, who she'd been talking to online. "He wants to meet up at Costa," Kylie said, jumping up from the bed. "What, now?" Sophia eyed her with a mixture of surprise and disappointment. Kylie glanced at her apologetically. "Well, he is already there, and I do kind of like him." "Kind of?" Sophia eyed her amusedly. "Go on," she said. "Far be it from me to stand in the way of true love," she added, blinking her eyelashes girlishly. "Idiot." Kylie's mouth curved into a coy smile. "Are you sure you don't mind, though?" she asked, whilst hurriedly messaging the guy back. "No," Sophia assured her, though she felt a bit peeved. She wouldn't just go off to meet some guy and leave Kylie when they'd arranged to spend the evening together. "Enjoy. I'll expect details." Giving her friend a hug, she went with her down to the hall. After waving her off, she was about to head back up to her room when she saw Ethan storming along the landing. "Ethan!" she heard her dad yell after him. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" "To Toby's. At least I get some respect from my mates," Ethan yelled back, to Sophia's bemusement. His new mates didn't respect him. They were showing off, that was all, while taking the piss behind his back. She hadn't wanted to snitch on him, but she was worried about him. Her dad needed to tell him his weird behavior wasn't on. Going into the lounge, she held her breath as her brother thundered down the stairs and straight out of the front door, her dad cursing quietly as he followed him. Deciding she was better off staying out of the way, Sophia chose her moment while her dad was outside, then slipped quickly back up the stairs. Finding herself now at a loose end, she flopped down on her bed with a sigh, pulled up Insta, and selected the account of the hot guy who'd been messaging her. She'd been wary about responding when she'd first checked out his profile. From the gym workout photos he'd posted, she'd thought he might be a bit body-obsessed. But when she'd seen the photos of him visiting his gran at her care home, she'd been reassured. He couldn't be too dodgy if he cared about his gran, could he? He was online now, she noted. She was debating whether to message him when he beat her to it. "Hey, you there?" Not wanting to seem too keen, Sophia waited a minute and then responded. "Yep, having a chill-out night, hot bath and TV. How are you doing?" "Good, just visited my gran. About to head home myself. How's things with you?" Sophia hesitated, unsure whether to share negative personal stuff. But then he had told her a bit about himself, about how he'd been dumped by his girlfriend for another bloke. Sophia had thought the woman must be mad. He was seriously good-looking and obviously respected women. Well, he hadn't slagged off his ex, and that counted for something in Sophia's book. Not great. "Told my dad about my bro taking pics of my friend without asking. Feeling guilty. Sounds like a dick. Your bro, not your dad. Taking pics of women without their permission is out of order." "Yeah, but he's okay usually, just lacks confidence. Think he's trying to impress his mates. Definitely feel a bit bad now." "Don't. You were just looking out for him. That's a nice thing to do. You're a nice person, Sophia Logan. Beautiful inside and out." Sophia's eyes boggled at the over-the-top compliment. Flatterer. Not flattery, the truth. Strikes me someone else ought to have more confidence in herself. Sophia had no idea how to respond to that. It was like he just got her. On the outside, she was confident, but she didn't always feel like that inside, especially when she was playing gooseberry while Kylie, who was way prettier than her, got off with some bloke. If she could just lose a stone and get down to a size 8, she would feel so much more attractive. Not that there was much chance of that with her mum's eagle eyes on her. Sophia had yet to forgive her for opening her parcel. She'd gone ballistic when she'd found the contents. "They're only slimming tablets," Sophia had told her. "Everybody takes them." "Not you." Her mum had eyeballed her furiously. "For goodness sake, Sophia, you're an intelligent person. These things contain withdrawn pharmaceutical ingredients, which could have serious health consequences. I'm talking about palpitations and organ failure. They could kill you." As the guy she was supposed to be seeing had just canceled on her, Sophia had been in no mood for an argument and had walked away. She got why her mum would be worried, but it's not like she was obsessed with losing weight or anything. And the fact was, her mum had broken her trust. She wouldn't be very pleased if she opened her parcels. "Still there?" Nate asked. "You've gone quiet." "Just thinking. Don't overthink things. There's no point agonizing over what's done. You know that saying, live each day as if it were your last? That's my philosophy since I split with my ex. Life's short. You need to live a little and have fun. You can't fix other people's problems." "No, I know. He was nice." She'd thought maybe a bit too nice at first, but he seemed so genuine. She really liked him. "Fancy meeting up?" he asked. "We could have a drink at the View Bar overlooking the river." Sophia was tempted, but with what happened to Olivia, assuming it was her, "I'd like to. It's a bit late, though. Not sure my dad would approve." "That's a shame. It's a beautiful night, but no worries. We'll do it another time. That's if you're interested. Are you?" Sophia smiled. She could do worse than this guy. "You're kind of cute," she sent teasingly back. "Kind of? Okay, I'll take that. Enjoy your hot bath," he sent back with a winking emoji. Sophia smiled. There was clearly a little innuendo in there. She was about to wish him a good night, but hesitated. It wasn't that late, and she'd already told her dad she was going out. She replied tentatively, "I suppose I could come to the Voo Bar. Would have to call an Uber to pick me up, but I could be there in maybe 45 minutes? "Excellent. Don't bother with Uber. Send me the address, and I'll pick you up." Again, Sophia hesitated. Things were moving pretty fast, and she'd never done this before. Met up with some guy she'd only got to know through messaging. But he did seem okay, and she would never have a boyfriend if she stayed cooped up in her room. He was right. She needed to be more confident. If Kylie could do it, then she could too. "Great. Could you wait at the end of the lane? There's a black and white house on the corner. I'll meet you there." Adding her road name and hitting send, she flew off her bed to try to make herself look remotely like her profile pic. She was halfway out of her sweatshirt when her bedroom door opened. "Dad!" she blustered, flustered. Then, thanking God she was turned partially away from the door, fumbled to make herself decent. "Crap, sorry," her dad mumbled. "I thought you'd left with Kylie, and then I heard a noise up here. I just wanted to check everything was okay." "Wonderful, never better," Sophia muttered. "I have a perv for a brother, and now my dad is coming into my room without knocking." "Sorry," her dad said again. "I was concerned about you, and I'll leave you to it." "Good idea," Sophia muttered, though she couldn't help feeling for him. He looked totally exhausted. He clearly had had a bad day, and she'd only made it worse by telling him about Ethan. She could have chosen a better moment. "Dad," she stopped him as he backed out of the door. "What happened to that girl?" He ran a hand across his neck. Judging by his troubled expression, he was clearly reluctant to discuss it. "I heard about it on the news," she told him. "Is it true she was murdered not far from Noir nightclub?" He scanned her eyes, his own guarded, then nodded tightly. "That's why I need you to be careful," he said. "No walking home alone late at night for a while, okay?" "Was she local?" she asked. Her dad hesitated, then answered with another tight nod. Sophia felt her throat close. "What was her name?" He drew in a breath. "It hasn't been released yet, Soph. I can't—" "But we might know her," Sophia pressed him. "We might have information that could help." Again, her dad hesitated, then, "Olivia Reeves. She was at your college. She dropped out a few months back, apparently." Sophia felt the blood drain from her body. She couldn't believe it was someone she knew, albeit not that well. It made it all too real, terrifyingly so. Kylie had been closer to her than she had. She'd kept in touch with her until Olivia started ghosting her because she was besotted with some bloke she was seeing, Kylie had said, whose identity she was dead secretive about. An older man, according to Leah Miller, a mutual friend. Leah said she knew who he was. She'd been reluctant to tell them, but she'd said he should be reported. Kylie reckoned it was one of their teachers from school, or something like that. They were desperate to get the goss, and had arranged to meet up with Leah in the hope of persuading her to share, but she hadn't shown. Should she tell her dad? Kylie had said she'd told her dad. Chewing worriedly on her bottom lip, Sophia was about to, when her phone signaled a message. She guessed it was Nate, but she was now thinking that she might be being reckless, going off to meet him in light of what her dad had just told her. "I'll be downstairs," her dad said. "Let me know if you think of anything that might be useful." Sophia nodded. She needed to talk to Kylie and Leah again. She should also heed her dad's warning, she decided. She checked her messages. "On my way," Nate had sent. "Be there in 10. Sophia hurried to reply. "Sorry, hope you won't be offended, but after the news report about that girl being found, I think it might be better if we met somewhere in public and in daylight. Tomorrow? Lunch, maybe?" She felt awful, but he would understand. He was a decent bloke. Reassuring herself, she pressed send, then waited a few minutes, then sat down on her bed and waited until 15 minutes had ticked by. There were no further messages. She felt goosebumps prickle over her skin as she considered that she might have been totally wrong about him, that there was every possibility he might even have been grooming her. Furious, but more with herself for being so naive, she typed in another message. "Thanks for showing yourself in your true colors, tosser." 7. Charming. Standing under the cover of the tall trees at the periphery of the woodland opposite the house, I pocket my phone and glance back to the window she's just been flaunting herself in front of while getting changed. Why do they do it? Of course, if their provocative behavior is pointed out to them, they deny it, eyes full of bewildered indignation as they accuse men of ogling, stalking, misogynistic and controlling behavior, and Christ knows what else. As if blokes haven't got eyes in their heads and can't see that it's them with their coy smiles and painted-on faces who are doing all of the controlling. as if they don't know what they're doing, leading men on. They want to be looked at, admired, fancied, seen. They want men to desire them. And then a man makes a move to take what's obviously on offer, and they're screeching like a cat that's being skinned. The fact that she's young is no excuse. Naive is one thing they're definitely not. They start young. Their parents are to blame, mothers encouraging them to look pretty, fathers calling them their little princess, both sending out a clear message that looks are their best asset. Is it any wonder they're desperate to bag a bloke before their looks are gone? And they are desperate. I've seen them, their long, lithe legs naked, as they walk the streets in skirts so short they're designed to draw attention to the bits they barely cover. Or else low-slung jeans and skimpy tops, deliberately flaunting belly buttons and breasts. Their eyes, evaluating the car coming towards them, flicking to the windscreen, their little minds whirring. Is it a bloke driving? They want to know. Is he loaded? Is he looking? At me? Course he is. Even if the guy's wife is sitting right there in the passenger seat, they do that thing, holding your gaze just long enough for you to know they've clocked you looking. And then they stroll on, their gaze on the next one. I'd asked a girl I picked up once why she reckoned they did it. She looked at me, clueless, through eyes caked in days-old mascara. Check out the drivers of cars going by, I clarified patiently. I have patience in abundance. It comes from years spent as a child studying other people. I was convinced everyone was like me, given to spontaneous acts of violence, that they'd simply learned to hide it as it was socially unacceptable. Not that I had much social interaction with kids my own age, my parents being members of a religious cult led by some nutjob who claimed to be a reincarnation of Christ and whose followers were brainwashed and isolated from society as a whole. It thrived on an us versus them mentality. Violence was frowned on, apart from sexual exploitation of kids in whatever form it took for their own gratification, of course. I felt I was different to other people, but I didn't really realize it until I was mooching about in the woods with a younger kid who'd latched onto me. I stuck a rabbit in the gut with a stick, then laughed as it ran around in circles before flopping over and twitching. I'd looked at the kid expectantly. He was puking his guts up. That's when I knew other people weren't like me. My old man knocked 7 sorts of shit out of me when he found out about our woodland adventure. I'd learned by then that it would make no difference if I cried, that the beating would just be so much harder. I pride myself on the fact that I learned how to hide my tears, defying him to squeeze even one from me. In a way, it was a valuable lesson. I'm an expert now at hiding those things that are deemed unacceptable to those who are not like me. Dunno, the tart I was with said, looking not that interested in having any kind of intercourse that wasn't paid for. Probably because they feel self-conscious when they notice men gawking at them. That was bullshit. She checked men out to see if they were up for it, I pointed out. That's different, she retorted, digging in her bag for a condom since I'd forgotten to bring one. I'm checking out the clientele, aren't I? I guffawed at that, much to her annoyance. She was right, though, and I suppose the rules are clear so you know where you stand. You want sex, you pay for it, and then move along and make way for the next bloke. There's no angst or emotion involved. The girls that aren't touting their business, though, they expect men to pay for it for the rest of their natural lives. The tart hadn't been too pleased about me laughing at her. She'd called me a moron. She shouldn't have done that. I don't react well to people bad-mouthing me. I'd felt bad, fleetingly, about her missing front teeth. But then, as I'd pointed out, her face was hardly her fortune, and she could do certain aspects of her work more satisfactorily without them. Kneading at the knot of tension in the back of my neck, I keep my gaze fixed on the window, wondering whether she imagines the flimsy voile hanging in front of it blocks the view from outside. I suppose, to be fair, as there are no properties opposite, she wouldn't expect anyone to be watching. Nah, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. There were dog walkers out here, mostly male after dark. I'd seen them. They would see her. She obviously got off on it. Someone should point out to her the error of her ways, tell her that men are fed up of being blamed, disrespected, emasculated, and are fighting back. Her father should take her in hand. I doubt he's likely to, though. He can't even control his son, who clearly has some serious issues with his father. I'd felt for the kid as he'd stormed out of the house, his dad yelling after him, demanding to know where he was going. "I told you, to Toby's," the kid yelled back. "His dad's not such a loser." And Di Logan clearly is, as evidenced by the whiskey I can now see him tipping back through the front room window. They really should draw the curtains. 8. Sam's chest tightened as he agonized about whether Sophia would do as he asked. She was young, feisty, and independent. She was also sensible. Reassuring himself of that fact, also that she was safe here at home, at least for tonight, he headed into the lounge, then stopped, sighing heavily as the cast-iron radiator in the hall clunked, indicating the ancient plumbing was on the blink. Guessing he would have to contact a plumber first thing in the morning, he ran his hands wearily over his face. Then, as another nauseating image of Olivia Reeves' near-naked body, lying still and cold, her bloodied blonde hair splayed about her battered face, hit him, he went to collect his glass, topping it up before carrying it back to the lounge. Jody wasn't going to be impressed, but then she wasn't anyway. Ethan had been majorly unimpressed with him. Why had he gone in so clumsily, demanding to check his phone? If what he'd told him about the photos was true, then they were innocent enough. He couldn't have made it more obvious he didn't trust him. His colleagues were also unimpressed with him, particularly Jared. All in all, a good day's work. Furious with himself for allowing his emotions to rule his head, he sank down in the armchair, reached for the remote, and flicked the TV on. Then muted it, as the rubbish that was showing increased his irritation. He'd been stupid beyond belief, but Sam knew Nathaniel Finch was their perp. The man had form. After being pulled years back for following women and walking free, he'd grown bolder, physically accosting his victims, upskirting them, groping them, whatever took his fancy. Still, he'd got away with it. His victims' IDs were vague, and any CCTV they had was useless. Savvy enough to know where the cameras were located, he avoided them. It had only been a matter of time before the attacks grew more extreme, resulting in rape, eventually murder. He'd followed Olivia Reeves. His car had been picked up on camera cruising past her. It had disappeared out of camera range, but his brake lights went on before it did, indicating the vehicle might have stopped just ahead of her. He'd denied it, obviously, saying he thought he might be over the speed limit and had therefore slowed down, as any conscientious driver would. It was utter bollocks, but they had no way to disprove it. There was no physical evidence as yet, but it was him who'd killed the girl. Sam could feel it in the core of his bones. He worked in the boat construction industry, actually had protective gloves on him when they picked him up, because he apparently handled hazardous materials. The gloves had yielded nothing forensically. The online manosphere crap he posted, taking full advantage of the digital world to openly promote his extreme right-wing, prejudiced views, they couldn't touch him for, the Law Commission having concluded that making misogyny a hate crime may be more harmful than helpful, both to victims of violence against women and also efforts to tackle crime more broadly. The reasoning behind it was that hate crimes would need to be proven to a criminal standard, thereby presenting challenges when prosecuting the underlying crime of rape or murder. The upshot was, shits like Finch simply grew more confident. The man knew they had nothing. He'd showered at the gym he worked out at, not far from the vicinity in which Olivia Reeves was found, which was open 24/7 and which had been used by several people and then cleaned by early morning staff. His missus had put the washing on before he'd got out of bed the next morning, he'd said. And then, completely coincidentally, she'd gone shopping, leaving the car at the car wash next to the supermarket to be cleaned and valeted, a story she'd corroborated. She was also his alibi. She'd sworn they were in bed having sex at the time Olivia Reeves had been murdered. When Sam had put it to him that he'd picked the girl up, taken her to a secluded spot and raped and killed her, Finch had smiled cockily and said, "Prove it." When the piece of scum had looked right at him and said he blamed the parents for letting the girl walk the streets, Sam had felt his temper simmering dangerously close to the surface. The "she has pretty eyes" comment he'd made on the back of claiming Jody had treated him in A&E had been the spark that caused his fuse to blow. He'd allowed the man to get to him. Cursing his stupidity, he picked up his drink. The glass was poised at his lips when he decided he should call Jody and tell her Ethan was staying over at his friend's, which wouldn't go down well. He was about to select her number when, as if she'd read his mind, his phone rang and her name flashed up. "Hey, how's things?" she asked when he answered. "Did you speak to Ethan?" Sam drew in a breath. "I did," he said. He didn't react well, unfortunately. "Oh no, Sam." Jody emitted a despairing sigh. "What did you say to him?" "I asked him about the photos," Sam replied defensively. "Wasn't that the whole point?" "Yes, but you didn't just wade in there, did you?" Jody asked, clearly thinking that that's exactly what he had done. "No," he answered, feeling now about as guilty as it was possible to be. "I suggested he come down and watch some TV with me. He didn't want to, said he had some work to do. Artwork, I guessed, and asked him about it. Then I asked about the photos. He said they were photos of her face, that she was photogenic. He left out his son's opinion that Kylie should be fucking well flattered." "And?" Jody urged him warily. Sam hesitated. "I asked to see his phone," he said, reaching for his drink and taking a fortifying mouthful. Jody didn't respond for a second. Then, "Perfect. So you basically told him you didn't trust him. Way to go, Sam." I know, Sam sighed. "I couldn't see why he wouldn't just show it to me, though, if he had nothing to hide." "Because he felt humiliated," Jody pointed out the obvious. "Just a suggestion, but perhaps you should try being a father next time you talk to him, and not a detective." Sam drew in a breath. "You're right. I'm sorry," he said, blowing it out slowly. "I should have thought it through." "It's not me you need to apologize to," Jody replied tersely. "Where is he?" "At a friend's." Sam felt his heart sink to a whole new level as he realized how disillusioned with him his entire family was. "A guy called Toby." "Great, so now our son's staying with someone whose influence is questionable. I'll call him," she went on before he could respond. "Meanwhile, do you think you could stop tipping that stuff back?" She'd rung off before he had time to answer. Did she have a surveillance camera on him or what? Damn it! Sam took another gulp of his whiskey, then groaned inwardly and heaved himself from his chair as his car alarm went off. Grabbing his car keys from the hall table, he went outside and jabbed at his key fob. He assumed it was a cat or a fox maybe from the woods, until he saw what was scrawled in the dust on the window. The word "loser" right across the windscreen. Ethan's handiwork, he guessed. He'd obviously waited for him to go back inside before coming back to reinforce his considered opinion of him. Yep, his son's estimation of him was currently sitting around nil. Shaking his head despondently, he went back inside. Pulling out his phone, he was about to call Ethan and try to smooth things over when the hall radiator hissed and clunked and began spitting water. The evening was just getting better, wasn't it? Frustrated, mostly with himself, he crouched to locate the valve, turning it off and hoping it would be okay until morning. The ancient radiators were probably all corroded and needed ripping out and replacing. He needed to be more proactive in organizing the renovations. There were jobs he could do himself if his mind wasn't constantly somewhere else. Once the radiator was isolated, he called Jody back, needing her to know that he was truly sorry about how he'd handled the whole situation, for not being here more when he needed to be. She was on another call, probably to Ethan, and he decided not to ring again. How many nights out did she have, after all? The last thing she would want was him calling to remind her of her problems, the biggest one of all currently being him. Going into the lounge, he sank into his armchair, then selected serene classical sounds on iPlayer, which promised to ease him into calm with gentle classical strings, delicate piano, and serene choral harmonies. It had its work cut out. After draining the contents of his glass, he settled back with his earphones on in case he disturbed Sophia. The music and whiskey combining to soothe him, he closed his eyes and felt the tension beginning to leave his body. He hadn't realized he'd drifted off until he was catapulted from sleep by a loud noise he couldn't quite place. The plumbing had to be, or else Jody possibly, back from her night out early? It wasn't like her to get so drunk she would fall through the door, though. Disorientated, he was pulling himself from the armchair when a soul-piercing scream stopped his heart dead. 9. Jody. Ethan is moody, answering me monosyllabically when I eventually get hold of him to check he is at his friend's house. I don't think your dad meant to imply he didn't trust you, I say, trying to calm the water between him and Sam. He probably just wanted to check that you hadn't inadvertently overstepped any lines. Right, so he doesn't think I'm a stalker then? Ethan asks. Or else a complete moron? He was just looking out for you, Ethan. I'm sure he didn't mean… Gotta go, Ethan interrupts. We're in the middle of a game. Bye, Mum. Sighing as he ends the call, I wonder whether the call waiting notification I'd had might have been Sam or Sophia ringing. Guilt kicks in, and I look apologetically at Chloe. I should probably go, I tell her. Sam's been drinking, and Ethan's gone off to his friend's house in a huff. Chloe frowns. Then, I have a better idea, she says, picking up the bottle of wine she's fetched from the bar and topping up our glasses. If you can't beat them, join them. And if the family's at war when you get back, you'll be too drunk to care. As long as Sam isn't adopting the same attitude. Reminded again of why he'd been pushed to drink before, precisely because he did care, a knot of tension tightens inside me. Aware now of why he'd lost his temper with the man he believed responsible for the murder of that poor girl, I'm more upset for him than with him. He's obviously not handling his emotions very well, and I should be there for him. I'll just have one glass, I say with a small smile. I am going to have to cut it short though, Chloe. I'm only going to worry otherwise. I'm really sorry. They'll work it out, Chloe tries to reassure me. You can't be there for them all the time, Jo. No, I know. She's right. It doesn't make me feel any less guilty, though. Cheers, I say, picking up my glass. Cheers, sweetie. Here's to being absolutely fabulous at 40. Chloe, who looks as if she might already have had one or two at home, clinks her glass against mine. Not that we weren't already fabulous. I'm not feeling very fabulous. I'm feeling fed up and exhausted, I confide wearily. This thing with Sam is really worrying me. He lost his way once. My eyes flick to hers, and I guess from her sympathetic nod that she knows I'm referring to the time our marriage was as close as it could be to falling apart. I'd be lying if I said he wasn't emotionally volatile back then, but I've never known him to be violent, I go on with a sigh. I can't help wishing he was more like Jared sometimes. Chloe widens her eyes in surprise. Jared? Measured, I explain, taking a step back before wading in. Sam's like that when he stops to think about it. I feel guilty now for talking about him behind his back. But he does have to work at it. Twirling her glass around with her fingers and thumb, Chloe stares contemplatively at it for a moment. Our marriage isn't as perfect as you might think it is, Jo, she says quietly. I feel a prickle of apprehension run through me as I notice she looks suddenly tearful. Chloe? I reach for her hand. What is it? She forces a smile. Nothing. I'm fine. It's probably just me getting things out of proportion. I'm not convinced. She's upset. I watch as she swigs her wine back and quickly tops up her glass again. I can't just ignore it. Do you want to talk about it? She draws in a breath. We had a row before I came out, she confides eventually. We argue a lot lately, and I suppose I'm more upset than I might normally be because it's my birthday, and I couldn't understand why we would end up having a major row today of all days. Oh, hell. There's no way I can rush off now. She clearly needs a shoulder, and I know she would stay if I needed one. I just hope that Sam doesn't forget to set the alarm, which, with whiskey swilling around his system, he's likely to. 10. Sam. Fear crackling through his veins like ice, Sam ran to the lounge door. The scene that greeted him when he yanked the door open ripped his heart from him. Jesus Christ, no! He felt the blood leave his body as he looked into the petrified eyes of his daughter. His gaze went to the hand clamped over her mouth. He was hurting her. He noted the gloved fingers digging mercilessly into her flesh. He was fucking well hurting her. Willing himself not to react, he glared at the cowardly bastard who was restraining her. Wearing some kind of full-face camouflage balaclava, the sort kids might wear for tactical war games, there was no recognizable part of his face visible, but Sam knew who it was in a nauseating heartbeat. Swallowing back his racing heart, he dropped his gaze to the carving knife pressed against his daughter's throat. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice hollow. The man didn't answer, and Sam had to call on every ounce of his willpower to hold himself back. If he moved even a muscle, the soulless scum would use that knife, and Sophia would be dead in a heartbeat. His breath caught in his chest as a terrifying image crashed into his head. His feisty girl lying motionless, rich crimson blood oozing from a jagged wound to her neck, the light fading from her eyes, sharp, intelligent eyes, a myriad of soft ambers and greens, a mirror image of her mother's. She has pretty eyes. His heart skidded to a stop as he remembered the comment Finch had made earlier. Dear God, sickening realization dawned. He'd meant his daughter. Panic gripping his stomach like a vice, he looked back at the animal in front of him. What do you want? He repeated gutturally. You, the man said simply. Working to quash the fury raging inside him, Sam nodded. You have me. He forced the words past the shard of glass wedged in his windpipe. Let her go. For a long, cruel, calculating moment, the man said nothing. Then, now where would the fun be in that? He asked, his voice low and taunting, his accent East London supposedly. An attempt to disguise it, Sam guessed. He would kill him. If it was the last thing he did on this earth, he would kill him. He swiped an arm across his mouth. The sudden movement caused the bastard to jerk Sophia's head back, and Sam felt every sinew in his body tense. If you hurt her, he warned. If you touch her. Seems to me you're not in a position to be issuing threats, the man interrupted. Is he? He jerked Sophia's head back another fraction, and Sam's primal instinct to protect his daughter kicked in hard. Whoa! The animal dragged her backwards as he lunged towards him. Stay, he growled, pressing the knife demonstratively closer. Sam froze, his gut roiling, his blood pumping with pure, unadulterated fear as he watched a stark red tear bleed down her neck. For Christ's sake, just tell me what you want, he begged. You're obviously hard of hearing, the man answered glibly. It's you I came for. D.I. Logan. Her being here makes it more interesting, though, don't you think? Sam didn't respond. Abject terror permeating every cell in his body. He had no idea how to. Your handcuffs. Fetch them, the man went on. Sam felt his world tilt violently as he considered what he wanted to do with them. I don't have them. They're in my locker. At the station, he lied falteringly. Don't be a dick, the man responded impassively. "Fetch them." Sam snapped his gaze back to his daughter. Her eyes were pleading with him, her father, to do something, and he could do nothing. "Now!" the man barked. "Okay." Sam held his hands out in submission. "Okay," he repeated, taking a tentative step towards him. "Just don't—" "Slowly," the twisted freak urged him, walking Sophia around with him as he followed Sam's progress towards the coat pegs where he'd hung his jacket and belt. His hands shaking, sweat wetting his forehead, Sam fumbled the handcuffs from the belt and, praying with all of his might to a god he didn't much believe in, turned to face his nemesis. The man took a second then. "Radiator," he nodded him that way, and Sam knew in a blood-freezing instant what he wanted. Him rendered incapable, chained to the radiator like a dog, unable to stop him doing whatever fed his sick depravity. "Do it," the psychopath instructed, "or else watch her die, right here, right now." Sam's gut lurched, dread tightening inside him as he heard his daughter's muffled cry of sheer terror. What did he do? "I can see the wheels going round, D.I. Logan. If you're wondering whether to try anything, you don't want to, trust me." The man's voice was laden with implicit meaning. Sam hesitated. A split second was all it took for the lowlife to prove his point. "All right," he shouted as the droplets of blood from his daughter's neck turned to a steady trickle. "On the floor," the man instructed. Sam turned around, the taste of his own terror thick in his throat as he surveyed the clunking radiator. "You're trying my patience, Inspector," the man sighed with melodramatic impatience. "Do as you're told, and you might just save her life. Your choice." Sick to the pit of his stomach, still Sam hesitated. He couldn't do this. Not for 1 second did he consider this depraved individual would spare his daughter's life. Staying where he was, he debated whether to try again to go for the bastard. He had no time to debate further before a vicious crack to the back of his skull sent him sprawling. "Stubborn son of a bitch," he heard the man hiss as he closed one end of the handcuffs around his wrist. The snap of the other cuff fastening around the pipework was like a death knell. "You know, I think your son was right. You really are a loser," he taunted, as Sam's vision faded to deep, dark red. 11. White lights with razor-sharp teeth obscuring his vision, Sam was disoriented for a second, and then, recalling with blinding clarity what was happening, his blood froze. Hearing his daughter's muted cries, he yanked hard on the handcuffs. "Don't you fucking touch her!" he screamed, gulping back the useless tears that were choking him. Panic spiraling inside him, he twisted around, pressed his feet against the radiator to brace himself, and pulled with all his might. The pain in his wrist was nothing compared to the excruciating pain in his chest. "Sophia! Please, God, don't do this." He looked to the heavens. "Don't," he murmured. "Please." His voice cracked as he begged, to no avail. There was no one listening. Desperate, he groped for the brackets securing it to the wall, praying they might be loose. Getting nothing for his efforts but a gash to his hand, he tried again, then grasped hold of the radiator and tried to yank it from the wall. "Give, you fucking thing!" Tears streaming down his face when it refused to budge, he dropped his head to his knees, shame and impotent rage burning inside him. He'd made mistakes, many, monumental mistakes, impulsiveness driving him. He'd neglected his family. Perhaps he needed to be punished, but his daughter didn't. Not my girl. Sam wanted to die, right there, right then, would gladly to save her. But it wouldn't save her. He couldn't save her. He'd failed in his most fundamental obligation as a father to protect her. His heart fracturing inch by inch inside him, his head screaming at him to do something. Sam could do nothing but sit there like the useless bastard he was. Why hadn't he been thinking? He was a copper, for Christ's sake. All he'd had to do was pick up his phone the second he'd heard a noise that didn't belong, key in 999, and leave the line open. He hadn't, because he'd numbed his senses with alcohol. He'd brought this man, who had no streak of humanity in him, into their lives. While he'd been outside making assumptions about his son, he'd allowed him into their house. He was responsible for what was happening in the room behind him. He tried again to move the radiator, to turn the nuts that had been repeatedly painted over, hope fading inside him as he continued to listen to the unmistakable sounds of his daughter being assaulted, her muffled sobs. Then nothing but silence. Sam's heart banged in tandem with the antique clock on the hall wall. When the door to the lounge was yanked open, fear tightened his gut like a slipknot. The intruder didn't speak, but simply appeared to survey him. "You bastard," Sam grated, attempting to pull himself to his feet. "I think we've established that." The man walked slowly towards him, stopping a safe distance off. "Seems we have a lot in common. How's your wife, by the way? Going to be a bit pissed off with you, ain't she?" he said, tossing the knife at his feet and then turning to open the front door and walk out. Sam's breath stalled as he saw the rich, red slick of blood the blade was bathed in. "Sophia," he whispered. "Sophia!" he screamed. When Sophia remained silent, he knew deep in the core of him that his worst nightmare had come true, and his heart exploded inside him. 12. Jody. Of course, I was the one who ended up feeling guilty. Chloe sighs dejectedly. I mean, how was I supposed to know he was going to make an effort to get back early? I'm not psychic, am I? Did he not mention it then? I frown in confusion. Chloe grabs her glass and tips her wine back. No, she says with a miserable shake of her head. He was on the phone for half an hour as soon as he came in, so I had no idea until he wondered where I was going. When I told him he hadn't said anything about coming home early, he insisted he had, and that he'd even booked a table at Benedicto's in Worcester, and then somehow we ended up arguing. He said he can't do right for doing wrong. What was I supposed to do? Call you and cancel at the last minute? I wish she had, but I think it perhaps better not to say that. I feel bad for her, but I can't help thinking they might have just got their wires crossed. If Jared had made an effort to book a table and get back early for her birthday, then he might have been a bit put out. Then he stood staring moodily into the fridge, obviously fed up because there wasn't much to eat in it, she goes on. I know his job is demanding and he can't exactly leap out of the patrol car and do a supermarket shop, but being a hospital receptionist is demanding too. I don't think he realizes how stressful working the late shift is. I'm exhausted by the time I get home, and the last thing I want to do is think about food. I told him he was quite capable of doing an online shop, and he said, "Funnily enough, I'm not psychic either," smiled flatly, and walked off. Sighing, she takes another glug of her wine. It's the fact that he seemed jealous I was going out without him that got to me. I'm sure he thinks I'm having an affair to get back at him, as if I would have the time or the inclination. I try to talk to him about it, but he just gets irritable, and then I get upset, and then he's accusing me of overreacting, and it just spirals, you know? She pauses to delve in her bag for a tissue and dabs at her eyes. Sometimes I think he doesn't love me at all. I'm sure that's not true, Chloe, I attempt to reassure her. Isn't it? Glancing away, she emits a strangled laugh. If he does, he has a funny way of showing it. I watch, growing concerned for her as she swigs back yet more wine. She's obviously been struggling emotionally, but she's never mentioned it. She just lost their second child in her third trimester when she told me she suspected that Jared was having an affair. They'd been trying for years for another baby. She'd been delighted when she'd found she was pregnant, devastated when she'd lost the baby. When she'd admitted she'd looked at Jared's phone and found he'd been meeting up with a woman throughout the pregnancy, and possibly before, she'd been broken. Jared denied it, telling her the woman was an informant and suggesting that Chloe might benefit from some private counseling. In the end, Sam had spoken to him. Jared had sworn he wasn't cheating, telling him that the woman he'd met supplied information about local drug dealers. His story checked out, Sam had said. Jared had almost cried with confusion and frustration, apparently, as he talked about their problems. He'd confided that Chloe was suffering postpartum psychosis and all the symptoms that went with it, including depression, anxiety, and delusions, and that he had no idea how to help her. Eventually, she saw her GP and they'd gone to relationship counseling. Things appeared to get back to normal, and I assumed they were okay. Clearly, they're not. "Did you speak to the relationship counselor about all of this?" I ask, thinking it surely must have come up. A cynical smile brushes Chloe's lips. "I tried, but Jared stuck to his story, so I think even the counselor thought it was more to do with me seeing myself as a failure after losing our baby." I'm unsure what to say, how to reassure her. I thought counselors were supposed to remain impartial. If Chloe had felt she or he might be siding with Jared, then it's no wonder she hasn't been able to move on. "Do you think going back to counseling might help?" I suggest. "Maybe asking for another counselor?" I don't think Jared would want to. The last time I tried to talk to him, he said that there didn't seem to be anything he could do or say to convince me. There's hardly any affection between us, because my confidence has suffered, I suppose. Not that I can explain that to Jared. I just don't feel he finds me attractive anymore. My face, my body, who I am. I mean, I'm not going to have the body of a 25-year-old, am I? Even without 2 pregnancies. I feel totally undesirable, yet he swears he loves me. I'm just so confused. Maybe he's right, she shrugs. Maybe I can't forgive him for the affair I imagined he had, so look for things to have a go at him about. I watch, feeling helpless and scared for her as she swigs back another half glass of wine. She falls silent for a second. Then, "I don't think I am, though. I know everyone believes it's me who's causing the problems in our marriage, but..." Breaking off, she cries in earnest, fat tears escaping her eyes to plop wetly down her cheeks. "Oh, Chloe!" I jump up. I'm going around the table to her when I see a guy who's been watching us from the bar hurrying towards us. "Is she all right?" he asks, concerned. "She's fine, thanks." Giving him a short smile, I turn my attention back to Chloe. "Come on, sweetheart." Hooking an arm through hers, I try to encourage her to her feet while pulling out my phone with the other hand. I'm about to call us a taxi when the shrill squeal of police sirens right outside jolts me. I snap my gaze to the window to see 1, 2, 3 police cars screaming past, blue lights blazing. As I realize they're heading towards our village, my heart freezes. 13. What's happened? Chloe looks alarmed, and I guess she's thinking the same as me, that the police cars screeching past might be heading to one or other of our houses. "I don't know," I jab at my phone. "Sam's not picking up." "What about Sophia?" she asks, her face paling. "I'm trying her now." I glance at her, panic rising rapidly as Sophia's phone goes to voicemail. My chest tightens, my instinct screaming at me that something's terribly wrong. "I have to go." I grab my bag and start towards the exit. Chloe stumbles after me. "But we don't have a taxi," she reminds me. Damn it. Why had I stayed? Why hadn't I called a taxi and left when I'd felt I should? I'd known. Deep inside, I'd felt something wasn't right. Yet I'd stayed here, tipping wine back when my family needed me. What is wrong with me? With trembling fingers, I select the number of the local taxi firm. Hurry up! I will them to answer as the phone rings out. Nausea and nerves churning inside me, I spit out a curse as the phone goes unanswered. I go to my Uber app. "I'm calling Jared," Chloe says, sounding as frightened as I feel. As she digs in her bag for her phone, the man who's been watching us steps forward. "I'll take you," he offers. "My car is right outside." He nods that way as Chloe and I exchange a cautious glance. "You're obviously worried. I'm sure you don't have any reason to be, but let me drive you. I'm staying at the Raven in the village, so it's not out of my way." Still, I hesitate. "Look, check out my driving license if you like." He reaches into his pocket to pull out his wallet. "It'll verify who I am." "No, there's no need. As long as you're sure?" Feeling less apprehensive, I accept his offer. "No problem," he assures me. I nod gratefully and hurry through the exit doors, Chloe following precariously behind me. "The black Range Rover," he shouts, nodding me towards it as I glance back at him. Hitting his key fob, he unlocks the doors and I scramble into the back seat. Chloe clambers in beside me as he races to the driver's door. "Where to?" he asks, climbing in, belting up and starting the engine in almost one move. "Riverview Cottage on Callow Lane. It's this side of the village." I try to convince myself I'm overreacting, imagining worst-case scenarios, but still sick trepidation grips me and won't let go. "You can give me directions as we get close," he says. "I'm Matt, by the way, Matthew Edwards. I'm looking to move into the area." "Jody," I mumble, and attempt to call Sophia and Sam again, my panic escalating as there's still no answer from either of them. "Chloe," Chloe says, and reaches for my hand. He glances through the rearview mirror and, seeming to get the message that small talk isn't appropriate, concentrates on driving fast but efficiently, for which I'm thankful. "There's a right turn up ahead. It's just a short way." I stop, my stomach lurching as we approach the lane. Even from the Worcester/Malvern Road, I can see blue lights sweeping the night sky. What's happened that would require the attendance of a squad of police cars? Why are neither Sam nor Sophia answering their phones? Please, God, don't let anything have happened to my family. Chloe clutches my hand tightly as we near the cottage. My blood turns to ice in my veins as I see the police cars parked hastily askew in front of it. There are uniformed officers everywhere, swarming all over the road and the front garden. Two emerging grim-faced from the front door. Another siren, shrill and urgent behind Matt's car, jolts me. An ambulance, I realize, my heart banging frantically. As Matt swerves to pull out of the path of the ambulance, I fumble for the door handle. Thrusting the door open almost before he stopped the car, I scramble out. "Sam?" I murmur, glancing feverishly around. "Sophia!" I cry, racing towards the house. "Jody, wait!" I hear Chloe behind me. I don't acknowledge her. My attention is on Jared, who appears to be restraining my husband. His arms locked around Sam's chest, he's using all the strength he possesses to hold him back. I grind to a halt as Sam pulls away, stumbling and almost losing his footing as he lunges towards the cottage. Again, Jared grabs hold of him, dragging him back. "Sam, no!" he yells. "You can't do any good in there." Another officer joins them. It takes both men to hold on to Sam. "Let the SOCOs do their job, hey?" I hear Jared, clearly anxious for Sam as I approach. My head reels as I consider they don't want him to contaminate evidence. "Sam?" Heart pounding, I move towards him. Sam stops struggling. He doesn't look at me. Can't or won't. Fear crystallizes inside me as I watch the man I've loved with all of myself, almost since the day I first met him, a strong, caring, dependable man, sink to his knees. The guttural moan escaping him seems to come from the depths of his soul. 14. I feel hollow, empty. There's no part of me that feels anything, no grief, no pain, no hatred for my husband or anger towards him. As I sit in one of the patrol cars, I take in the frantic activity around me as if watching a television drama unfold. Police officers setting up cordons, forensic officers suiting up before going into my home. Harsh white lights cast an unworldly glow over everything, making the whole scene seem surreal. I turn my gaze to Sam. He's still on the ground, sitting where he dropped, his arms draped listlessly over his knees, his head bowed. Jared crouches in front of him, trying to elicit some response from him. Chloe joins them. Sobbing and clearly distraught, she reaches out to Sam, tries to get him to look at her. Jared stands, taking hold of her arm, easing her to her feet, and feeding her into the arms of Jenna Jenkins, the detective constable Sam had been so incensed by the treatment of during the interview of their murder suspect. There's nothing from Sam, no acknowledgement of anyone, not even the paramedics who are trying to assess his injuries. It's as if he's turned to stone. He will have to move eventually. I heard someone mention something about a fingertip search of the immediate vicinity. Looking for what, I wonder? Not my girl's body. They know where that is. Something stirs inside me. I feel it, unbearable pain, deep in the pit of my belly where I carried my baby. Sam, talk to me. Jared's voice reaches me, his tone filled with concern. I'm here for you, mate. I'm not going anywhere. Sam doesn't respond. You couldn't have done anything. Jared tries to reassure him. He'd been chained up. I've gleaned that much. I should go to him, comfort him. We should be comforting each other. I swing my legs out of the car, test the ground with my feet, stand shakily and take a step towards him. Then stop. I can't. Come on, Sam. Come and sit in the car. It's freezing out here. Jared tries to cajole him. Sam bows his head further, then snaps his gaze up, pulling himself stumblingly to his feet as the paramedics emerge from the house, wheeling my daughter on a gurney between them. They've placed her in a body bag. They're taking away her identity. She's just another victim of crime. Anonymous. I need to be with her. I hear my voice as if it doesn't belong to me, feel something fracturing painfully inside me. I need to be with her. Hysteria rising, I lurch towards her. She needs me. She'll be terrified. I have to go with her. I sense Sam's gaze swivel towards me, but it's Jared who comes to me, circling his arms around me and easing me to him. I have to be with her. A sharp sob escapes me. My baby needs me. I struggle to break free of him, pressing the heels of my hands against his chest and attempting to shove him away. Shh. Jared pulls me back again. It's okay. I've got you. I'll take you to her as soon as... It's not! A confusion of raw emotion assails me. Incomprehension, acrid grief, deep, visceral anger. I picture my baby, the life gone from her eyes, and a primal moan escapes me. How did this happen? I cling to Jared as he holds me tight, press my face hard into his shoulder. I sense Sam behind me before he speaks. Joe, he murmurs, his voice uncertain. Jody. His hand touching my shoulder is like an electric shock right through me. I don't turn to him. I can't bring myself to look at him for fear of what I will see in his eyes and he in mine. She'll be cold, I whisper. So cold and lonely. She won't, Joe, Jared says gently. She can't feel any. No! A jolt of pure rage shooting through me. I yank myself free. She's not dead! I press my hands over my face, trying to erase the graphic images of what my girl went through. She can't be! I'm feeling everything now, a mixture of shock, guilt, and hatred so toxic it burns a hole inside me. She's not, I insist. I can feel her. As I bang a hand against my chest, Sam searches my eyes, agony in his own. I'm sorry, he says throatily. You're sorry? I study him incredulous. Do you honestly think that's going to fix it? Make the pain go away? The pain our daughter endured before. I falter. I can't speak the words. Sam presses his thumb and forefinger to his eyes. No, he answers, his voice thick with emotion. My tears explode with confusion and impotent fury. How did this happen? Why did you let it?" I scream, accusation in my voice, even though I know he's crying too, that his heart bleeds just as excruciatingly as mine does. 15. Walking into the house the police have provided until the crime scene investigation is complete, I take a look around downstairs. Located on a newish estate off the Droitwich Spa bypass, it's pretty and well furnished, not dissimilar to the house we'd left to buy the cottage, which, with open countryside surrounding it, we'd considered would be a better environment for our children. Pressing my hands over my face, I stifle a moan as it hits me that Sophia will never have the beautiful bohemian-look bedroom we'd promised would be ready for her birthday, never grow to womanhood. I don't think I can do this. I don't feel strong enough. But I have to be. Ethan needs me. Sam needs me, yet I have no idea how to be there for him. Swallowing back the grief and the guilt that weighs heavily in my chest, I walk back to the hall, D.C. Jenna Jenkins, who's been appointed our family liaison officer, eyes me with a mixture of compassion and concern. "Okay?" she asks tentatively. I nod, but I'm far from that. My world has disintegrated, and I don't feel I'll ever be whole again. "I should probably take a look upstairs," I murmur, and head past her. As I approach the open door of one of the smaller rooms, I stop, reeling inwardly as I recall Sophia and Ethan arguing over which room would be theirs at the cottage. I can see them, Sophia turning back along the landing, arms folded and smirking as she wins the battle for the slightly larger front room, Ethan scowling behind her. I close the door. Ethan can choose which room he would like, assuming I can persuade him to come in from the car, which he's reluctant to. Going on past the next room, I head towards what I can see is the main bedroom. It's a good size, tastefully decorated with pale gray walls and color-coordinated fixtures and fittings. My eyes stray to the double bed and my heart falters. I need Sam's arms around me desperately, and I know he will need me, but I can't bear the thought of him lying right next to me while my baby lies on a stone-cold slab in the mortuary. I wrap my arms around myself, digging my fingernails hard into my flesh as another wave of grief crashes so ferociously through me, it forces the air from my body. I can't hold Sam responsible, yet, even aware that he was knocked unconscious, I do. My fear is that he will know it without either of us uttering a word. I turn to Jenna, who's followed me up with one of the overnight bags she packed for us. "How can I stay here?" I ask, as if she will know the answer. "Ethan doesn't want to. He's threatening to go to a friend's house. I don't even know who the boy is. I don't want him out of my sight, not tonight." I picture my son still sitting in the car outside, his body language closed, his eyes filled with bewildered incomprehension. He's barely spoken a word since he learned what had happened, other than to mumble something about wanting to be at his mate's. He blames his father. He hadn't said so, but the contempt I'd seen in his eyes as he looked Sam over had shocked me. Now I feel he's withdrawing into himself, and I'm terrified I might not be able to reach him. "Would you like me to go and have a word with him?" Jenna asks. "I really think you should all be together now as a family." The words are no sooner out of her mouth than she looks at me in alarm. "Sorry." Her gaze flicks down and back as she obviously realizes she said the wrong thing. That was unthinking. I'd like to reassure her, but I can't. I don't have any words. I can barely breathe, every breath I take reminding me that my beautiful, feisty daughter will never take another. I give myself a second, then say, "You could try. He's not very communicative, though." "Unsurprisingly," Jenna sighs sympathetically, "he'll be in shock, grieving and angry. As I am. So much anger stuffed inside me. Raw, primal anger I have no idea what to do with." I should call Sam. I pull my phone from my jeans pocket. Find out how he is. Jenna gives me a small smile and turns away to allow me some privacy. Taking a breath, I select Sam's number, then hesitate. I have no idea what to say to him. I prevaricate for another second and then call Jared, who went to the hospital with him. "Hey," he says, picking up after a moment. "How are you doing?" "Not good," my voice catches. "How will I get through this, Jared?" "One day at a time," he suggests softly. "Sophia would want you to. She was always saying how proud she was of you doing the job you do and keeping it all together at home." I squeeze my eyes closed, trying to hold back the tears. They come anyway, spilling unchecked down my face. "She would want you to be there for her brother," Jared goes on shrewdly. "For Sam, too. It's going to be the hardest thing you've ever done, but they're both going to need you." "I know." I nod and wipe at my wet cheeks. "How's Sam?" "Physically, he'll mend," Jared says carefully. "Emotionally, he's gutted, as he's bound to be. He hasn't said much, other than to ask where you and Ethan are. I've told him you're safe and that Jenna's with you. He's pretty much finished here, so we'll be on our way shortly." "Thank you," I murmur. I don't want Sam worrying, thinking he should be here to protect us. Even as I think it, my heart splinters. "It's the least I can do," Jared assures me. He pauses then. "I have to ask you something," he says, his tone cautious. "I realize it might be upsetting, and I'm sorry to have to ask, but the scene of crime officers can't locate Sophia's phone. Are you able to confirm she had it with her?" I try not to picture my girl, endlessly scrolling through her phone, tapping away at it or else talking animatedly into it. I'd admonished her only recently for bringing it to the dinner table. I wish I hadn't. Dearly wish I could take back every harsh thing I've said to her. "I've spoken to Sam," Jared goes on gently. "He said she's never without it." "She isn't." "Wasn't." I feel myself reel as I realize she won't ever look at her phone again. "Why do you need it?" I whisper. "To check her online activity. It's standard procedure in cases like this," Jared answers. "I'm sorry, Jody. I know this is painful for you. We'll be doing all we can to locate it, but I thought you might know if she'd lost it, and, if so, where." "She hadn't," I manage. "She would have said." "And did she have any plans to go out tonight, do you know?" he asks. I know that he has to, that if he doesn't ask me about these things, then someone else will. They're trying to establish her movements, who she might have been in touch with. They have to. I want them to. But still, I don't feel I can bear it. "No," I murmur. "Not as far as I'm aware." I take a breath. "Do you not think it was the suspect you released who was responsible for this?" I ask, sure that it must be. That the man might have been seeking some kind of revenge. "It's possible," Jared concedes. "I'm pretty sure Sam thinks so. But the modus operandi doesn't fit. The perpetrator in the previous cases didn't attack girls in their own home and—" I catch a sharp breath in my chest as he pauses. "He cuts off their clothes," I finish silently, feeling sick to my soul. "We can't know anything yet," he goes on, his tone kind and full of concern. That in itself makes me want to weep. I wish I could tell you otherwise. "Do you think it was him who took the phone?" I ask. Again, possibly. If so, my guess is it was to stop her using it. And what will he do with it then? He will find a way to unlock it, I'm sure. Is he trawling through her socials right now, hunting for other victims whose innocent young lives he will end with impunity? The hard kernel of anger tightens to fury inside me, and I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that if I come into contact with the sick bastard who did this, I will kill him. 16. Jenna's been out there ages. I go to the window to make sure she and Ethan are actually in the car. Seeing they are, I wander back to the bed and sit down on the edge of it, then stand. I can't stay still. I have no idea what to do with myself. I'm relieved that Jared went with Sam to the hospital. I should have been with him, but I simply had no idea how to do that either. My mind swings back to all that Chloe had said about the state of their marriage, and I feel for them both. Their lives had clearly been fractured too, yet I hadn't known how badly. I pray they find a way back to each other. Kylie is going to need their support. Kylie. My heart jolts as I remember Sophia's missing phone. If the monster who killed my baby has it, Kylie could easily be a target. Quickly, I select Chloe's number and call her. She picks up straight away. "Jody, I'm so sorry. You must be utterly devastated." She catches a sob in her throat. "What can I do? I'm here for you. You know that." "Chloe, Sophia's phone is missing," I interrupt. "The police think the creature who did this might have taken it. You need to tell Kylie to be on her guard regarding contact from strangers, online or off," I add, realizing that if this wasn't some random attack, which I feel is highly unlikely, then this evil individual might have targeted Sophia online. "Oh, God," Chloe gasps. "Do you think she might be in danger?" "I don't know," I answer cautiously, "but I do think you all need to be on your guard. Jared will no doubt talk to you about it. He's bringing Sam from the hospital, but he should be back home soon." "Unless he's got somewhere else he would rather be," Chloe says bitterly. "I have to go," I tell her. "I can't deal with her problems right now." Ethan's still in the car, reluctant to come in. Jenna's out there with him, but I should see what's going on. "Poor soul, he'll be so upset," Chloe murmurs. "Be sure to give him my love, won't you? And Sam, too." "I will. Speak soon," I promise, and end the call, my overriding concern now being my son. I'm halfway down the stairs when Jenna comes through the front door, urging Ethan in before her. Relief sweeping through me, I hurry on down to pull him into a hug. As I ease away, I search his eyes. There's such pain and confusion there, it tears another piece of my heart from inside me. Attempting to reassure me, he answers my unasked question with a small nod. "Shall I go and make some tea or something?" he asks awkwardly. "Please." I gulp back my tears. I guess he's wanting to somehow fix things, yet knows he can't, and my heart aches for him. "There's everything you need in the kitchen," Jenna calls after him as he heads that way. "Did you work magic?" I ask, glancing after Ethan and back to her. "Not me," Jenna assures me. "Jared called him. I'm not sure what he said, but I think the gist of it was that you would need him to look out for you. So?" She smiles, clearly also relieved. "He obviously sold him on the idea of pizza, too. Ethan tells me you prefer vegan, so we have one vegan veggie supreme coming up." My stomach roils at the thought of swallowing a mouthful, but I smile back. I'm so grateful for her support, but the realization that Ethan probably feels more comfortable talking to a man about his feelings saddens me deeply. How will he ever feel comfortable enough with Sam again to open up to him? "It shouldn't be too long arriving," Jenna says, as she follows me through to the kitchen after Ethan. Sitting down at the table, she glances at him. "Can you do me a favor?" she asks. Ethan glances curiously at her. "If you go out, can you let your parents know where you are and who with? I know it's a pain, but they're going to be worried about you, even though you're a big, strapping bloke." Answering with a small nod, Ethan goes back to making the tea. "It's probably best not to share any information about the investigation you might overhear either," Jenna advises. "I'm not likely to do that, am I?" Ethan answers. I note his defensive tone and guess he's offended that she thinks it wouldn't have occurred to him not to. "When can we go back to our house?" he asks, taking me aback. I've been worrying he might not be able to face it, wondering whether any of us will. Jenna swaps glances with me. "It depends on the length of the police investigation. The cottage will remain a crime scene until the investigators and the coroner have completed their work. It could take a couple of weeks, but if you need anything, we can organize it, as long as the item isn't pertinent to the investigation." "Just my artwork," Ethan mumbles with a disconsolate shrug. "I'll have a word with the SIO," Jenna assures him, then glances towards the hall as the doorbell goes. "I'll get it," she says, standing quickly and heading that way. Ethan brings the tea across and sits next to me. As he begins chewing nervously on his thumbnail, I reach to hug him to me. "We'll get through this, Ethan," I tell him. "Together. Sophia would want us to." I repeat what Jared had said, in the absence of anything else that would be remotely comforting to him. Answering with another small nod, Ethan stops chewing and presses his forefingers to his forehead. He looks so much like his father right now, and it breaks another piece of my heart. I pray that their fractured relationship can mend. They're going to need each other so badly to get through this. "I did love her," he says gruffly. "I didn't mean to upset her." He glances at me, and the guilt I see in his eyes makes me want to hold him and never let him go. "I know you did." I swallow back the hard lump in my throat. "Sophia loved you too, fiercely. She was worried about you, mothering you, that's all. It's what big sisters do, precisely because they do love you." I watch a slow tear slide down his cheek, and I cry with him, quiet, painful tears of longing and unbearable regret. If I'd been home, I could have dissuaded Sam from drinking. I could have intervened and stopped Ethan going out. I could have been there for my baby. I'm about to try to reassure him that Sam loves him too, that he was only concerned for him, when the kitchen door opens. "Pizza's on its way," Jared says, his smile hesitant as he looks between us. Ethan gives him a ghost of a smile back, but then his gaze lands on Sam, who stands uncertainly in the hall behind Jared, and his face hardens. "Not hungry," he mumbles, pulling himself so fast to his feet his chair almost topples over. "Going upstairs." As he strides to the hall and straight past his father without a glance or a word, my stomach drops. Sam looks terrible, pale and drawn, and clearly crushed by Ethan's behavior. "Ethan!" I jump up to follow him, then stop as a bedroom door slams overhead. Jared glances at Sam and then back to me. "He's hurting," he says. "He'll come round." Folding my arms tightly, I drop my gaze. "He feels guilty," I whisper. "He and Sophia argued, and he's blaming himself, thinking it's all his fault, and I have no idea what to say to him." My throat closes, tears rising so fast I have no hope of stopping them. Hey. Jared moves towards me, circling his arms around me. "It's part of the grieving process," he says, squeezing me gently. "He just needs to know you're there for him, that you don't blame him." "You need not to blame yourself either," he adds intuitively, holding my gaze meaningfully as he eases away. Glancing down, I nod. In that moment, I've never been more grateful for a simple act of kindness. I gaze past him, knowing I should go to my husband, that he, above all, is desperately in need of reassurance. I catch the look in Sam's eyes, one of palpable hurt, and my heart jars. Quickly, I move to walk past Jared. As I do, he catches my hand and I falter, both surprised and confused. He's just being friendly, I'm sure, supportive, but still I feel slightly uncomfortable. 17. Sam. Saying he felt a bit lightheaded, Sam left Jody with his colleagues in the kitchen. Now he stood in the middle of the lounge, unsure what to do. His son didn't want him here. From the interchange he'd just witnessed between Jared and Jody, he suspected his wife didn't either. She clearly felt he couldn't offer her the comfort she would desperately need, turning to Jared instead. Could he blame her? How was she supposed to live with the man who was responsible for the death of the child she'd spent 10 hours giving birth to, a child she'd nurtured and loved, the loss of whom she would never get over? Hearing them come into the hall, he listened, feeling sick to his soul as Jared made excuses for him, telling Jody to give him some time. He didn't want him making excuses. There was nothing that could excuse him drinking, falling asleep, and allowing some mad fucker access to his house, to his daughter. "He doesn't know what's hit him," Jared went on, clearly concerned. But Sam did know. Oh, how he did. At first he'd been numb, but now he could feel every soul-crushing emotion. Jody didn't respond. No doubt she would be wondering how she was supposed to give him time, pretend any kind of normality between them where there was no normal and would never be again. "The emergency alarm is here, Jody, should you need it," Jenna informed her. "It's designed to be triggered quickly and alert us in the event of an emergency." "I'll check in with you tomorrow," Jared added. "Will you be all right?" "I'll do my best," Jody answered. Sam could hear the defeat in her voice, and it gutted him. He wished they would hurry up and leave. He was desperate to be alone with her, equally terrified. That's when reality would hit her. He was here, where her daughter wasn't. How could she not despise him? "Thanks, Jenna," Jody said. "You too, Jared, for all that you've done." "No problem. Call me if you need to, anytime," Jared answered. In the brief silence that followed, Sam wondered whether he was hugging her again in lieu of the husband whose touch she would probably be repulsed by. He was jealous, he realized. He had no cause or right to be, but he felt it anyway, a sharp stab of resentment, then hated himself for it. Jared had been there for him too. After Sam's loss of control at the station, he'd been checking up on him. Calling at the cottage, he'd found the front door open and him still chained to the radiator. He'd tried to comfort him, to stop him going to Sophia as soon as he freed him. As Sam had cradled his daughter in his arms, Jared had tried to convince him it wasn't a good idea, that he would be contaminating evidence. He'd tried to explain that he himself might already have compromised any viable DNA on the cuffs, that his boot prints all over the show might also have destroyed evidence. Sam hadn't been listening. Like Jody, he couldn't bear to leave his baby alone, lying in a pool of her own blood. Hearing the front door close, he waited. He sensed Jody hovering outside the lounge door a minute later, but she didn't come in. Guessing she couldn't face him, he swallowed back his hurt. In a way, he was relieved. He really didn't think he could look her in the eyes. Once he heard her heading back towards the kitchen, he went across to one of the armchairs and dropped down into it, hesitated, then pulled Sophia's phone from his jacket pocket. It hadn't been hard to get into. Bypassing the thumbprint verification, he'd entered Sophia's old PIN, her birth date, 1709. They'd aimed to have her bedroom done by then. Sucking in a breath as a wave of grief crashed violently through him, he held it for a long, suffocating moment. Finally, with his emotions under tremulous control, he continued to scroll through the phone where he'd left off. The deep rage that had ignited inside him burned steadily as he reread the damning messages between his daughter and some charming bastard called Nate. It was that psychopath, Nathaniel Finch. Sam had no doubt about that. He'd obviously used a shortened version of his own name because he was confident the murder of his daughter wouldn't be pinned on him. He would undoubtedly have taken precautions to hide his IP address, possibly used a virtual private network. Might he have paid some lowlife to do the job for him? The piece of scum monetized his online activity. He would certainly be able to afford to. But Sam didn't think so. This was personal. He'd wanted revenge, to torture him in the worst possible way. To achieve that, he'd tortured his daughter. He clamped his eyes closed, his chest constricting as the image that would haunt him to his grave emblazoned itself on his mind. Sophia's eyes frozen in terror, the lifeblood seeping from her body, soaking into his clothes and staining the cream carpet stark crimson. Sam swallowed again, hard, tried to draw breath, couldn't. After giving himself a moment, he went back to the phone. He'd asked her to meet up with him, managed to extract their address from her. His heart broke all over again as he realized Sophia had seen sense. Reading her final message confirmed what Sam already knew. Calling the egotistical piece of scum a tosser would have been like showing a red rag to a bull. Sam had blamed Ethan for the word scrawled across his windscreen. It wasn't him. This animal had been outside, probably in the woods opposite. He'd heard Ethan shout that word back at him. He daubed it on the windscreen, set off the car alarm, and then strolled right through the open front door. His comment as he dragged Sophia away was proof of that. Had they hauled him in yet? Sam hoped to Christ that they had. He should have spoken to Jenna or Jared before they left, instead of which he'd sloped away because he'd felt inadequate. Squeezing the bridge of his nose, he attempted to stem the tears before his wife saw just how pathetic he was, then snapped his gaze up as the lounge door opened and Jody walked in. She stopped, her expression startled as her gaze fell on the phone. She'd bought Sophia the phone case, white with pink bows on it. She would know in an instant it was hers. "You found it?" she asked, her eyes a kaleidoscope of confusion as her gaze met his. Sam pulled himself from the armchair, wincing as a searing pain shot from the back of his neck to the top of his skull. The doctor had told him he was lucky not to have sustained a skull fracture, as well cuts and bruises and a sprained wrist. Sam considered he would have deserved it, and more. "It was on the hall floor," he said, scanning her eyes carefully. "Against the skirting board, under the table. She must have dropped it when—" He couldn't finish the sentence. "And you didn't hand it in?" Jody stared at him, incredulous. "Why? Surely it's withholding evidence. Why would you do that?" Sam debated, then walked across to her. "Because I wanted to check it," he said, hesitating, then handing it to her. "I thought I needed to before digital forensics got hold of it, and I might not get full access to anything they found on it." Jody studied him, her expression full of such bewilderment and hurt it tore another hole in his soul. He waited while she began scrolling the screen. She froze for a moment, and then, "You think this is Nathaniel Finch?" she asked, her eyes seething as she searched his. Sam felt relief surge through him. She would never forgive him. But he hoped she would realize that if the law couldn't bring the bastard to justice, then he would, with or without his colleague's help. He didn't trust anyone to do what needed to be done to nail the vermin that had taken his daughter's life. With the DCI now bound to take him off the case, given his personal involvement, he had to find a way to stay in the loop. He'd hoped that Jared might be a point of contact. Now, recalling how he'd warned him at the hospital not to let his emotions drive him to do anything that might hinder the case, he wasn't sure he could trust him either. He'd been making a point, Sam felt, with good reason. The fact was, if Sam hadn't reacted the way he had at the station, then they might have been able to apply for a magistrate's authorization to hold on to Finch longer than the 36 hours the superintendent had stretched it to, meaning none of this might have happened. "Think of Jody," Jared had said. "She doesn't need to deal with your emotional shit on top of her daughter being murdered." He was right, but he couldn't have compounded his guilt more if he'd tried. For a moment, Sam had considered suicide. That's when his determination had kicked in, and he had thought of Jody. It would destroy her. Ethan, too. He should feel grateful to his friend for jolting him out of the self-centered misery he was drowning in. He wanted to, and he realized it was his insecurity at play, but he was struggling to get past the man's over-familiarity with his wife. Chloe. Halfway down the stairs, Chloe froze, fear gripping her as she saw a darkly clad figure through the opaque glass in the front door. Realizing she hadn't got her phone, she was about to fly back up the stairs to alert Kylie when she heard a key in the lock and Jared walked in. "How's Kylie?" he asked, looking up at her. Composing herself, Chloe continued on down. Devastated, inevitably. "She's in her room." "Should I go up and talk to her?" he asked. "She's sleeping. I've just checked on her." At least Chloe hoped she was. Their daughter had cried until Chloe thought her heart would break. She'd eventually left her curled up on her bed, her eyelids closed. Chloe guessed her sleep would be plagued by nightmares, though, and didn't want Jared going up there to disturb her now. Jared nodded. "She's going to struggle to come to terms with this," he said, concerned for his daughter, as he would be. "She's bound to. I might look into some counseling for her if she feels she needs it," Chloe answered, then carried on to the kitchen. As she wanted to talk to him, it was the safest room to be in, the furthest away from Kylie's bedroom at the front of the house. "I'm making some hot chocolate. Do you want one?" she asked, glancing back at him as he followed her. "No, thanks. I could do with something stronger." Switching the kettle on, Chloe braced herself and turned to him. She had to ask what she needed to. "So, did you see her tonight?" she asked. Jared eyed her quizzically. "See who?" "The woman you've been having an affair with." "Christ, not this again," Jared sighed. "You do recall what's happened in the village tonight?" he asked, looking at her incredulously. Did he imagine she didn't? "Our daughter's traumatized," Chloe reminded him. "I'm very well aware of what's happened tonight, Jared. Trust me." "As is Jody, your best friend," he replied pointedly. Giving her an unimpressed glance, he went to check the back door, as if she wouldn't have already done that with Kylie and her alone in the house, then headed back to the hall. "You haven't answered my question," she stopped him. "I don't believe this." Jared swung back around. "For the 100th time, I am not seeing anyone," he stated categorically. "Right," she nodded and cautioned herself to stay calm. "You were just out walking then?" "What?" He squinted at her in bemusement. Chloe stood her ground, though she wasn't absolutely sure she'd heard what he'd said earlier correctly. "I overheard you giving one of the forensic officers your reason for having mud on your shoes and treading it all over Sam's house. You said you were out walking, like you ever go out walking." Jared shook his head in despair. "I trod mud in because I found Sam's door wide open and him chained to the radiator sobbing his heart out," he explained with obvious forced patience. "I didn't think before going in. As for what you think you overheard, what I actually said was I was walking to the pub in the village. The reason I was walking was so I could call on Sam on the way to see if he wanted to go with me. And before you ask, yes, I did try to call him. He wasn't picking up. No prizes for guessing why. You really do need to talk to someone about this insane insecurity, Chloe." Looking her over pityingly, he turned away again to head for the lounge. Riled by the fact that he was obviously patronizing her, Chloe followed him. "You've been cheating on me for years," she hissed, stopping him again in the hall. "Since before I got pregnant. You never wanted to have sex with me unless it suited you. You still don't." Jared faced her. "And yet you did get pregnant," he pointed out, eyeing her steadily. "Miraculously," Jody retorted. "It happened on one of the rare occasions there was some intimacy between us. Unfortunately, you were too drunk to remember or care who you were fucking." "Course it did." Jared smiled scornfully, then turned to walk on. "Don't you dare walk away from me!" Lurching forward, Jody caught his arm. Grinding again to a halt, Jared dropped his gaze to her hand. "Or what?" he asked, looking back at her. "You'll leave me? Is that it?" Chloe was about to retaliate, but stopped herself. The house was in his name. She would leave with nothing to her name. She didn't want that argument again. Not now. "While you're busy finding reasons to have a go at me, you might do well to remember who was there for you when you lost the baby," he went on angrily. "That would be me." He jabbed himself in the chest. "Me who picked up the pieces. Me who looked after Kylie. Me who arranged the burial. And you wonder why I would hesitate to get close to you when you keep doing this." "Doing what?" Chloe stared at him in bewilderment. "I just want you to stop lying to me. I need you to be honest." "But it's not me who's lying, is it?" Jared narrowed his eyes. "It's not me who's being unfaithful, Chloe, or who has any intention of being, and you know it. You should also know that if anyone is going to leave, it's going to be me, because even though I still love you for some unfathomable reason, this so-called marriage is fucking intolerable." Chloe's heart banged. "What in God's name are you talking about?" she asked nervously. You know very well what I'm talking about. I have eyes, Chloe. I see what's going on under my nose." Looking her over disparagingly, he turned away again, then stopped, his face draining of color as his gaze traveled to the stairs. Chloe whirled around to see Kylie standing halfway down, and her heart stopped beating. "You're pathetic. Do you know that?" Her daughter looked scathingly down at her. "My best friend just died, and you're doing this again." "Kylie," Chloe took a step towards her. Kylie stilled her, her eyes sparking something close to hatred. "Why don't you just stop ruining other people's lives and grow up?" she screamed. 19. Kylie. Back in her room, Kylie threw herself on her bed and buried her face in her pillow. She couldn't believe they were down there arguing, now of all times. What was wrong with them? It was her mum's fault, jumping down her dad's throat as soon as he walked in the door. Did she really think her dad would want to be anywhere near her when she gave him grief every time he came home? That he would want to come home at all? Recalling what he'd said, hinting that it was her mum being unfaithful and that if anyone was going to leave, it would be him, her heart squeezed painfully. Might he? Kylie wouldn't blame him if he did, but how would she bear it if he left her as well? Pulling herself up, she reached for her phone from the bedside table, wiped the tears and snot from her face, then dialed Sophia's number. She let it ring, then listened to her answer phone message. "Hi, you've reached the number you have dialed. Please leave a message after the beep." Kylie felt her heart break into a million pieces. Her friend's tone was bright and cheery, so normal, so Sophia. But it wasn't normal. Sophia wasn't here. She'd gone and bloody well left her, and it was so unfair. "It's a stupid message," she seethed, her chest swelling with unbearable grief and anger. "And totally unoriginal. I told you it was. Why didn't you change it?" "Where are you, Soph? Please pick up." Swallowing back the sob clogging her throat, Kylie prayed that she would, that it was all some horrible mistake. "Please don't be dead. We have plans. We're going to uni together. You can't just leave me." It was her fault. They were supposed to be spending the evening together. If she hadn't gone off to Costa to meet some idiot who imagined he was so irresistible she was going to have sex with him, Sophia might still be alive. Feeling cold, so cold suddenly, and desperately lonely, Kylie wrapped her arms tightly around herself and rocked silently to and fro. A low moan escaped her as reality sank in, and she realized she would never see her best friend again. Gulping back another sob, she swiped at the tears streaming down her cheeks, then snatched her gaze up as there was a tap on the door and it opened a fraction. "It's just me, Kylie," her dad said. "Do you mind if I come in?" When she didn't answer, finding it impossible to, her dad pushed the door open and came tentatively in anyway. "Hey," he said, walking across to lower himself down on the bed next to her. He hesitated for a moment, then wrapped an arm around her. "Come here," he said softly, drawing her gently to him. "It's okay, sweetheart," he tried to reassure her. "It's okay." "It's not." Kylie buried her face in his shoulder and cried harder. "Who did this, Dad? Why would they?" "I don't know," he said emotionally, "but we're going to try our hardest to find out." Kylie nodded. He would. She knew he would. "Do you think it was him?" she asked, lifting her head to look at him. Her dad frowned. "Who?" "The man I told you about when I heard you talking about Olivia on the phone. You were talking to one of your colleagues about Sam, remember? You mentioned Olivia's name, and I told you—" Her dad stopped her. "That information isn't officially released yet, Kylie." "No, I know, and I didn't breathe a word like you told me," she lied a little. "But do you think it was him, the older guy Olivia was seeing? Leah Miller said he was really controlling, and now I'm wondering whether Sophia might have spoken to Leah and—" Do you think it might have been him, Dad? It's possible, he said at length. We don't know anything yet, but we will be conducting a thorough investigation, Kylie. Trust me. Kylie searched his eyes. I'm scared, she said, tears rising afresh. I know you are, sweetheart. He eased her back towards him. You are sure Leah didn't give you any hint as to who it might be? He asked after a moment. Kylie shook her head. No, she answered tremulously. Okay, he nodded. You have nothing to be scared about, Kylie, he said, giving her a reassuring squeeze. We're going to find this guy, I promise you. We can't let him get wind of the fact that we're on to him, though, so it would be best if you didn't discuss this with anyone else. Can you do that for me? But what about Sam? Kylie asked, her thoughts on him and how desperate he would be for information. Her dad took a moment to answer. He's not in a good place emotionally right now, he said carefully. We're concerned he might try to take matters into his own hands. Do you think he might? Kylie asked worriedly. I think it's quite possible, yes, he replied, holding her gaze meaningfully. I know I would be tempted to. 20. Jody. I think we need to talk to Ethan, Sam suggests hesitantly. I feel his gaze on me as I continue to scroll through the last conversation Sophia had on this earth. An online conversation with the monster who'd intended to kill her. He'd gone to the cottage and walked straight in while my husband was otherwise occupied drowning his sorrows. I don't want to think it. My head screams at me not to, but the thought is there. Sam reaches for me, but I flinch at his touch. I don't mean to, but I can't help it. A knot of raw emotion tightens inside me as I see the hurt in his eyes, and I have no idea what to do, what to say to make his pain go away. I'm struggling to contain the urge to lash out at him. If I turn on him now, though, while he's clearly emotionally crushed, there might be no going back, no way to unsay the words. Holding on to the phone, as if it can somehow keep me connected to my daughter, I move wordlessly away from him and sit shakily down on the sofa. Why would we need to talk to Ethan? I manage, making myself look at him. I see the rise and fall of his throat as he swallows, and I know that, like me, he's fighting to hold his tears in. After a moment, he wipes a hand over his face and looks at me. He might know something, he says with a shrug. I nod and try to follow his thinking. Is that likely, though? I can't see Sophia sharing details about her personal life with him. There's more to it. Sam's habit of scratching his forehead with his thumb when he has something he's reluctant to share with me gives him away. Do you think he might have been in touch with that man? I ask, my stomach nodding at the thought that he might have. Sam hesitates. I don't know, he answers, but he's changed. This stuff with the photos, his attitude when I spoke to him about it. He's moody, trying to be macho. It's probably just part of growing up in a world where kids feel they need to seek approval from their peers. But I really think we need to check his online activity. We should probably also talk to Kylie. I spoke to Chloe, I tell him. Told her to make sure Kylie's on her guard, though I imagine Jared will make sure she is. Kylie's been calling Sophia's number, I'd noticed. I was taken aback for a second, until I realized why she might have been. She will be inconsolable with grief, desperate to hold on to this last connection with her friend, and my heart breaks for her. Good. Sam nods and falls silent. Should I have a word with Ethan now? He asks, after an awkward pause. I glance at the ceiling as there's a thump overhead, indicating Ethan is still awake despite the horrendous hour. I'm not surprised. I guess he's as likely to sleep as Sam or I are. It might be best coming from both of us, I answer, pulling myself to my feet and heading to the hall. Ethan, I call from the foot of the stairs, do you think you could come down for a minute? I feel that going up to him, appearing to be cornering him, isn't a good idea when he's so emotionally fragile. Once Ethan has acknowledged me with a reluctant, okay, I go back to the lounge where Sam and I stand yards apart. It feels as if there's an ocean between us, and I don't know how or if we can cross it. Ethan comes in after a moment. "Shall we sit down?" I ask him. My son gives me a wary look, but nods and goes to drop down on the sofa. I sit next to him, glancing at Sam as I do, hoping he will take my cue and sit too. I don't want him standing over him. After what happened with his phone, Ethan's bound to feel he's interrogating him. "So?" Ethan looks cautiously between us. I take a breath. "We wondered if you might know anything about Sophia's online activity." Ethan frowns. "Whether she was messaging someone in particular," Sam picks up. "No." The frown in Ethan's forehead deepens. "Why would I?" "Someone who goes by the name of Nate?" Sam answers his question with another. Ethan looks quickly down. "Ethan?" Sam presses him. "I don't know," Ethan shrugs. "She wouldn't have told me anyway." I note the flush to his cheeks, the evasive eye contact, and apprehension creeps through me. He's hiding something. I swap an uneasy glance with Sam, then push it further. I have to. If this man had targeted Sophia in some sick act of revenge, then who's to say he wouldn't target their son too? "Has anyone by that name contacted you, Ethan?" I ask, gauging him carefully. The knot in my stomach tightens as my son starts chewing his nails, something he does when he's worried or nervous. "Could you answer your mom, Ethan?" Sam asks. I can tell he's working to keep his tone patient, but I detect his underlying agitation. Ethan clearly does too. "I'd say if they had, wouldn't I?" He shoots me a look as if I'm somehow betraying him, ganging up with his father against him, and another piece of my heart fractures. I can't lose Ethan, and I will if he doesn't feel he can trust me. "You're not having my phone," he says, glaring back at Sam. Sam sucks in a breath, glances upwards, and blows it out slowly. "You might have no choice but to hand it over, son," he says, his gaze going back to Ethan. "If this is the same guy who's been in contact with your sister, then his online activity is going to be monitored anyway. It would be helpful if you—" "Are you saying that this is the bloke who murdered her?" Ethan stares at him in disbelief. Sam hesitates. "Let's just say he's a person of interest." "It's bullshit," Ethan retaliates belligerently. Sam glances at me, the fearful look in his eyes communicating how worried he is. "Ethan, please." He stops as his phone rings. "Shit," he curses, fumbling to retrieve it from his pocket. "If Sophia was in touch with some online perv, you need to find him," Ethan mutters. "It's nothing to do with any of my mates." Pressing his phone to his ear, Sam holds up a hand. "Sam Logan," he answers. I can almost feel the tension through his shoulders as he turns away to take the call. I watch as he listens, my heart palpitating as I wonder whether this has something to do with Sophia. "You have to be joking," Sam chokes out an incredulous laugh. "Did you check the CCTV?" He waits. "Right, so you have him signing in, but no proof he was actually with the woman." Again, he pauses. I note his fingers going agitatedly through his hair, and an icy dagger of foreboding pierces my chest. "As she would," he says cynically eventually, and ends the call. It takes him an eternity to turn to me. When he does, his face is ashen, his eyes burning with palpable fury. "They're saying it wasn't Finch," he tells me, his voice tight. "He has an alibi." 21. Sam. Silence descended as soon as Sam stepped into the detective's office. He could feel all eyes swiveling towards him as he walked the length of it towards the DCI's office, the sympathy emanating from his colleagues, the curiosity. What was he doing here? They would be wondering. Why wasn't he at home with his family where he should be? Because they were barely able to communicate was the answer. Not even about the funeral arrangements. He could see the disdain in Ethan's eyes every time he looked at him, the disappointment in Jody's, though she tried to hide it. She'd asked him whether he would like to talk about the funeral this morning. Sam had felt his heart crack wide open. That's why he was here, because he couldn't let her see him crumble. He was frightened of what her reaction might be, and so he'd conceded to his superior's request for an informal meeting. It wouldn't be the bollocking he'd been expecting before his world was ripped apart. DCI Marsh was uncompromising when an officer messed up, no matter what their level, but he wasn't made of stone. Sam guessed he would choose his words carefully rather than lambast him in front of his team, which was just as well. Sam was keeping a tight lid on his emotions, but he felt as if he was balancing on a knife edge, that if he didn't focus, he would fall. If he did, he would keep falling, because he simply wouldn't have the will to survive. Sam? Jenna rose from the desk she was using as he approached Marsh's door. "How are you doing?" she asked, running concerned eyes over him. He was already dreading people asking him that inevitable question. There was no way to answer, no words to describe how he felt. "I'm okay," he shrugged evasively. She didn't look convinced. As he was unshaven and having had no sleep since his waking nightmare began, he guessed he looked far from that. He glanced towards Marsh's office. Seeing through the partition glass that he was on the phone, he turned his attention back to Jenna. "Can you bring me up to speed, Jenna?" he asked. She looked him over curiously. "Is Jared not keeping you informed?" "Some," Sam replied. Jared had texted him several times. He was obviously concerned for Sam, but the truth was, after Jared warned him not to let his emotions drive him to do anything that might hinder the case, Sam had been reticent to ask questions. "I need the nuts and bolts, Jen," he appealed to her. "I know the CSIs have completed the cottage. Other than that, sweet F.A. I have to know what's happening." Jenna's gaze pivoted to Marsh, and then back to him. "There isn't a fat lot more, Sam," she said, her expression sympathetic. "The murder weapon has yielded nothing, and as yet, there's no forensics that give us anything concrete." "No footmarks or prints inside the house? No fibers?" He squinted at her in frustration. "What about footprints in the periphery of the woods opposite?" "According to the pathologist, there are no footmarks or extraneous fibers inside that don't belong to the family or visitors to the house. And as the woodland path is a dog-walking area," Jenna trailed off apologetically. "The thing is, with preservation of evidence protocol not being followed..." Sam understood. Having seen him through the open door chained to the radiator, Jared had stormed instinctively in. But he had tried to stop Sam. When, the second the cuffs opened, he'd crashed into the lounge to get to his daughter. Jared had also tried to get him to leave her, warning him that they were both in danger of contaminating evidence. Sam just wasn't hearing him. He'd been searching his baby's face, willing her to breathe. How was he supposed to leave her? Her necklace had been missing. He'd noticed that immediately. It was the other half of the mother-daughter necklace set Sam had bought Sophia and Jody last Christmas. Sophia wore the small heart. He'd never seen her take it off. Jody wore the bigger heart Sophia's was cut from. She still wore it. He'd noticed it earlier. The hole where her daughter's heart once was painfully poignant. One of the gold teardrop earrings she'd been wearing had also been missing. He was about to ask Jenna whether there'd been any news regarding either item when Marsh emerged from his office. "Sam," he called, gesturing him that way. Sam followed him inside. "Sit," Marsh said, unusually indicating his guest chair. He generally didn't allow people to get too comfortable before bawling them out. "I prefer to stand," Sam said. He couldn't stay still. If he sat, he would be up again in a second. Marsh nodded and went around his desk to sit in his own chair. "I won't ask you how you are." He drew a concerned gaze over him. "I imagine you're going through hell right now." "And beyond." Sam nodded his appreciation. "You let Finch go then?" he asked. Marsh placed his elbows on the desk, steepled his hands, and rested his chin on them. "He has an alibi," he said, surveying him carefully. "It checks out." Sam gave himself a moment. "And it was definitely him on the CCTV footage?" he asked. as corroborated by the care nurse on duty and his grandmother, Marsh confirmed. Sam didn't believe it. Nathaniel Finch, a murdering psychopath, caring enough about his old grandmother to be visiting her? It just didn't add up. Sam had viewed the photos of him with an older woman on his profile with the same cynicism he regarded everything about the man. They were there to lull girls into a false sense of security, along with the excessive compliments, as he had Sophia. If he had visited the woman regularly, it would be to make sure he was mentioned in her will. "Can I see the footage?" he asked. Marsh considered. "There's not much to see. Him signing in, then going into the corridor leading to the old lady's room. And we're sure he was actually in the room?" According to his grandmother and the care nurse who signed him in, and went in later with her meds, yes. "He didn't slip out, Sam," he added, guessing what he was thinking. "The camera overlooking the grounds would have picked him up. Someone who made sure to know where security cameras were and how to avoid them?" Sam doubted it would have. "View the footage if it helps," Marsh offered. "Although I can't see how you being here at all can actually help, you or Jody. How is she?" "Destroyed." Sam tried to swallow his guilt. It almost choked him. "Trying to keep going," he answered, "for Ethan's sake." "She's a strong woman, but not indestructible," Marsh warned him. "She needs you to help her through this." Needed him out of the way, more like. Sam could feel her pain every time she looked at him, which could only serve to remind her of why Sophia had died, how she died, petrified, praying that the man whose duty it was to protect her would save her. Sam felt sick to the pit of his stomach. "What about Olivia Reeves?" he asked, attempting to temper his agitation. "Are you just going to accept his alibi for that too?" "The investigation's ongoing," Marsh answered, wearing his more usual impatient look. "Obviously, if new evidence comes to light, then—" "Are we looking for it?" Sam interrupted. "Bringing in a forensic geologist, paleontologist, looking at tires, soil analysis, anything?" Marsh sat upright in his chair, an irritated scowl on his face. "We're doing everything that needs doing. Meanwhile, you're off the case, Sam," he told him bluntly. "Off duty, full stop." Sam felt his throat tighten. "Suspended?" he asked. "Compassionate leave," Marsh informed him. "It comes straight from the superintendent." "I don't need compassionate leave," Sam emitted an agitated sigh. Did the bloke not realize that with time on his hands, he would go insane? "You don't have a choice." Marsh pulled himself to his feet. Pressing his knuckles against his desk, he leaned forward to eye him angrily. "You punched the man," he reminded him. "Finch is likely to bring a charge of police brutality against us. You need to take some time out and be with your family. You also need to seek counseling. You know the drill." Sam did, but he wasn't about to let some well-meaning prat poke at his wounds. "Sir, with respect, the last thing I need right now is to talk things through. I'm coping." Straightening up, Marsh raised an eyebrow. "It's not a suggestion, Logan," he said. "You're obviously under a considerable amount of stress." Which is why he'd failed his daughter. He might as well have said it. Sam glanced away. "I can't trust you to remain impartial." Marsh didn't mince his words. "Do you honestly think that if you keep all of this bottled up, it's not going to explode again? Is that going to help Jody?" he went on, ramping up his guilt, which was already burning a hole inside him. "If you're going to be here, I need you on your game, Sam, but all in good time. Meanwhile, your wife needs you. Go home." Guessing the informal meeting was over, Sam half turned to the door, then turned back. "Can I take it my daughter's body won't need to be retained for further examination?" he asked, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. Marsh lost the scowl. "The post-mortem has been carried out," he said, his tone more sympathetic. Sam sucked in a sharp breath and tried very hard not to think of his Sophia's body being further desecrated. "You can contact the coroner as soon as you're ready," Marsh added. "Think about what I said meanwhile, hey, Sam, and make the appointment." Sam nodded and headed for the door. He didn't realize Jared was in the outer office until he called across to him, saying something about noticing his car wasn't there and stopping by to check on Jody. To offer her his shoulder, Sam wondered. I'm sure she appreciated it, he called back, and immediately felt like a complete shit. Jody was hurting, the look in her eyes alternating between gut-wrenching grief and bleak emptiness. Marsh was right. He needed to go home. He would also play the game and seek counseling, though he doubted he would easily share. The only way he felt he could deal with this was to shut his emotions down. Once he'd done what he had to, made sure Finch got exactly the punishment he deserved, then they could psychoanalyze him, probe around in his head until he bled. 22. Chloe. Seeing Sam's car pull up outside, Chloe hurried from the kitchen window to the hall and pulled the front door open. Watching him walk towards the house, her heart bled for him. He looked awful. He was still impossibly handsome, but his complexion was deathly pale, and he looked utterly exhausted. She couldn't bear to think of the unimaginable cruelty he'd suffered at the hands of the depraved monster who'd murdered his daughter. As he paused at the front door, she thought better of asking him how he was. It was obvious. Broken. Blaming himself. And he shouldn't be. Chloe knew Sam Logan well enough to know he would have given his life in a heartbeat to save his daughter. He'd been restrained while the intruder had subjected him to incomprehensible torture. How could he have borne it? You look as if you could use a coffee, she said, offering him a smile. Sam's mouth twitched into the smallest of smiles back. Thanks. I won't stay, though, he said. I need to get back to Jody. This was typical of Sam. Even through all of this, he was thinking of Jody above himself. She guessed how difficult things must be for Jody, but she hoped her friend realized what she had in Sam and was trying to be there for him, too. I dropped by in the hope Kylie might feel up to talking to me, he went on. Not in an official capacity, he added quickly, as a father. Chloe heard his voice catch and instinctively reached to give him the hug he clearly needed. Sam reciprocated, briefly, and then eased away. He looked slightly embarrassed, but also so desperately lonely. He shouldn't be lonely while he was dealing with the grief and guilt which would be torturing him, and undoubtedly would for the rest of his life. Come in, she said softly. Kylie's upstairs. I'll give her a call. Kylie had clammed up after the argument she'd overheard between her parents, which Chloe bitterly regretted the timing of. She'd hardly got a word out of her since, which worried her. Her girl needed to share how she was feeling. If she would talk to anyone, though, it would be Sam. He always made time to talk to her whenever they were visiting. More importantly, he listened to her, seeming genuinely interested in what she had to say. He was a good man. Sam had barely stepped into the hall when Kylie thundered down the stairs and launched herself at him. Sam was taken aback, but, other than to hesitate for a second, he didn't show he was fazed. Instead, he held her gently as she quietly sobbed. Okay? He asked softly as Kylie's sobs slowed to a hiccuping shudder. Uh-huh, Kylie muffled into his shoulder. Sam eased back a little. Shall we go and sit in the lounge? He suggested. Lowering her gaze, Kylie nodded, and Chloe stared at Sam in wonder. Even when he must feel the foundations of his world had been ripped from beneath him, he was able to show others the kindness they needed. And Jody had said she wished Sam could be more like Jared. Chloe would swap husbands with her in a heartbeat. 23. Kylie. Kylie tried to concentrate on what Sam was asking, something about whether Sophia had a boyfriend. It was so hard, though, with him looking right at her. Despite the smile he was clearly forcing to try to reassure her, his Nordic blue eyes were awash with such sadness it made her heart ache. Her mum, meanwhile, was looking daggers at her from the armchair she was perched on the edge of. She was probably jealous of the attention Sam was paying her. She pretended to care about Jody and all she was going through, but Kylie reckoned she would steal her husband in an instant if she could, if Sam was interested. He wasn't. Her mom should wise up to that fact and stop being so bloody touchy-feely with him. Kylie wasn't sure whether he still loved his wife. Jody was pretty and everything, but they'd been together forever, so he must be a bit bored with her. He loved his kids, though. He'd looked so hurt when Sophia had started having a go at him because Ethan had been taking photos of her. Ethan had been acting like a dick, but Kylie hadn't wanted her to do that. Sam had glanced from Sophia to her, clearly bewildered at finding himself suddenly under attack, and Kylie had felt like giving Sophia a sharp nudge in the ribs to shut her up. Even she could see that Sam was exhausted after the shit day he'd had. Did Sophia care, though? Oh no. Off she went, as if Kylie couldn't fight her own battles. Kylie knew Sophia loved her dad, but she was always slagging him off lately, banging on about him never being home. Kylie's dad was never home either, but at least Sam was present when he was, as in looking at Sophia and paying attention to what she was saying. Kylie's dad was either preoccupied with work or out, and Kylie really couldn't blame him since her mom was constantly picking arguments with him. She might as well be invisible sometimes. Sophia ought to be grateful. Kylie felt her breath catch, her thoughts screeching to a halt, as she remembered that Sophia couldn't be anything anymore. "Okay?" Sam asked, rising from his armchair as she wiped quickly at her cheeks. Kylie nodded. "I'm all right," she murmured. "I just can't stop thinking about—" She faltered, trying not to see her, to imagine the absolute terror her best friend must have felt in the last petrifying moments of her life. Sam crossed the room to sit next to her on the sofa. "I'm sorry, Kylie," he said softly. "This must be difficult for you. I should have thought before coming here. I've obviously upset you." Kylie twisted to face him. "No, it's not you." She searched his face, her heart breaking wide open as she saw the pain in his eyes. "I just miss her so much, you know." Taking a breath, Sam nodded. "I do," he said, his voice strained. Kylie placed a hand on his arm. "I'm so sorry, Sam," she whispered. Answering with another small nod, Sam placed a hand over hers, and her mom was on her feet in a flash. "You haven't answered Sam's question," she said, her voice crisp. Clearly, she was jealous. Kylie eyed her suspiciously. "He wanted to know if Sophia had been seeing anyone," her mom reminded her. "Someone she might have met online. Isn't that right, Sam?" "Yes," Sam confirmed. Kylie noted his slightly awkward expression as he retracted his hand and wondered about that, too. "I was hoping you could tell me whether she might have met someone recently," he clarified. Kylie hesitated before answering. "She might have," she said uncertainly. "Someone from college?" Sam asked. Kylie shook her head. "She was going to meet up with a guy from college, but he canceled. He's a bit of a dick, to be honest. There's this other guy she talked to on Insta a lot. I know she fancied him, but I'm not sure whether she actually met up with him. To be honest, I thought he might be married or something, since she was a bit coy about who he was." Pinching the bridge of his nose, Sam sucked in another sharp breath. "Right. Thanks, Kylie. That's really helpful," he said. "I should get back. Jody will be wondering where I am." Glancing from her to her mom, Sam gave her a tight smile, then stood and headed for the hall. "Sam!" Kylie jumped up and went after him. "I was only guessing about him being married," she called. "I hope I haven't said the wrong thing." Her mom caught her arm as she reached the lounge door. "You have," she hissed. "Don't you think Sam's upset enough without you speculating about his daughter's love life?" Kylie yanked her arm free. "He asked," she pointed out defensively. "I was only telling him what I thought." "And you honestly believe that little nugget of information about the man being married was what he wanted to hear on top of everything else he's trying to process?" Her mom shook her head in despair. "You really need to think before opening your mouth, Kylie," says she, who's incapable of engaging her brain before opening hers. Kylie watched in furious disbelief as her mom raced to the hall after Sam. She obviously cared about him, but she didn't seem to give a toss about her dad. She'd just launched into him the other night, horrible accusations spewing from her mouth with no thought for her daughter upstairs who could hear everything. Kylie's insides lurched as she recalled again the argument they were having, volume on max. What her dad had said about her mum, hinting that it was her who was cheating. Kylie couldn't keep up with who was cheating on who. She didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to be here where no one seemed to give a toss about her. It was all so unfair. Hearing the front door open, she guessed Sam was leaving and flew to the lounge window. She would just want to die if he thought badly of her. She'd only wanted to help. She couldn't bear the thought that he might be hurting more because of what she'd said. She would never do anything knowingly that might make things worse for him. Pulling the curtain aside, she peered out to see Sam at his car. "Sam!" her mom called, hurrying towards him. Seemingly in a dark world of his own, it took Sam a second to turn around. When he did, her mom threw herself at him so fast he stumbled a step back. Kylie watched her mom thread her arms around him. Locking her eyes on his, she said something to him. Glancing down, Sam didn't answer. Kylie stopped breathing as she saw her mom press a hand to his cheek. She would swear to God she was an inch away from puckering up and kissing him. Why was she doing that? Her heart beating manically, she waited for Sam to pull away, which surely he would, but he didn't. Kylie watched on in disbelief as he dropped his head to her shoulder. What was she doing? Was she really that desperate to hurt her dad that she would use a man who was grieving the loss of his daughter to get back at him? Bitch. 24. Jody. Having called Ethan twice from the hall, I go upstairs and tap on his door. "Ethan, are you all right? I'm worried about you." I wait a moment. Still, there's no answer, and torn between concern for him and frustration, I'm about to go in when the door inches open. A hard lump expands in my chest as Ethan peers through the gap between door and frame. He's been crying. My son would probably deny it, but his red-rimmed eyes give him away in an instant. "Can I come in?" I ask tentatively. Ethan nods and pulls the door further open. Stepping into the room he's chosen as his, I realize how sparsely furnished it is. Just the bed, wardrobe, and a chest of drawers. Barren of Ethan's teenage clutter, it feels more of an alien environment than his room at the cottage. "Do you want to talk?" I ask, dearly wishing he didn't feel he had to bury his emotions, just as his father is. I'm scared for Sam, who seems incapable of reaching out. I'm also scared for my son and the impact this will have on his mental well-being. Ethan answers with a shrug, as if he's not bothered, and a confusion of emotion assails me, despair and desperation. Realizing my daughter was gone and that I would never see her again, I'd wanted to die myself at first. There was no way to deny it. Every fiber of my being no longer wanted to be. Black, empty nothingness was what I'd felt, what I'd craved, where I could curl up on my own in the dark, where life couldn't touch me. But I'd clung on, by my fingernails it sometimes felt, because I had to. I have to be here for my family. Somehow, I have to hold them together. "Ethan, please talk to me," I urge him, my voice catching. "About what?" he snaps aggressively, which takes me aback. "What's there to talk about, Mom? Sophia's dead, all thanks to Dad acting like a prat." My stomach lurches. "Ethan, don't," I implore him. "Don't what?" He stares at me with a mixture of incredulity and disbelief. "It's the truth," he points out angrily. "He hits some bloke at the station, then comes home and gets so drunk he allows some sick bastard access to the house. Are you telling me we're supposed to ignore that fact? Tiptoe around his feelings?" "Ethan, stop," I say sharply. "And now what's he doing about it, hey?" Ethan ignores me. "Banging on about messages she received, demanding to see my phone, as if that's going to help." "Please stop this," I beg. "You're upset. Blaming your father won't—" "Because he is to blame." He backs away as I move towards him. Whatever he's doing now, out there, he waves an arm agitatedly towards the window, instead of being here with you, isn't going to bring her back, is it? It's not going to change anything. He falters, his chest heaving. She's not coming back, Mum. I hear the guttural sob in his throat as he drops to the bed, and I go to him. He's hurting so badly, and I have no idea how to fix it. How to fix anything. Ethan's right. Sam should be here. Where is he? Why did this happen? Ethan asks, his voice cracking. I don't know, sweetheart. I sit down next to him as he buries his face in his hands. I do know we need to try to be here for each other. All of us. Ethan doesn't answer, and I don't say any more. With his feelings so raw, now isn't the time. Instead, I sit quietly with him, reaching to pull him close as he gives in to his grief and lets the tears fall. Okay? I ask him after a while, though I know he can't possibly be. Easing away from me, Ethan nods, then takes a breath and reaches for his phone from the bedside table. He takes a moment, scratching his forehead with his thumb in the self-same way Sam does, then fires it up and begins going through his apps. After a moment, he glances at me, then passes the phone over. Dad wanted to see it, he says, swallowing and glancing away. My gaze flicks curiously to him and then back to his phone. As I begin reading the messages he clearly wants me to, arriving at the man's referral to Kylie as it, revulsion rears up inside me. There's more. Him telling Ethan he should have shut her up, that he needs to be more assertive, that women like men to be in control, dominant in a relationship. My skin crawls with disbelief and disgust as I read his pearl of wisdom imparting that men need to get laid, gets rid of all that pent-up frustration. He was suggesting Ethan should test out the waters with Kylie, that she was just playing hard to get. I see the winking emoji following that comment, and I feel such rage. I have no idea how I would control myself if I met this thing face to face. I glance again at Ethan. You realize why your father asked to see it, I probe gently. I suppose, Ethan shrugs. He doesn't trust me though, does he? It's not that he doesn't trust you, Ethan. I tread carefully. He was just worried that you might be drawn into this kind of stuff. You do know it's extreme misogyny, don't you? Ethan glances at me. I'm not an idiot, Mum, he says, sighing heavily. I mean, yeah, I'd like to be a bit more confident, as in, look like this man, I read between the lines. But I don't like the way he spoke about Kylie. We just got chatting, you know? And then when Dad said that someone might have contacted Sophia, it's not this guy. He would have said if he'd been in touch with her, but you have it now, so... He wants to believe in him, I realize. Desperately doesn't want to believe that the man was posing as a friend in order to draw him in. I don't comment, making a mental note instead to talk to him more when he's less emotional. Thanks, I smile and give his shoulders a squeeze. I'll show it to your dad and let you have it back, I promise. As my mind goes to Sam, I begin to grow worried. He'd gone off, hardly uttering a word after I'd mentioned the funeral arrangements, which I'd felt the urge to, because I need to be doing something, even though it almost tears my heart from inside me, thinking of how I will ever say goodbye to my beautiful, feisty girl. Sam clearly hadn't been able to handle it. I understand why, but I need his support so badly, and I know he needs mine. How am I to even try to support him, though, if he walks away rather than open up to me? I'm wondering whether to broach the subject of the funeral now with Ethan. I'm sure he'll want to say something, and I have no idea how Sam will manage a eulogy when I hear my phone ringing downstairs. I better see who that is. I pull myself to my feet. Will you be all right? Ethan nods. I'm a big, strapping bloke, remember? His mouth twitches into a smile as he repeats what Jenna Jenkins had said. Even big, strapping blokes are allowed to show their emotions, I tell him, reaching to ruffle his hair, which he miraculously doesn't object to. The phone rings again as I reach the hall, and I hurry to grab it from the table. Seeing it's Jenna and not some journalist who might have managed to track us down despite this being a safe house, I accept the call, hoping she might be able to tell me where Sam is. He mentioned something about having to see DCI Marsh, but he hadn't said he was going anywhere else. "Hi, Jenna," I say wearily. "Hi, how are you doing?" she asks, her voice filled with sympathy. "Not great," I answer honestly. "When will they release her, Jenna?" I ask, unable to bring myself to say, her body. Even thinking those words brings to mind my baby lying still and cold and so lonely without me. Jenna hesitates before answering. "They already have," she says eventually, surprising me. "Did Sam not tell you?" No, he didn't." I try to collect myself. He knew this, and he couldn't come home to let me know? At least call me. "I suppose he's been tied up there, though," I fish hopefully. "He had a meeting with DCI Marsh, I think." Again, Jenna pauses. "He did," she confirms, "but he left shortly afterwards. He's been gone for a while now." I feel every muscle in my body tense. "I see," I say. "Gone where? To his mother's?" I wonder, though it seems unlikely since Sam and she are so estranged. In light of what's happened, I suppose he might have decided he should visit her. I hope so. I wish he would try to make things up with her. I understand why he can't, the devastation that drove them apart, but we've had it brought sharply home how short life is. I worry that Sam will regret not trying to reach out to her. My thoughts drift to my parents, to my father who was a surgeon at the same hospital I now work at. I recall my childhood anticipation as I'd stood at the lounge window one Christmas Eve, waiting excitedly for him to come home. It had been snowing, magically, fat snowflakes falling softly all around. I'd waited until the sky grew dark and the snow settled. He never came home. He was mown down in the hospital grounds by a patient's relative. Grief-stricken and drunk, the man had blamed my father for his wife's death. It wasn't my dad's fault. She'd had a brain aneurysm. He couldn't save her. My mother loved him dearly, drank to anesthetize the pain of her loss. Her liver simply couldn't cope, but I think she died from a broken heart. I would give anything now for her to turn to. "He'll be on his way, I expect," Jenna attempts to reassure me. "He's probably taking some time to get his head around the fact that he's off the case and that Finch's alibi checks out." So it definitely wasn't him then? I'm not sure how to digest that news. But surely, if Finch isn't responsible, then Sam must feel some small measure of relief knowing that what happened wasn't because he'd provoked him into seeking revenge. "Not unless he can be in two places at once," Jenna replies with a sigh. "He was visiting his grandmother at her care home. We have CCTV footage placing him there, and an eyewitness statement from one of the care nurses." "Right," I nod, part of me now wondering whether Sam's conviction that this was the man who murdered Olivia Reeves was wrong too. Can it really be just a cruel coincidence that he appeared to be messaging Sophia and Ethan? I'm debating whether to ask Jenna her opinion when I hear someone calling her in the background. "I have to go," she says. "I'll call back later to fill you in on any developments and answer any questions you might have." "Okay, Jenna, thanks," I reply with a sigh. I don't have any immediate questions in regard to the nightmare that haunts me, other than the one that plays incessantly through my mind. What did my darling daughter do to deserve this? What did my husband do? If this was some random stranger, why would he have subjected Sam to all that torture? Because he gained perverse pleasure seeing a father rendered powerless to save his daughter? Whoever it was must surely have targeted Sophia and followed her. I should call Sam, yet I'm reluctant to. I need him with me, for us to be connected in our grief. I need Sam, though, not a man I don't know, someone so riddled with guilt he doesn't think he deserves to grieve. I need to remind him I love him, no matter what. Breathing deeply, I steel my resolve to keep my fractured family together. I'm about to make the call when my phone signals a text. I assume it's Sam, and I'm disappointed to find it's not. It's from a number I don't recognize. When I read the message, I feel the precarious ground beneath me shift violently. Did you know your husband is sleeping with someone else? 25. Jody. I'm still clutching the phone as Sam comes through the front door. He looks apprehensively at the phone and then back to me. Joe, is something wrong? He asks. I stare at him, bewildered and scared. Yes, something's wrong. I want to scream at him. Our daughter is dead. Our son is traumatized, and you're not here for him. You're not here for me. Where were you that was so much more important? I don't, trying desperately instead to convince myself that this is wrong, me suspecting my husband of cheating on me. It's ridiculous. Someone preying on me at my most vulnerable. Why would they do this? I can't hurt anymore. I just can't. Feeling as if the strength has been sucked from my body, I press a hand to my forehead. I want to run away, hide somewhere until the nightmare goes away. But it's not going to go away. My girl is never coming back to me. My hand goes to the mother-daughter necklace I don't think I will ever take off again. The heart-shaped hole in it is symbolic of the emptiness I feel inside that will never be filled. And I wonder again how I will go on, keep waking and sleeping and living where my daughter can't. As I swallow my tears, Sam moves quickly towards me. Even now, he hesitates to hold me, and my emotions seesaw. I'd thought it was guilt, the same unbearable guilt I feel, that was causing him to withdraw emotionally from me. Is it really that? Jody, please talk to me. Has something happened? He asks, his worried gaze flicking to the stairs behind me. He's wondering about Ethan, concerned for him. Of course he will be. No, nothing, I reassure him. Then, with my thoughts in turmoil, I turn quickly away and head for the kitchen. Sam follows me. You're upset, he says. Something must have... Of course I'm bloody well upset. My frustration spilling over, I whirl around. Do you have to wonder why I would be? Sam's gaze hits the floor. No, he mumbles, kneading his forehead, a sure sign he's upset. I'm sorry. For what? I snap, anger rearing up inside me. He looks upwards, blinking hard, obviously trying to hold back his tears. I want to go to him, hold him, and make his pain go away. How can I? If there is any truth in that text, then he doesn't want me. I think of his endless late nights, the times he was never home when he should have been, and it occurs to me that he didn't want to be. Was he about to tear our family apart before all of this? When Sam's drinking was at its worst, we'd split briefly. Might he have been seeing someone then? Despite my best efforts to dismiss this as no more than a malicious text, my mind cranks into overdrive. Everything, he says quietly after a moment. Not being here. I look him over. He looks utterly exhausted, haggard almost. How can he allow myself to feel any sympathy for him when I don't know what to feel? Where were you? I ask. He frowns, clearly puzzled. I spoke to Jenna, I go on, working to keep my voice calm. She said you'd left the station ages ago. She also told me our daughter's body had been released, news that should have come from you. I pause, making sure he has that point. Where were you? At Chloe's. He glances awkwardly down and back. I get why you would be angry. I should have come straight back or called you, but I wanted to talk to Kylie. Why? I squint at him in confusion. Sam hesitates before answering. I needed to find out whether Sophia might have been seeing anyone. Someone we didn't know about. I'm not sure how it could have helped. Finch obviously targeted her online and... It wasn't him! My tears explode with confusion and anger. He has an alibi. It stands up. Jenna told me. Jesus, Joe, don't. Sam's voice is choked. Don't what, Sam? Cry? I study him, fury and sympathy now doing battle inside me. Does it make you feel uncomfortable?" "No," Sam denies. "Yes." He breathes in hard. "Of course it does. If it wasn't for me—" "Why are you doing this?" I yell over him. "Running around out there, determined to prove it was Finch, when you should be here, supporting Ethan and me." "I do want to support you, more than anything. It's just—" He studies me guardedly. "I still think it was him. There's no way a piece of scum like Finch would give a flying shit about his grandmother." Too stunned to speak, I stare at him, trying to understand what's driving him. Is this his way of dealing with his grief, channeling his emotions into trying to prove that Finch is responsible? Or is he simply looking for ways to avoid being with me? "I see," I murmur, and then, with no idea what else to say, I look away. "I do want to be here for you, Joe." He walks towards me, tentatively placing his hand on my arm. I had no choice but to go in and see Marsh, find out what the state of play was. I wanted to get back to you, but... He stops, clearly realizing there are no excuses for not being here at a time I would absolutely need him to be. "In which case, maybe you should get your mind off the fucking job and this obsession you have with Finch, and concentrate on what's left of your family," I suggest, my gaze locked hard on his. "Meanwhile, I'm going to see our daughter." 26. Sam. Sam felt his heart go into freefall as Jody tore her gaze away and walked past him to collect up her car keys. "You're welcome to come, if you have time," she said pointedly. She was furious with him and utterly disillusioned. She had every right to be. Even Sam was beginning to wonder whether he was becoming obsessed with Finch. The bastard who'd murdered his daughter had been approximately the same height and weight as Finch, but there was no tangible evidence it was him. Sam was sure, though, that he'd been intent on punishing him. The life of his daughter had seemed almost inconsequential. Swallowing back the bile burning the back of his throat, he followed Jody to the door. "Joe, wait," he said as she unhooked her coat from the coat pegs. "Of course I want to come with you. She's my daughter." He stopped, inwardly reeling as a wave of grief crashed so ferociously through him it left him winded in its wake. Jesus. He dropped his gaze, pinching the bridge of his nose hard. Jody didn't reach out to him as she once would have done, always had done under any emotional circumstance. He didn't blame her. "I'll let Ethan know we're going," she said, her tone subdued. "He may want to come, but I think it might be better if he and I go together another time," she added, her meaning implicit. He wouldn't want to go with Sam there. "He let me have his phone, by the way. I think he was hoping it might make you have some faith in him." Sam felt another sharp stab of guilt. The heated conversation he'd had with Ethan seemed like an eternity ago, but he'd clearly intimated he didn't trust him. "Should I go up and talk to him?" he asked. "Maybe, when we come back," Jody suggested, heading back to the stairs. "Assuming you don't have somewhere more pressing you need to be," she added, again pointedly. "I don't," he assured her. He had intended to keep tabs on Finch, whether or not he was on the case. Not today, though. Today, he needed to focus his attention where it should be. As he overheard Jody talking to Ethan, he glanced towards the kid's phone she'd left on the hall table, and his guilt ramped up another notch. He needed to get a tracker app on it. Had to, in his mind, for his son's safety. Would Jody agree to it? Sam didn't think so, and he needed to get it done now, before handing the phone back to him. Making up his mind, he picked the phone up and pocketed it, then quickly texted Jenna on his own phone, explaining what he needed. With luck, she could get it to digital forensics and have it back to him fairly quickly. He just prayed she would go along with it. He could hear Jody coming back along the landing when Jenna replied, "You sure?" "Positive," he sent back. Paranoid, possibly, but need to know he's safe. "Okay. Meet you outside the coroner's office in 20. As Jody came down the stairs, her gaze drifting to his phone, he gave her a hesitant smile. "Just making sure it's turned off," he said. He noticed her mistrustful look, and anger surged inside him. Even from a distance, Finch was destroying everything that was dear to him, inch by painful inch. Did he think because Sam was off the case, which he would undoubtedly know he was, that he was just going to stand back and let him? That he would be compelled to act within the constraints of the law? No way. Even if he was the one who ended up behind bars, he was going to make the bastard pay. And in Sam's mind, the punishment should most definitely fit the crime. 27. Chloe. Chloe listened to Jared thumping around upstairs. He'd come back unexpectedly just after Sam had left, and Chloe was praying he hadn't seen them together outside. After what he'd all but accused her of to justify his own behavior, the last thing she wanted was him being suspicious of Sam. Hearing him come down the stairs, she called to him in the hall. "I'm making coffee. Do you want one?" She glanced behind her as he came into the kitchen. "No thanks, haven't got time," he said. "Shouldn't you be at work?" "I took some time off to be with Kylie until she's okay to go back to college," Chloe answered.
"I'm going in tomorrow."
"Right," Jared paused. "Is she okay?" he asked. "She wasn't very talkative when I looked in on her just now." "She's probably engrossed in something on her phone. It's her way of distracting herself." "But she's all right?" Jared checked. "I think so. I'm going to talk to her about the counseling I mentioned, though. It will help her to talk it through. Sophia was her best friend, after all." Chloe glanced at him again. She'd like to suggest that they go for more counseling themselves, but after their last heated conversation, she guessed that might only incite further argument. Kylie would overhear, and she didn't want to give her more reason to despise her, which she seemed to right now. Her daughter's expression had been furious as she'd met her at the front door when she'd come back in after seeing Sam off. "Did you have to do that?" she'd seethed, her fists balled at her side. "Do what?" Chloe frowned in confusion. "You know very well what." Kylie had glared at her, which took Chloe completely aback, and then flounced off. Chloe felt for her, imagining her scrolling through past memories of Sophia on her phone. She seemed so angry. She was bound to be. It was part of the grieving process, Chloe was well aware, but that her anger seemed to be directed at her was worrying her. She had to find a way to get through. She wished she could talk to Jared about it, even suggest he might have a word and try to find out what was troubling her. It might not be such a good idea, though, since he seemed to be placing the blame for all that was wrong in their marriage squarely on her shoulders, too. "So why the flying visit?" she asked. He rarely came home this early. She hoped he wasn't keeping tabs on her. "I need to top up my windscreen wash. They were supposed to do it when it went in for a service, but obviously they didn't," Jared said with a despairing eye roll. "Plus, I needed to grab my squash kit." He indicated the sports bag he was carrying. "I have a game later." "Ah," meaning he's going to be late tonight. Chloe was tempted to ask him who with, but restrained herself after his suggesting that she needed to talk to someone about her insane insecurity. "I might go for a drink afterwards," he added as he collected the garage key from the key rack and went through the back door to the side entrance. Chloe waited while he ferreted around out there, eventually coming back to return the key. "See you later," he said, giving her a perfunctory smile as he headed for the front door. "Have a nice time," she called after him. Once the door closed, she went to the lounge to watch through the window until he'd climbed into his car and driven off, then went quickly to the utility room where she checked the clothes horse and washing basket. She thought so. Jared had 2 squash kits. There was one in the wash, one drying on the clothes horse. So, what had he come back for in reality? To collect a change of clothes to meet whoever it was he was going for a drink with, she wondered, which she imagined would take place before the evening's activity commenced? Or was he keeping tabs on her, hoping to find some dirt and build a case against her? She felt as if she really was going insane, and it was all Jared's fault. Why did he have to keep making her question him? Question herself? 28. Jody. I picture my girl lying beyond the door that divides us. But she's not there, I remind myself. There's only the mortal shell of her. With every atom of my fractured heart, I pray that her soul is free of all the angst that comes with being a teenager, striving for perfection in a world where validation comes through likes and comments on social media, where body image issues proliferate, reducing self-esteem in our children. Vaguely, I hear the mortuary assistant speaking, telling me that viewing my loved one could cause distress, that it's important to consider the emotional impact it might have on me. She's beautiful, and she looks very peaceful, but she may not appear as you remember her, she warns me gently. I see the concern in her eyes, and I nod, but in truth, I want her to shut up. She's putting images in my mind I don't want to see. I just want to see my baby. If you're sure you're ready, she says. Again, I nod, words seeming superfluous. Smiling kindly, she leads the way. As I go to follow, Sam takes hold of my hand. He doesn't speak, and I don't pull away. I'm grateful for this small connection between us. In my heart, I believe what Sophia had told me when she came to visit me this morning. Standing in the thin shaft of light that filtered through the gap in the curtains, she'd whispered, "He tried, Mom. Don't blame him." "I'm trying not to, baby," I whisper silently back now. It's so hard, though, when Sam seems to have erected a brick wall between us. Jenna had met us as we arrived. She'd said she'd come here as our FLO, but even when I'd said we would be fine on our own, Sam had hung back to talk to her. I wish he hadn't. They were discussing the case, I was sure, and for the sake of his sanity, I feel he has to take a step away from it. A moment later, we pass through the door and my breath stalls. Softly lit and tastefully decorated with a single flower arrangement of white lilies, roses, and chrysanthemums, the room is calm and tranquil. My sweet child is lying on a makeshift bed, her head placed on a pillow, a cover drawn over her, as if sleeping. My heart constricts painfully as it hits me that her torso will bear the scars of the post-mortem, of her painful death, hence the silken scarf draped gently over her neck. I step forward, my eyes coming to rest on her face. She looks so young, so innocent, her skin like perfect porcelain, as if all her cares and worries have been smoothed away. She truly does look at peace. Is she? I feel the tension through Sam's body as he squeezes my hand so tightly it's as if he might never let go of it. Please don't, Sam. Please stay with me. I can't do this on my own, I pray silently. Is it okay to touch her? He asks, his voice choked. It's fine, the woman assures him. I hear her footfalls echo across the floor as she retreats to the office, leaving us with our stolen child and no idea what to do with our grief. I move forward, my throat closing as I reach a trembling hand out, pressing the back of it lightly to her cheek. This is my baby. Though her spirit may have flown, this is my Sophia. I don't know how I will make myself walk away from here and let her go. Sam releases my hand and I glance at him. He's kneading his eyes with his thumb and forefingers. I watch as he looks at the ceiling, breathing deeply in. Eventually, he looks down, his gaze coming to rest on his daughter. Hesitating for a second, he steps towards her, takes another tight breath, then reaches to brush a tendril of her fiery auburn hair from her face. As he leans to place a soft kiss on her forehead, I see the tears fall from his eyelashes like slow raindrops from a frond, and every part of me aches for him. He'd loved her with all of himself. He's broken. I pray that he can mend, that we can find our way through this together. 29. Jody. A week later. The forensic cleaners had done a good job, ensuring that the cleaning was carried out with compassion. Everything looks as it had on that fateful evening I'd gone out with Chloe, in so doing, walking away from my responsibilities at home, as a wife, as a mother. I want to forgive Sam, but in truth, I can't forgive myself for not coming back when my instincts had told me I should. There are reminders of Sophia everywhere, the essence of her permeating every room in the cottage. Unable to face the lounge, I go to the kitchen and my heart wrenches as my gaze falls immediately on the mug Ethan had bought her for her last birthday. I smile through my tears as I read the inscription engraved on the side of it. Sister Saurus, like a normal sister but more rarsome. They'd grown apart as each of them tried to find their own identity, but the love they had for each other was fearsome. I doubt the bond between them could ever have been truly broken. Ethan will miss her like a limb. Realizing he's gone straight up to his room, I debate whether to go to him. He's so subdued. I'm worried sick about him. He didn't want to go and see Sophia, preferring to remember her as she was. And, in a way, I'm glad. I'm sure the finality of it all would have hit him hard, scarring him emotionally, rather than bringing him closure. I just pray his overriding memory of his sister isn't the argument they'd had on that dreadful day, and that the good memories will float back to sustain him. Gathering myself, I climb the stairs. Not ready to face Sophia's room yet, I try to make myself walk past it, but I can't. The door is closed, and for a second, I feel her presence, sure she'll be inside, lying on her bed, scrolling through her phone. When I push the door open, all my senses are invaded at once. I can smell her, the Body Shop mango body yogurt she first borrowed from me and loved. Acrid grief crashing through me, I go to her wardrobe, where I hesitate. When I find the courage to open it, my gaze falls on her floral embroidered sweatshirt, the latest purchase she'd sweet-talked her dad into treating her to, and my heart twists excruciatingly. That was the last time they'd gone shopping together. Sam hadn't been home in the evenings often, but he always made time for Sophia at the weekends. Ethan, too, taking him swimming or to football, until Ethan got more into online gaming and less into physical activity. What happened? How was the life we had together, happy, albeit haphazard sometimes, snatched away, to be replaced with the unbearable horror we now have to try to negotiate our way through? Why can't the police find who did it? Why can't Sam? I ask myself nonsensically. He's off the case, refusing to believe it can't be the man he's adamant it was, driving himself deeper into a dark place where I can't seem to reach him. I bring the sweatshirt out. Pressing it to my face, I breathe her in. The perfume she wore, Vera Wang Princess, fruity and floral with undertones of vanilla, sharpens the grief of her absence, and a guttural sob escapes me. Aware of Ethan in his room next door, I fight back another and place the sweatshirt carefully back. All these things that remind me of her, I will never be able to let go of them. As I close the door, I hear Ethan emerge from his bedroom. "Going out," he calls, passing along the landing as I turn from the wardrobe. I go after him as he heads down the stairs. "Ethan, where are you going?" I call, worried for him and who he will be with. "Just out," Ethan shouts back, "unless I'm still under house arrest." I hurry on down, only to see the front door closing behind him. Sam comes in from the kitchen, his phone in his hand. Who has he been talking to, I wonder, the text I'd received about him sleeping with someone else coming starkly back to mind. I'd Googled the number it was sent from and eventually called it. I'd got a "number not in service" message. Still, though, someone we know must have sent it. It was as if they were aware of our circumstances. "Did he say where he was going?" he asks. "No, I think he just needs some space," I reply, determined to try and give him that space. "He needs to think about other people," Sam mutters. I detect irritation in his voice, and I can't quite believe it. "I think we all do," I answer brusquely. "I'm going to choose the flowers," I add, unable to spend another minute here right now. "Are you coming with me?" 30. Sam decided to join me, but we talk little on the journey, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Once there, he doesn't have much input, going along with my choice of white flowers, daisies, lilies, and carnations, which are depicted as representing youth and innocence. Arrangements can include personal items. The funeral assistant looks kindly between us. A favorite childhood toy, possibly? That seems to get Sam's attention, and he looks at her and then cautiously to me. Her Winnie the Pooh, he suggests. Seeing the spark of connection in his eyes, I nod and give him a small smile. The bear is ancient now, ragged with age, but it still sits on her dressing table. I think it would be perfect. Sophia had slept with it as a child. She was inconsolable whenever she mislaid it. Sam smiles back briefly, then drops his gaze. He asks about the ocean lilies and rose bouquet as we discuss display flowers for the church. I glance at it. It's a captivating arrangement, the beautiful blue lilies nestled amongst elegant white roses. I wonder whether he's reminded of the times he would take the kids swimming in the sea on family holidays. I'm not much of a swimmer, so that job always fell to Sam. Both Sophia and Ethan loved spending that special time with him. The days that follow pass in a flurry of funeral arrangements, the minister calling, the announcements made. In between times, I largely drift around the cottage, my arms wrapped around myself, trying to keep out the cold that seems to have seeped down to my bones, to keep the pain I can't seem to share with Sam in. I want to shake him, force him to look at me properly, to talk to me, as I find him filling his time either on his phone, to who, I don't know, Jenna occasionally, I realize, or else doing jobs outside the house that have waited for years, relaying a broken slab and trimming overgrown trees. I feel like kneeling down beside him and weeping when I find him in the garage he went out to tidy. He's been out here ages, but nothing's been touched. Sam is sitting on the floor, his hands draped between his knees, staring at Sophia's first bike, a tiny white Isla bike with a little basket on the front where Winnie the Pooh would ride with her. Sam had been the one to teach her how to ride it without the stabilizers. "Sam," I whisper, walking towards him. Without even glancing at me, he heaves himself to his feet. "I'm going to grab a coffee," he says, heading past me to the open door. "Want one?" I shake my head. "I don't want coffee. I want you to come back to me. I want to say it, but don't for fear that he can't find his way back, that he doesn't want to. There's so little eye contact between us, minimal bodily contact. I wonder how two parents so badly bereaved can coexist like this. More so when he disappears out, mumbling something about going to see Jared as he goes. Finding Jared at the front door 10 minutes after he's left confirms that that's not where he's gone. "I called him earlier," Jared says. "He wasn't very communicative with me either. It will be the guilt, that's all. He probably needs some time alone." He tries to reassure me, but I can't help thinking about that obscure text and wonder, is he alone? The tears come. I can't stop them. Somehow, I feel safe to let them out in Jared's company, safe in his arms as he comforts me. 31. Jody. 2 weeks later. The funeral starts with the music Ethan had chosen. As I listen to the Simón Bolívar Symphony Orchestra of Venezuela joining Coldplay for their performance of Viva la Vida, recalling how Sophia and Ethan, united in their enthusiasm, had bawled out the lyrics to it, I feel another part of my heart fracture. I don't think I can get through this, but I have to. I watch as Sam takes his place at the lectern. He wanted to do the eulogy. I have no idea what he's going to say. He hasn't even shared that with me, but I'd agreed, hoping it would open the tap on his emotions. His complexion is ashen. He doesn't look at anyone. I guess why. He can't bear to see the sympathy in their eyes. He simply won't be able to cope with it. I want to scream at the injustice of all that's happened, his inability to communicate his grief, right here, right now, in front of all the people gathered to mark the passage of our daughter's life in respectful silence. I want to drop to my knees and sob, or run as far away as I can from the nightmare that will never end. But I can't do that either. Whatever the future holds, I have to harness the strength to be here for him now, for Ethan. My throat closes as Sam coughs and loosens his tie. I can't focus through my tears. Jared sits next to me, Kylie next to him, in between him and Chloe. I feel him glance at me, his hand seeking mine. I bow my head, trying desperately to quiet the sobs that climb inside me as Sam begins, haltingly. You were my little girl who grew up to be my best friend. Losing you is the deepest pain I've ever known. Loving you, the greatest gift. I would give my life in a heartbeat for one more chance to hear your voice, to hold your hand, to tell you one more time just how deeply you are loved. I glance up, my heart splintering for him as he falters. Squeezing the bridge of his nose, visibly trying to compose himself, he takes a breath, then continues. You were spirited, fierce. I have yet to meet another human being who has more conviction for doing what she thought was right and fair. You never hesitated to try to steer those you loved in the right direction. I loved that about you. I loved that you loved so much, your family and friends most of all. Again, he pauses, glancing briefly at Ethan on my other side, and quickly down again. I loved the way you would dance like no one was watching, sing like you didn't care who was listening, he continues throatily. The way you would laugh at misfortune, not other people's, but your own. You won't remember, but Mum and I will always remember you taking your first steps, falling, looking at us in wide-eyed surprise for a moment when I scooped you up, and then saying, whoops, and toddling determinedly onwards once I set you back down. The way you tried so hard to hold the tears back when you buried Winnie the Pooh on the beach and couldn't find him. You and I stayed until sunset, but we found him. In your eyes, I was a hero that day. I was strong and wise and knew no fear. I see the slow swallow slide down his throat as he stops, and I want to go to him, to hold him, have him hold me. Not tentatively, as if scared to connect with me, but as I need him to. Sophia, you were my light, he goes on with supreme effort. My heart, my life. There are no words I can find to express how sorry I am that I wasn't your hero when you needed me to be. You once told me there was a special place in heaven for dads who took their daughters shopping. I hope so, my baby. His voice cracks. I hope it's right next to you. His gaze fixed downwards, he returns to his seat at the end of the pew on the other side of Ethan. I see the tears spill from his eyes, his hand going to his face to wipe them away, and I wonder, will he ever be able to let them fall? To forgive himself? Will I? Outside, I will tell him he needs to, that I love him. I have no idea what tomorrow will bring, but today, I'm Sam's wife. He's my husband. His heart is fracturing too, and he needs me. Sam. Once outside the church, Sam's strength almost failed him. People were spilling out, glancing over to him, talking in hushed whispers. Looking back to the church, he noticed Chloe stop Jody on the way out. Watching as she hugged Jody to her, Jody sobbing quietly in her arms, he swallowed back the excruciating pain in his chest. Why couldn't he reach out to her, be there for her, where she needed him to be, by her side, holding her and sharing her grief? But he knew. He didn't deserve her sympathy, to be held in return. He'd failed her, failed Sophia. Their precious daughter was dead because of him. Jody would try, but in her heart, she could never forgive him that. He would never forgive himself. Hanging back, he waited a moment, shaking hands with people, acknowledging their condolences with a nod, though he barely heard what they were saying. Glancing back to see that Jody was now talking to his mother, he saw Jared approach the two women. The man stopped and said something to his mother. Answering with a small nod, his mother pressed a tissue to her nose, and Jared immediately moved to place a comforting arm around her. Sam shook his head in bemusement. He hadn't realized his friend was so tactile until recently. Seeing his mother turn to Jody, Jody easing her to her, he felt a stab of guilt. He should go across there, make an effort, but given the state of his relationship with her and with his emotions so close to the surface, it was probably a bad idea. As his mother wandered off towards the flowers, his gaze went back to Jared, who was now circling his arms around Jody. Sam felt his heart splinter as Jody reciprocated his embrace. It wasn't jealousy that consumed him, it was desolation. Standing there, amongst people he mostly knew, he felt more alone than he ever had in his life. He had no idea what to do. He didn't know who he was anymore, what his role was. Sophia was gone. Ethan couldn't bring himself to look at him, let alone talk to him. He couldn't even do his job and bring the bastard who'd murdered his daughter to justice. He felt as if he was no longer a father, no longer a policeman, no use to anyone, least of all his wife. Wiping a hand over his face, he swallowed and started walking. Whether he was getting things out of proportion regarding the intimacy between his colleague and his wife or not, he couldn't handle this. Not now. "Sam?" Kylie called behind him as he reached the path leading to the exit. Sam turned around. Jared was still with Jody, he noticed, his face close to hers as he spoke to her. Too close. Sam looked away, yanked his tie low. He couldn't breathe. Kylie hurried to catch him up. "Are you all right?" she asked, her eyes worriedly searching his. Sam attempted to compose himself. "Not great," he answered truthfully. "How are you holding up?" "Not great." Kylie smiled tremulously. "I miss her so much. I keep going to call her, but then I remember she's not here. And it's like there's this big hole inside me. I can't believe she's—" She pressed her hands over her face, a sob shuddering through her, and Sam was uncertain what to do. Why wasn't Chloe comforting the girl? Why wasn't her father? His gaze flicked again to Jody, who Jared was still monopolizing, and he had to work to suppress his anger. The man's wife was standing alone by the church. His daughter was crying her heart out, yet he was paying little attention to either of them. What the hell was wrong with him? "I'm sorry," Kylie murmured, bringing his attention back to her. "I didn't mean to cry. It's all just so awful, though. I have no idea how you're coping." With tears streaming down her face, she looked more like a child than the teenager with attitude he knew her to be, and his heart went out to her. "Hey, it's okay," he said gently. "Tears are allowed." "Not for you, they're not," Kylie replied with a scowl. "Everyone's just ignoring you, like you're not the one here who's hurting most. It's so unfair." She studied him a moment longer, then, taking Sam by surprise, leaned towards him and locked her arms around his neck. Sam hesitated, then placed a hand on her back, attempting to offer her some comfort. Relief swept through him when he saw Chloe hurrying in their direction. This was too much. The girl was too close. She smelled like his daughter, the same perfume, the same shampoo in her hair, he would swear. "Kylie, come on. You need to let Sam go." Chloe reached to try to prise her daughter's arms away from him. "He needs to be with Jody." Kylie unhooked herself reluctantly. "Right." She scowled towards Jared and Jody over her shoulder and then glared back at her mum. "Pity she doesn't feel the same, isn't it?" she retorted. Sam's heart dropped as he watched Kylie spin around and stalk off. "Ignore her," Chloe said awkwardly. "She's distraught." "I gathered," Sam answered throatily. The girl was right, though, wasn't she? If she'd noticed her father paying Jody so much attention, then clearly it wasn't just him being paranoid out of guilt. "I need to go," he said, restraining himself from going over there and establishing what was going on for himself. "I have to walk, clear my head." Chloe nodded sympathetically. "You need some alone time. I get it." She reached to give him a hug. "I'm here if you need me," she whispered, kissing his cheek before easing away from him. "Go on, take all the time you need. I'll let Jody know you're okay." Sam laughed inwardly at that, still being comforted by Jared. He wasn't sure Jody would even notice he'd gone. 33. Jody. "Sam?" Apprehension ripples through me as I see Sam walking straight past the funeral car towards the gates. Where's he going? Why would he be leaving the churchyard on his own? I glance worriedly at Jared. I have to go after him, I say, turning quickly away. As I hurry to follow my husband, I hear Chloe behind me. "He's all right, Joe," she calls, catching up with me. "He just needs some space." Space? I stop and stare at her in astonishment. Away from what? His daughter's funeral reception? No, Chloe. Anger swirls inside me. He doesn't get to do this, walk away, and leave me to deal with this on my own. "He's hurting, Joe." Threading an arm around my shoulders, Chloe attempts to calm me. "He's not coping well with all of this. He needs to clear his head, that's all." I search my friend's face. I can't quite believe what I'm hearing. Has Sam confided in her rather than me? Clearly he has, since she suddenly seems to know how he's feeling better than I do. "I'm hurting," I cry, my frustration spilling over. "Ethan's hurting. He needs Sam to be here for him. I need him to be here." I look from her towards my son, standing alone at his sister's funeral, someone who's been a fundamental part of him since the day he was born. He looks so lost and lonely. Why is Sam doing this? "I'll go after him," Chloe offers, stepping away from me. "You stay here with Ethan. I'll get him to call you as soon as I catch up with him." She'll get him to call me? What's going on here? I'm his wife. We've lost our daughter, and he needs to be persuaded to call me and explain why he's turning his back on me? Bewildered, I look towards Jared, who's hurrying towards us. "I'll go," he says, shooting Chloe a glance I can't quite read. "I'll take my car. It will be quicker. You might want to stay with Kylie." He nods towards their daughter. "She needs you." I'm perfectly aware of that. A flicker of annoyance crosses Chloe's face. "You could try being there for her sometimes too, instead of—" "Stop!" Kylie yells over her. Tears rolling down her face, she looks from her mother to Jared. "What is wrong with you?" Sophia wouldn't want this. She would want us all to be here for each other, comforting each other, not bloody well arguing. Immediately sobered by that, I turn back to Jared. "I'm coming with you," I tell him. "I have to talk to Sam, make him realize he needs to talk to me, or risk everything falling apart." "No problem," he assures me. "Sam probably just needs some time out to get himself together before the reception. Don't worry, we'll catch him before he arrives. It will give you two a chance to talk before the other guests arrive." Nodding, I head towards his car as he hits the key fob. A minute later, once he's organized for Chloe and Kylie, together with Sam's mother, to ride in the funeral car, Jared joins me. Ethan is with him, his expression tense. He doesn't speak, but simply climbs into the back seat and slams the door, and I pray there won't be some kind of confrontation between Sam and him. Not today. "Okay." Jared glances at him through the rear-view mirror as we set off to drive the short distance between the church and the reception hall. Ethan emits a scornful laugh. "Not likely, is it, with him acting as if he's the only one who's grieving," he replies caustically. Jared glances uneasily at me and then again at Ethan. "Don't be too hard on him, Ethan," he says. "He's obviously struggling." "We all are," Ethan retaliates angrily. "He needs to be thinking about Mum instead of acting like a selfish prick. It's not all about him, is it?" "Give him a break, Eth, hey?" Jared appeals to him. "The man's bound to be racked with guilt considering what happened." "I don't give a flying shit how he's feeling," Ethan growls. "I mean, am I supposed to when he can't be bothered to think about how we might be feeling?" When we arrive at the hall to find Sam isn't there, I'm left in no doubt Ethan does care about him. We hadn't passed him on the road, and I can see from the fear in my son's eyes that he's as worried as I am. "You don't think he's done anything stupid, do you?" he asks worriedly. "No," Jared answers firmly. "More likely he couldn't face coming in here, trying to make small talk. He's probably heading back to the cottage." Dread pooling in the pit of my stomach as I consider he will be on his own there, I follow Jared as he races back to his car. "He'll be okay," he assures me, climbing quickly behind the wheel and starting the engine. The tight set of his jaw tells me he's not as sure as he would like me to believe. I glance at Ethan, who's scrambled into the back seat. His eyes are filled with a conflict of emotion, anger and trepidation. "Why is he doing this, Mom?" he asks, clearly trying to hold back his tears. "Because he's grieving, sweetheart," I answer, my heart squeezing for him. In so many ways, he's still just a boy, yet suddenly he's being forced to be an adult. He is struggling. I think we can both see that. He will be okay, I promise. Quietly, I pray to God that he will be. Driving as if he's attending an emergency, Jared gets us back to the cottage in minutes. I'm ramming the passenger door open almost before he's pulled up. Ethan is close behind me as I fly to the front door and fumble my key into the lock. "Sam!" I call urgently as I shove the door open and hurry in. "Dad!" Ethan yells, moving past me. "Shit!" he mutters when there's no answer. "Dad!" His voice edged with panic, he shouts again, then grinds to a halt, swapping wary glances with me as we both hear it, the distinct clink of glass against glass coming from the front room. "He has to be kidding," Ethan mutters, his face rigid with anger as he heads that way. Stopping inside the door, he stares at his father with a mixture of shock and incredulity. "Are you serious?" he asks, glancing down at the whiskey bottle Sam has in his hand. I follow his gaze, and a turmoil of emotions hit me all at once. Fear and fury, vying with complete disillusionment. Is this why he left early? To come here and drink? "You do realize Mom's been worrying herself sick about you?" Ethan asks. "Or are you too concerned with yourself to give a damn about how she might be feeling? How I feel?" Sam drops his gaze to the bottle. He doesn't answer. "You don't, do you?" Ethan stares at him in pure disbelief. "I mean, you really don't give a shit, do you, Dad?" Sam's jaw clenches. "Do you want to rein it in a little, Ethan?" he says tersely. He doesn't look at him, or me either. "Do you want to stop acting as if it's only you who's hurting?" Ethan retaliates. "I've had it with this," he says, seething, when Sam doesn't respond. Spinning around, he heads back towards the hall. "Go ahead, knock yourself out. Drink yourself to death, why don't you? And do us all a favor." "Ethan!" My throat constricts, and I'm torn between going after him or going to my husband. To do what? Scream at him? Shake some sense into him? "Sam, please talk to me," I beg him. Sam doesn't answer. Despair sweeps through me, and I move towards him, determined to elicit some response from him. Sam, though, appears equally determined to avoid any kind of contact or dialogue between us. Turning from the cupboard, he strides past me, the whiskey still in his hand. "Sam, for God's sake!" I go after him to the kitchen. "Can't you at least look at me?" Sam stops, but still he doesn't respond. "Talk to me, Sam," I plead wretchedly. "Please don't keep shutting me out." Sam draws in a breath, his shoulders visibly tensing. "And say what?" he replies at last. "What do you want me to say, Joe? I'm sorry?" "No," I shake my head in confusion. "Yes, but not for—" I stop. I can't say it. I don't want him to apologize. If he does that, it's because he thinks he has something to apologize for. He doesn't. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't. I quash the insidious little voice in my head that insists that it was. "Will that do it, do you think?" Sam asks. "Will me being sorry bring her back? Make everything all right?" Placing the bottle down on the worktop, he turns around. As he faces me, I'm shocked by how ill he looks. His face is drained of all color, dark bruises under his eyes indicating how little sleep he's had. "I am sorry," he says, his voice ragged. "But it changes nothing, does it? Our daughter is not here because of me. There's no escaping that fact. Not for you, not for Ethan, not for me." "Sam, don't do this to yourself." My heart bleeds for him, and I move hesitantly towards him, but Sam only looks away. "It will haunt me until the day I die," he goes on hoarsely. "Part of me wants that day to be today. Another part of me wants to be here for you, For my son. I don't know how, Joe. His eyes are filled with unbearable anguish as he looks back at me. Whether you want me anywhere near you, whether Ethan does, I don't know what to do, how to be without her. I can't. He falters, his gaze shooting to the door as Jared comes in. You've led us a merry dance, he says, blowing out a sigh of relief as he looks Sam over. I was just wondering whether to put in a vulnerable missing person alert. No disrespect, mate, but you're really worrying Jody. Sam scrutinizes him narrowly for a moment. Good job you're there for her then, hey mate, he replies, and I'm taken aback by the undertone of accusation I hear in his voice. Jared knits his brow. Meaning? He asks. Nothing. Sam drops his gaze. Nothing, he says, turning away. Retrieving the bottle from the worktop, he takes another sharp breath. Then, fuck it, he curses, and throws the bottle at the wall, sending 1,000 slivers of glass shooting across the floor. 34. Sam. Sam was visiting his brother when he saw Jody's name flash up on his phone. He hesitated to answer. They'd barely spoken since his abysmal behavior after the funeral. 2 weeks had passed since then, each long day filled with empty silences where Sophia should be. They were both drifting around the cottage, mourning the loss of their daughter, and yet they were miles apart. His fault. He still couldn't bring himself to open up. He was scared. On the outside, he was pretending to cope, telling people who inquired that he was okay. Inside, though, he felt as if he was hanging on to his sanity by his fingertips. Jody was a strong woman, but if he let go, would she really be there for him? Would she want to be? She'd been working long hours at the hospital over the last week, taking on extra shifts. They were a doctor down, she'd said, so had no choice, but Sam guessed it was a way to avoid being with him. Now suddenly she was staying with his mother, which Sam couldn't quite get his head around. She'd had a fall. Her injuries were minor, Joe had said, but she'd decided she needed keeping an eye on nevertheless. Ruth wasn't getting any younger, she'd pointed out, adding that she'd asked after him several times. Joe thought she wanted to try to make things right between them. With Sam's half-brother, who was just a toddler at the time, sustaining life-changing injuries at the hands of the tosser his mother had moved into their house, the woman could never make things right. Sam's kid sister, Sarah, had nothing to do with her either. The woman couldn't see that, once he had his feet under the table, the bloke had begun dictating her life, controlling her financially, pocketing the meager amount she earned cleaning offices early mornings, before coming home and getting her kids ready for school. All while that lazy bastard slept off the booze he'd consumed the night before. He'd taken an instant dislike to Sam, which was no skin off Sam's nose. The feeling was mutual. Even as a 12-year-old, he could see the resentment in the man's eyes whenever his mother showed any affection towards her kids over him. The bloke looked at his sister rather more fondly. Sam's jaw clenched as he recalled the lecherous look in his eyes as they'd followed her around. When Sam had caught him peering through the gap in her bedroom door, which Sarah had inadvertently left ajar while she ran up to get changed before going out, his anger and disgust had spilled over. If he caught him again, he would cut his throat, he'd warned him. Yeah, right, the piece of shit had said whilst picking food from his teeth with the point of the paring knife he used to open the many parcels he received, the contents of which were paid for with his mother's child allowance. You and who else, you useless little pissant? Sam was perilously close to carrying out his promise when he'd stumbled from his bedroom late one night to find him in the nursery shaking his half-brother. But he isn't asleep, Sam insisted. He was crying, and now he's just lying there. Sam, just stop, will you? His mother snapped. I know you don't like Danny, but this is too much. Just go back to bed. Sam had gone, but he hadn't slept. He'd waited for Danny's snores to start up, and then he'd gone back to the nursery. Adam's face had been tinged blue. His arms and legs were twitching. There was no way he was sleeping. He'd wondered whether the police would believe him when he'd snuck downstairs and dialed 999. His mother never had. To this day, she'd sworn that the abusive piece of scum had done no more than try to rock Adam back to sleep. To his immense relief, the police had taken him seriously. Having had a run-in with them when he'd been caught lifting food from the supermarket, Sam had been shit-scared his card was marked and that they wouldn't. His sister backing him up had helped substantiate what he told them, along with the swollen soft spot on top of Adam's head and his inability to move his eyes. Sam had blamed himself for the damage he'd sustained that night. He should have stopped him. It was DCI Marsh, then a DI, who'd convinced him that Adam's injuries might have been more catastrophic if not for his quick thinking, that he was probably still alive only because of him. Subsequently, he'd taken Sam under his wing, steering him in the right direction, inspiring him to join the police force, recently putting him forward for promotion. Sam respected the man, which is why it gutted him that he no longer had his DCI's respect. Watching Adam now, as he sat at his PC, he still couldn't forgive himself for not making that call right away. Despite people's reassurances, Jody's included, he couldn't help but wonder whether it might have made a difference if the medics had got to him sooner. He'd ended up with hemiplegic cerebral palsy, which largely affected one side of his body and gave him seizures and epilepsy. Despite his injuries, though, his half-brother had a healthy outlook on life, healthier than Sam felt his was. He'd accepted Sam's help with supported living for a while. Now, though, he could pay his own way after securing a job as community manager for an initiative that worked to shape the future of cerebral palsy support. He had a compassionate live-in carer, which seemed to be working out well. Sam was sure it was becoming more than a professional relationship. Saskia seemed to enjoy Adam's company, and Adam definitely enjoyed hers. He smiled as he recalled how, when Sam had made subtle inquiries about their relationship, his brother had winked and said, "You do realize I have a reasonable life expectancy and that I intend to live life to the full, don't you?" Sam had laughed and told him to go for it. Adam had done just that. He'd built a life for himself. That was some achievement for an underweight kid who Sam hadn't thought would make it. His brother looked up as Sam's phone rang again. "Jody?" he asked. Sam nodded. "I'll call her back." "Make sure you do," Adam said, going back to his PC. "She a special woman. Must be to have fallen for you." "You do wonders for my confidence," Sam said with an amused eye roll. "It's what brothers are for," Adam assured him. Pausing, he looked back at him, his eyes anguished. "Sorry I couldn't make the funeral. I have no idea how you got through it. It must have been so bloody hard." Again, Sam nodded. Adam had had a seizure that day. He'd loved Sophia. They just got each other, Adam and she being similar in nature, both of them strong-minded and with the same sharp sense of humor. "More so on Joe," he said, recalling how he'd basically turned his back on her. Did he really need to wonder why she needed space away from him? Adam looked doubtful. "You have to talk to her, Sam," he urged him. Sam having confided he was finding it difficult to talk, not just to Joe, but to anyone. "You're an idiot if you don't." "How?" Sam asked with a disconsolate shrug. "You open your mouth, words come out," Adam informed him drolly. "She loves you, mate," he said, pushing himself away from his PC. "And I know you love her. There's nothing heroic about keeping all your shit bottled up inside, you know?" "No, I know," Sam answered, his voice tight as he recalled how fundamentally he'd failed to be heroic. "I just don't know what to say that won't come across as self-pitying." "How about, 'I need you,'" Adam suggested. "I'm here for you. She must feel on her own with all of this, Sam. Just do it, hey?" "And what if the answer isn't what I want to hear?" Sam didn't ask, because that would sound like exactly what it was. A man who'd fucked up in the worst possible way, feeling sorry for himself. "I will," he promised, getting to his feet. "I should go and leave you to your work." "You'd better had, because if you don't reach out, it smacks of male obstinacy, in my humble opinion," his brother imparted. "It won't do you any favors, Sam. You'll end up losing the best thing that ever happened to you." Reminded of that sobering scenario, Sam headed for the door. "I'll catch up with you soon," he said. "Be good." "Can't promise," Adam quipped. "Saskia's making us a special meal tonight." Sam smiled. He hoped it worked out between them. Adam was a good bloke, caring and no ounce of bitterness in him. He deserved someone decent in his life. "I'll expect a full report," he called back. "Likewise," Adam said. "Tell Jody I love her," he added. "And just in case you're feeling left out, I love you too, you stubborn git." "Thanks. I'm feeling much better now." Sam shook his head in amusement, closed the front door, and headed for his car, where he pulled his phone from his pocket, took a breath, and selected Jody's number, as it had every waking second of every day and night since. Your fault. Feeling nauseatingly claustrophobic in the small confines of the car, he jabbed the windows open, then gripped the steering wheel hard as he felt it again. The same abject fear he'd felt as he'd watched the stark red tear bleed down his girl's throat. He should have stopped it. His blood pumped, his heart racing so fast his head swam as he saw the knife land at his feet, the rich red slick the blade was bathed in. Sophia's blood. He couldn't do this. He dropped his forehead to the steering wheel, tried to do the simplest thing of all in life, and just breathe. What was wrong with him? Was he seriously imagining Jo was cheating on him? He'd never had cause to doubt her. She'd always tried to be there for him. Even when he was intent on self-destruction, she'd tried. Drinking, though, made him selfish, obnoxious. In the end, she'd given him an ultimatum. After watching her mother drink herself to death, she wasn't about to stand by and watch him do the same. Either he sought help or they split. He told himself he didn't need help, kidded himself he didn't need her. He'd survived his whole life without anyone. It was no big deal. He'd drunk himself into a stupor, came to in his car with the sour taste of booze and bitter regret in his mouth. He couldn't even remember whether he'd driven it. That had been the wake-up call he'd needed. He'd sought help. Never in a million years had he imagined that Jody would take him back. She had. She'd been right by his side ever since, the only person who understood him, who would realize how much he abhorred sick bastards who abused women and children simply because they could, and why. She'd been annoyed with him, but she knew why he would have lost it with Finch on the fateful day that had ripped their world apart. She was still there for him, trying to be, and yet he couldn't make himself be there for her. Why? But Sam knew. Because, naively, he'd thought if he didn't talk about it, he wouldn't have to think about it. Except he never stopped thinking about it. He would never escape it. It was seared on his soul. Lifting his head, he wiped his trembling hands over his face. So what did he do now? Was there any point calling her again if he couldn't find the courage to tell her how terrified he was that he might lose her? That he might have already, hence his ridiculous paranoia. You have to talk to her, Sam. His brother's advice came to mind. You'll end up losing the best thing that ever happened to you. Adam was right. There was no way forward if he didn't open his mouth and tell her how he felt. He was about to call when his phone signaled an incoming call from Jenna, apprehension tightening his chest as he wondered whether this might be connected to why Jared would have answered Jody's phone. Sam hit call receive. Hey, just wanted to let you know that Jared's attending the scene, Jenna said. Jody couldn't get hold of you apparently, so… Whoa, wait up, Sam cut in. What scene? Oh, Jenna said awkwardly. Jody said she'd messaged you. No, He hadn't checked his damn messages. Jen, could you please just tell me what's going on? He asked, every nerve in his body tensing. Your mother had a break-in. Jenna's tone was cautious. while she and Jody were at the doctor's surgery. Ethan was out, but he got back first and called it in. Your mother's still checking, but as yet, there doesn't appear to be anything taken." Jesus! Sam felt his gut turn over. Why would someone break in and take nothing? To terrorize his family, obviously. Finch. It had to be. Bastard. "I'm on my way there," he growled, starting the engine. "Okay, I'll let Jared know." "Sam, there's something else. Are you on hands-free?" "Yep, shoot." Sam glanced through his wing mirror and pulled out, much to the annoyance of the driver of an oncoming car that must have been in his blind spot. "Sure you're okay?" Jenna had obviously heard the guy blasting his horn. "I'm fine. It's just some idiot cutting me up." Sam cautioned himself to calm down. The last thing Jody would need now was an emergency call-out to the hospital, only to find he was the patient. "Right," Jenna hesitated. "Look, I'm not sure how much I should tell you. I'm pretty sure Marsh won't want you anywhere near it, but—" Again, she hesitated, frustratingly. Then, "There's been another body found," she announced. Sam's breath stalled. Christ, no. "Where?" he asked, feeling sick to his soul as he reminded himself Finch had walked because of him. "Pullen's Lane, a patch of land given over to wildflowers. Same M.O. as Olivia Reeves. There's something else," Jenna added carefully. "They found something." Hearing the wariness in her voice, Sam tightened his grip on the wheel. "As in?" "A gold teardrop earring," Jenna provided. "They're running DNA testing now, but as the girl didn't have an earring missing, they don't think it belonged to her. It looks like the earrings Sophia was wearing." 36. Jody. I'm seeing Jared out as Sam draws up outside his mother's house. Glancing towards us, he climbs out of his car and walks to the front door. "Jared," he greets him with a short nod. "Sam." Jared looks gutted for him. "Sorry this had to happen on top of all you're already trying to deal with. You must wonder what the bloody hell's hit you." Sam acknowledges that with another curt nod. "Was anything taken?" he asks. "Nothing, as far as your mother can tell. Looks like the guy was disturbed by Ethan's arrival and legged it out of the back door and over the garden fence." "Did he get any details?" Sam asks. "Single white male, tall apparently, and wearing a hoodie," Jared supplies. "Nothing much to go on, I'm afraid. Looks like an opportunist. Probably clocked the empty property." "I very much doubt that," Sam mutters. "I should speak to my mother," he adds, almost pushing past him. "Sorry," I apologize for Sam, unable to understand why he's being so hostile towards him. "No apologies necessary," Jared assures me. "His mind will be all over the place. I should go and file my report. I'll give you a call later, keep you updated on any developments." After thanking him, I head wearily back indoors. As I approach the kitchen, I hear Ethan, his tone defensive, and my heart drops. "I just told you I didn't notice any distinguishing features. The bloke had his back to me. He was wearing a hoodie. I've already given a statement to Jared." "Don't keep cross-questioning him, Sam," Ruth intervenes, glancing worriedly at me as I go through the door. "He's had a frightening experience." "I know. I'm not." Sam runs his fingers through his hair in obvious frustration. "I just—" "Think I'm too stupid to have mentioned anything if I had noticed it?" Ethan cuts in. "Or maybe you think I was in on it, hey, Dad? I mean, you already have me down as a stalker, don't you?" "For Christ's sake, Ethan, don't be ridiculous," Sam replies in despair as Ethan strides past him, his expression furious. "What did I say?" He splays his hands in confusion as he meets my gaze. "It's more what you didn't say," Ruth says behind him. "You might have asked him if he was okay before barraging him with questions. Even that colleague of yours, Jared, thought to do that." "Right." Sam's jaw tenses. "Well, thank God for good old Jared, hey?" he mutters. Such animosity in his tone, I'm growing deeply concerned. This is so not like him. "Sam," I spin around after him as he heads back to the hall. "Leave him," Ruth stops me. He'll cool down. His father was the same, wading in before thinking. He was always a policeman first and foremost. Never mind about his family, she adds, with bitter recrimination, as she limps across to fill the kettle. It was his hot-headedness that got him killed, leaving me with 2 young children to bring up on my own. And when I finally meet someone else, well, you know what happened there. I stare at her in astonishment. She really does believe it, doesn't she? That Sam was to blame for the man she lived with being charged with child abuse and ending up in prison. I'd thought Sam was being unreasonable, refusing to have anything but minimal contact with her. Now, though, I can see why. Quickly, I go after him, then grind to a halt as I see the front door slamming. Sam had obviously still been in the hall and heard it all. Breathing out a sigh of relief as I arrive at the cottage to find Sam's car outside, I park quickly and hurry to the front door. He's carried blame all his life for the dreadful thing that happened to Adam. Now he's blaming himself for what some inhuman creature did to our daughter. His guilt is clearly eating him alive. I have to try to convince him he wasn't responsible, not for Adam, not for Sophia. As I step into the hall, I falter, my eyes snagging on her faux suede jacket I can't bring myself to remove from the coat pegs. How can this have happened? I ask myself again. How can she not be here when I can feel her everywhere? I close my eyes, the hard lump in my throat growing excruciatingly more painful as I see her taking those first baby steps Sam spoke of at her funeral. Rage swirls inside me as I try to imagine what kind of animal would have wanted to torture her before snatching her life away from her, to torture my husband in the sick, twisted way he had. It couldn't have been random, some evil opportunist. I'm as sure of that as Sam is. Yet the man Sam had thought was to blame has an alibi, and we're no closer to knowing who it really was and why. Holding on to the hall table to steady myself, I take a moment, then push on in. "Sam?" I call, peering into the lounge. "In here," Sam calls back from the kitchen. I'm relieved when I go in to find him filling up the coffee machine. For a fleeting moment, everything looks normal. But it's not, I remind myself. It will never be. Our girl will never come through the front door again, never follow her nose to the kitchen in search of coffee or food, never give us grief or attitude, never chastise her brother again, poke fun at him, as Ethan did her, argue with him, or laugh with him. She would never try to mother him, as she always did, mopping up his tears when he was her little brother, and she was his big sister. I see her dancing around the house, hear her singing in the shower, Taylor Swift. Cruel summer. It has been. The cruelest. She's not here. There's a fundamental part of us missing, a unique, special part. I wish I could have told her how special she was, how proud of her I was. "Where's Ethan?" Sam glances back at me in concern. "He's staying with Ruth until the house has been made secure," I tell him. "He'll be back soon. I've been asked to cover at the hospital for someone who's gone off sick, so will you keep an eye on him?" Sam nods and turns back to the coffee. "Want one?" he asks. "Please." Breathing deeply to hold back the tears that constantly threaten, I go across to the kitchen island. I don't want to resent Sam because I feel I can't cry in front of him, but despite my best intentions, part of me does. "I made it strong. Thought you might need a caffeine kick," Sam says, carrying the coffee across to me. "Are you not joining me?" Realizing he hasn't made himself one, I eye him curiously. I didn't really fancy one. He gives me the smallest of smiles. "I thought you might, though. I heard you pull up on the drive. Thanks for looking after my mother," he adds. "I should be more hands-on, I guess, but I think I finally get why you're not," I concede, as he trails awkwardly off. She really doesn't blame herself in any way, does she? For anything. "Maybe that's not a bad thing," Sam suggests with a shrug. Guilt's pretty debilitating at the end of the day, and Adam seems to have come to terms with it. At least he can bring himself to see her. He has a big heart, I smile as I think of his brother. He's always so positive, he astounds me. His philosophy is that life is too short to waste time and energy on negative emotion. I wish Sam could adopt the same philosophy, especially now. Sam pauses for a moment, then, "There's something I need to talk to you about," he says, his expression cautious. A smidgen of hope rises inside me. I'm listening. Sam draws in a breath. "There's been another girl found," he says quietly. Oh, God, no. A vivid image of Sophia fighting desperately for her life flashes into my mind, and my emotions collide, acrid grief, deep sorrow for the girl's parents, swiftly followed by confusion. As far as I know, the police don't think the psychopath responsible for the murder of Olivia Reeves is the same person who killed our daughter, so what's the connection? "There was an earring found," he goes on, searching my face carefully. "A gold teardrop earring. Jenna tells me they don't think it belongs to the victim. They're running DNA tests, but..." I read what's in his eyes, and my heart almost stops beating. "You think it was Sophia's," I whisper. 38. Sam. Jody stared at him with a mixture of shock and disbelief. "But you can't know that," she said guardedly. "Not without DNA evidence. They're popular earrings. Why would you think—" "How can you know, Sam?" Seeing tears squeeze from her eyes, Sam cursed himself. He had to tell her. It would soon be all over the news, but he could have been a little more diplomatic. "For God's sake, talk to me, will you?" Jody cried, her eyes now sparking fury. "Why do you think it was Sophia's?" "I don't know, Sam searched for a way to explain. "I think he's playing some sort of psychological game with me, or us. He took one of Sophia's earrings, along with her necklace, remember?" Jody looked at him in bewilderment. Her life was purgatory because of his failures, and now he was just making it worse. But she had to know. She had to be on her guard. "It was him, Jody. Finch. I know it," he went on, willing her to believe him. "I'm pretty sure it was him who broke into my mother's house as well. He's targeting me, us, my family. He's clearly provoking me into doing something. I don't know what, but—" "Stop!" Jody shouted. "You need to stop this," she warned him shakily. "You're becoming totally obsessed with the man, shutting everything else out. Ethan and I need you. We need you to be present. Surely you must realize that." Sam did. Every second of every day and sleepless night, he realized he was pushing his wife away. Again. That Jared seemed to be stepping into his shoes, being there for his family where he wasn't, was crucifying him. "You can't fix what happened to Adam. You can't fix what happened to Sophia," Jody went on, quiet pleading in her voice. "It wasn't your fault." "Really?" Sam looked at her, unconvinced. "Do you honestly think that, Jody?" "You need to let this go, Sam." She avoided answering. Sam guessed why, because despite what she'd just said, inside she must quietly hate him. Ethan must too. He only had to see the hostility in the kid's eyes to realize that. Whatever. He couldn't let it go. He had to make her see that she might be in danger, that Ethan might. "He was watching us, watching Sophia," he insisted. "He wanted revenge after what happened at the station. It's a gain to him. He's getting some kind of sick satisfaction from—" "For God's sake, Sam, stop!" Jody pressed her hands to her face before snatching them away and attempting to move past him. "I can't do this. I just can't." Sam reached for her, but she flinched and raced to the hall. Sam felt it like a gut punch, but however much he was upsetting her, however she felt about him, he had to make her see that there was a strong possibility it was Finch. "He called me a loser. He actually said it," he shouted after her, reliving the darkest moment of his life. "He'd scrawled it on my windscreen. I thought it was Ethan. It wasn't. It was him. He'd been watching the cottage, awaiting his opportunity, and I gave it to him. I allowed him access to our family, to our daughter. He saw Ethan leave. He was telling me it was him, Joe. Don't you see?
No! Jody yelled back. I don't see anything. It wasn't him. He has an alibi.
Just stop with this fixation, can't you? Before you end up losing everything. Your job, your son, and me. 39. They were broken. Sam was beginning to think irrevocably. Dragging an arm across his eyes, he walked back to the coffee machine, poured himself a cup, stared at it, then pushed it away. He wanted a drink, but not coffee. He craved the oblivion alcohol might bring, even knowing that it wouldn't, that it was more likely to bring the nightmare he was living into sharper focus. He needed to speak to Marsh, book the bloody counseling, as if it could help, tick the post-traumatic stress boxes, and convince Marsh to take him back on. First, he needed to speak to Jenna and bring himself up to speed. Steeling his resolve to do something, he turned from the worktop, then stopped as his gaze fell on Ethan, who was eyeing him with a mixture of mistrust and confusion from the kitchen doorway. Shit, Sam cursed inwardly. Had he overheard the exchange between Jody and him? Ethan studied him for a moment, then stepped into the kitchen, closed the door, and walked across to him. Any of that going? He asked, nodding towards the coffee machine. Sam was surprised by his almost civil tone. Plenty, he said. It's the good stuff, Costa. Want some? Ethan answered with a nod, and Sam passed him the mug he'd just filled. Ethan frowned pensively at it, then placed the mug down on the worktop and twirled it around. I didn't write that on your windscreen, he said, looking cautiously back at him. I know. Sam gave him a reassuring smile for what it was worth. He noted the flicker of relief crossing his son's face and wished to God he could undo the harm he'd caused him. Ethan's confidence had plummeted right in front of his eyes when he'd confronted him about the photographs. Jody was right. He couldn't fix this. Couldn't bring Sophia back. Was he obsessing? Sam really didn't think that he was. So, did you get any DNA? Ethan asked. From the windscreen, I mean. Wouldn't whoever did it have left fingerprints or something? If only, Sam sighed wearily. He was wearing gloves. Ethan's frown deepened. The same gloves he was wearing when he came in here? Immediately seeing the gloved fingers digging mercilessly into his daughter's flesh, her eyes wild and petrified, Sam swallowed hard and looked away. I would think so, yes, he answered quietly. Ethan paused. Can't you get trace evidence off them, though? Like transfer of fibers, skin particles, or something? Possibly, Sam answered. I imagine he will have disposed of them, though, and we'd need a search warrant before we could enter his property and seize any relevant evidence anyway, so… They're not pursuing him, are they, the bloke you think it is? Drawing in a deep breath, Sam shook his head. And you reckon it was the guy I was messaging? Ethan's eyes were troubled as he searched his. If the man you were talking to is who I think it is, then yes, I do. Sam took a breath, then took a gamble. His son's respect for him would be nil if this backfired. He prayed it didn't. You know I read your messages, he asked. Glancing down, Ethan shrugged embarrassedly by way of an answer, and Sam guessed he did. He was messaging from different profiles and networks, so we don't yet have any proof it's the same person, but… Sam hesitated. Then, are you aware he was messaging Sophia? He asked. Ethan's gaze shot back to him. Sam saw the surprise followed by palpable anger in his eyes and guessed he wasn't. He used the name Nate, but it was him. Had to be, he said, watching his son carefully. Is there anything you want to tell me, Ethan? Ethan's gaze hit the floor. He checked out her profile, said she was hot, he mumbled. He wanted to know if she had a boyfriend. I didn't tell him anything. He looked guardedly back at him. I thought he was my mate, that he respected me, my artwork. He didn't, did he? Bile rose like rancid acid in Sam's throat. The bastard had targeted his daughter and son, both. He was watching her, wasn't he? Ethan asked. Seeing tears welling in his son's eyes, Sam was momentarily paralyzed. This was the absolute last thing he wanted, his son blaming himself. "Ethan, it's not your fault." Shaking himself, he moved towards him, but Ethan skirted around him. "Bastard," he seethed, swiping the tears from his cheeks as he headed for the door. "Ethan, wait!" Sam went after him. "Where are you going?" "To my mates. I need some space." Ethan yanked the door open. "Back later." Sam had a feeling deep in the pit of his gut that that wasn't the whole truth. Rather than play the heavy now when his son might react defensively, he gave him a couple of minutes' start, then grabbed his phone and car keys and followed him. 40. Jody. I've just answered my phone to Chloe when I hear Sam's car start on the drive. Hurrying across to the bedroom window, I shove it open and yell after him, "Sam!" He doesn't answer, or else he's choosing to ignore me. Why is he doing this? I feel like screaming. He knows I have to go to work and that I wanted him to be here for Ethan. "Sorry, Chloe." I go back to my phone. "Can I catch up with you at the hospital? I'm on my way in, but I'm running a bit late." "Course, no problem," Chloe says. "Is everything all right?" she asks intuitively. "Not really," I admit. Sam and I argued. He's still focusing all his emotions on Finch and… I stop and press a hand to my forehead. I feel like I'm betraying him, but I can't keep pretending things are okay between us when they're far from that. "Oh, hun, I'm sorry." Chloe sighs sympathetically, and I immediately feel tears prick the backs of my eyes. "Jared's being a pain too," she goes on. "We can't talk without arguing nowadays, if he can be bothered to be here at all, that is. But that's nothing compared to what you're going through. We'll have a good natter when you get here, but make sure to drive carefully. All this stress will be taking its toll on you. It's better to arrive late than not at all." "I will," I murmur, feeling a little perplexed by the sudden switch in conversation, and so down, I wonder whether it would be preferable not to arrive at all than to struggle through each day feeling so alone. My mind shoots to Ethan, and I pull myself up sharp. My son needs me. My husband, too, if he could only open his mouth and tell me he does. Grabbing my bag and hospital pass from the dressing table, I hurry along the landing to Ethan's room. "Ethan?" I call through the door, then press the handle down and peer inside. Finding the bedroom empty, my heart jolts. He must have gone out again while I was in the shower. Had he told Sam he was going out? If so, why hadn't Sam told me? I head for the stairs and hurry down. I'm selecting his number as I collect my coat and keys when a text pings in. "Ethan." My heart settles clunkily back into its mooring as I read it. "At my mate's gaming for a bit. Won't be late back." I'm not sure which mate's, but he's safe. At least, I hope he is. Drawing in a deep breath, I blow it out slowly to try to calm myself. I have to go to work. I need the distraction. I can't stay here, rattling around in an empty house where my daughter's presence whispers through every room. If I stand still long enough, I swear I can hear her breathing. Deep longing to see my baby again almost overwhelming me, I head quickly out. Climbing into my car, I caution myself to concentrate. I have to get through this. No matter how much I feel like curling up and crying for the child I've lost, I can't. Sam really does seem to be becoming obsessed, and I'm scared for him. I have to hold it together. As I drive, despite my best efforts, my mind wanders, my thoughts on Sophia and the upcoming end-of-year fashion show she'd been so excited about, titled Fashion Remix, featuring student work from sustainable designs to streetwear. Hers had been highly commended. She'd beamed when she told me, "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart." Gulping back my tears, I grip the steering wheel hard as I almost take a wrong turn, causing the car behind me to brake sharply. I raise my hand by way of apology, though I don't feel it was entirely my fault despite my distraction. The man's been hugging my rear bumper for most of the journey. Clearly, he's never heard of the two-car space rule. Once I arrive at the hospital, I find a parking space and reverse into it. As I cut the engine and grab my bag, I glanced through the windscreen to see the car that was following me cruising past. He was obviously in a hurry to get the hospital, which I suppose might explain his impatience. Noting him reversing into a space opposite, I climb out, and with no wish to be delayed should he feel the need to comment on my incompetent driving, hurry towards the A&D department. I note Chloe talking to a walk-in patient as I near reception. I feel for her, as I hear her trying to explain to him that some patients have been waiting several hours and that he will be seen as soon as possible. "Fucking ridiculous. I could be bloody dead by then," the man mutters, scowling at me as he turns to go back to his seat. Chloe rolls her eyes as I reach her, then signals to her work colleague who's on the desk phone. 5 minutes, she mouths, making coffee signs with her hands. Her colleague nods, and Chloe sticks her thumb up to thank her, then beckons me to meet her as she heads for the back office door. He has a severe headache, apparently. She relays the man's condition as I join her in the corridor. Probably due to his hangover, she adds, with another despairing eye roll. He wants to try being on the other side of reception. "Sorry, I'm going on. Never mind about me. How are you?" "Muddling through," I say, wrapping my arms around myself as if I can somehow contain my emotion. "How's Kylie?" "Still devastated," Chloe sighs, "as I am for you. And Sam, too. I can't bear to think of the agony he must be going through after." Looking awkward, she trails off, clearly not sure how to put it diplomatically. "I can't get through to him," I confide. "He seems to have bottled everything up. I'm trying, but maybe I'm not trying hard enough." I shrug despondently. To be honest, I feel as if there's no connection between us, and the more he withdraws, the more I struggle to reach out to him. "Oh, Joe." Chloe reaches to give me a hug. "It's a man thing," she says, easing back. "They just don't handle emotion well, do they? I sometimes wonder whether Jared has had an emotional bypass." I frown. I can't quite believe that, or how we just leapt from Sam to Jared again. "You know Sam's mother had a break-in?" I ask. "You're joking!" Chloe looks at me aghast. "Is she all right? Was anything taken?" "She's fine, and no, there was nothing taken. But Jared was first on the scene, and he was really supportive," I tell her. I feel like I'm betraying her now. I shouldn't judge her, but I can't help but feel confused about why she seems so constantly down on him. "Because it's his job to be," Chloe mumbles irritably. "And he would be attentive to you, wouldn't he?" I study her, mystified. What does she mean by that? I don't comment. I'm really not in the mood to deal with this now. "Sam's going to need your support, you know, if he's going to get through this," Chloe imparts. "He's suffering. He's not normally like this, is he? Moody and withdrawn. He just needs to know that you need him and still love him." "I know," I concede, though I feel she's overstepping the mark. "I should go," I say, not wanting to prolong the conversation, because suddenly I'm feeling that I'm the one at fault. "Talk later. Thanks for your ear." With tears dangerously close to the surface, I turn away and hurry through to the A&D cubicles. Of course I know Sam needs my support, but how do I support him when he won't let me in? And why does Chloe keep bringing the subject back to Jared, as if constantly comparing him to Sam? I recall what she'd told me on her birthday, before my world was blown apart. She'd painted Jared as uncaring, but I can't see any evidence of him being anything of the sort. He's been there for me, for Ethan and Sam too, as much as Sam will allow him to be. Were the tears she'd cried crocodile tears to gain my sympathy? She'd been desperate to convince me that the problem in her marriage wasn't her. She'd said that Jared suspected she was having an affair to get back at him. My mind goes to that man Matt, who'd been glancing frequently in our direction before stepping gallantly up to help us. He'd been there on his own. Might Chloe be having an affair? With him? It would certainly explain why she seems so fed up with her husband. I'm beginning to wonder if, in seeming like the victim, she doesn't have a hidden agenda. 41. Sam. Parked diagonally opposite the house his son had gone into, Sam pondered the wisdom of his actions. He shouldn't be doing this, but he was worried. Stupidly, he'd reinforced in Ethan's mind that he thought Finch was responsible for the violent death of his sister. He'd wanted Ethan to keep away from him. Now, after seeing his seething anger as he'd strode past him, Sam was petrified he would do the exact opposite. He had no choice. He needed to know his son wasn't going to do anything that might place him in danger. He just prayed that Ethan didn't find the tracker app on his phone, which would destroy what little trust there might still be between them. Settling down to wait, he was surprised when Kylie's name flashed up on his hands-free. With no idea why she would be calling him, or even how she had his number, he was wondering whether to answer when the call ended. A minute later, she sent him a text. Sam hesitated, then checked it. "Do you think you could come over, Sam? I'm on my own and I'm feeling really down. I need someone to talk to." Christ, this was the last thing he needed, but she was clearly struggling. He'd seen that for himself, both when he went to Chloe's house and at the funeral when she'd made a beeline for him. Largely because her parents were preoccupied, Jared busy comforting Jody, while Chloe seemed oblivious to how upset her daughter was. Kylie's mental health was bound to be badly affected by all of this. Was it a good idea to go to Chloe's house while Kylie was on her own? He was probably being overcautious, but Sam didn't think it was. He couldn't ignore her, though. Hitting reply, he sent a text back. "In the middle of something work-related right now. Have you spoken to your parents about how you're feeling?" Kylie took an eternity to respond. He was about to call her when she did. "Mum's at work. Dad's out. Don't sweat it. I'm meeting up with some friends in Mackey's. Gotta go." Was she? Sam couldn't help his paternal instinct kicking in. Kylie probably wouldn't thank him for it, but realizing he couldn't just leave it, he rang Chloe, leaving a message that he was concerned about Kylie when she didn't answer. Wondering whether he'd done the right thing, he ran his hands wearily over his face and glanced back to Ethan's friend's house. Seeing no sign of activity, he debated whether he should stay. Ethan was probably gaming, meaning he would be installed for the rest of the evening. Deciding to give it a while longer, he selected Jenna's number, hoping for an update. "Hey, how you doing?" she asked, picking up immediately. "I would say functioning, but I'm not sure I'm even that," Sam answered honestly. "Any developments on the Leah Miller case?" he asked, using the latest girl's name in a small effort to preserve her identity. "Some," Jenna said. Sam heard the reticence in her voice and guessed that, in pressing her for information, he was putting her in an awkward situation. "Sam, you know there's no way that Marsh is going to want you anywhere near this." Jenna confirmed it. Sam blew out a frustrated sigh. "I gather. So, who's in charge?" "Jared. Marsh is looking to coordinate the investigation with West Midlands Police, since Leah lived in the Solihull area, but, for the moment, it looks like Jared's leading the investigation." That grated, yet Sam had no idea why, apart from the fact that whichever way he turned, Jared seemed to be in his face. "They're already gathering intelligence," Jenna went on, bringing in fingerprint experts, forensic scientists, and the like. "So, do you want to fill me in?" Sam pushed it a little, though he understood her reluctance to share details outside of the team. His team. Christ, how he wished he'd kept a rein on his emotions on the day that had sent his life spiraling into hell. "I get it if you'd rather not. The last thing I want is to compromise you. But to be honest, being outside of the loop is driving me slowly insane," he said, then felt bad for coercing her, which was basically what he was doing. Jenna took a second, then, "Okay, look, I shouldn't, but with everything that's happened—" "Finch's car was spotted in the vicinity," she said quickly. "We also have evidence from phone masts that place him in the area." Jesus! Sam felt his heart rate kick up. "So are you bringing him in?" "We did," Jenna sighed. Guess what? He has an alibi, Sam grated, disappointment coursing through him. Not much of a one, but yes. Camera evidence puts him at a pub close to Innovation Gym, which is about 10 minutes from where Leah was found, give or take a few. The thing is, he went into the back room to play pool, apparently. We have a witness confirming he was there, but there's no camera covering the pool room, so we can't verify it. Sam's jaw clenched. And this witness was a mate, he guessed. You need to concentrate on forensic retrieval around the car, he suggested, his mind on his daughter as well as Leah. Bring in a palynologist. Work with the pathologist looking for extraneous evidence, vegetation and spores, fibers on the body. There could be similar botanical evidence on his clothing or shoes, on his car, or even in his car. If we can establish the vehicle was in the actual area, Sam, slow down, Jenna interrupted. Jared's on it. That's why I'm telling you all of this, so that you'll realize that everyone is doing their job. The DCI is talking to West Midlands. We haven't got the green light on the forensic experts yet, but it looks good to go. Sam felt relief surge through him, also guilt, as he realized his irritation with Jared was probably due to his own inadequacy, both as a copper and as a husband. He wasn't there for Jody. Jared had been. For Ethan, too, while Sam had been drowning in self-recrimination. He needed to sort himself out, and fast. Be there for his family. Thanks, Jenna, he said. No problem, she assured him. Just keep it under your hat, okay? Goes without saying, Sam assured her. I should go. I'm picking Ethan up, he lied a little, then straightened up in his seat as he noticed Ethan and his mate emerging from the front door of the house. Catch you later. Thanks, Jen. I owe you one. Sam continued to watch as they headed for a car parked outside, his mate climbing in the driver's side and Ethan in the passenger side. Once they pulled off, he gave them a head start, accessing the tracker app on his phone and following at a discreet distance. Uneasiness crept through him as he realized they were heading into town. When the tracker on Ethan's phone stopped beeping outside Innovation Gym, Sam's heart stopped beating. 42. Jody. Realizing that the teenage girl who's being treated in A&E for suspected self-inflicted injuries is Kylie shocks me to the core. Devastated for her, for Chloe and Jared, who will be beside themselves with worry, I rush through to cubicles. Arriving at the bay Kylie's in, I find Chloe is already with her and pause and peek through the gap in the curtains. I can't quite believe what I'm hearing. Far from sympathetic, Chloe seems to be furious. What in God's name is wrong with you? She demands, her face up close to Kylie's. Don't you think your father and I are worried enough about you with your constant outbursts and moping about? And now this! You're not worried about me, Kylie murmurs, her gaze fixed on her bandaged wrists resting in her lap. You're too busy arguing. I worry about you 24 hours a day, Chloe exclaims indignantly. I work my guts out here to provide nice things for you. I spend hours slaving in the house, cooking and cleaning and washing. I try to talk to you, and you either ignore me or you're downright rude to me. What do you want from me, Kylie? You need to tell me, because I really have no idea what else I can do. Kylie drops her gaze lower. I didn't do it on purpose, she says tearfully. I was carrying a glass down the stairs, and I fell. Right. Straightening up, Chloe mops her brow with the back of her hand. Just like you accidentally slipped with the knife while peeling an apple? Kylie says nothing, but seems to shrink into herself. I'm about to step further in, but stop as Chloe asks, Why did you call Sam? Kylie shrugs awkwardly. Because I thought he would make time to talk to me, she mumbles. Because I thought he might need someone to talk to. Good Lord, Kylie. Chloe eyes the ceiling. Don't you think Sam's got enough on his plate without you worrying him? And what on earth makes you think he would want to talk to you about all he's going through? Kylie looks sharply up. He does talk to me, she snaps. And while we're on the subject, what makes you think he wants to talk to you? You're so touchy-feely around him, it's embarrassing. I am not, Chloe responds defensively. Yes, you are, Kylie counters, oozing sympathy and wrapping your arms around him every time you see him. How do you think that makes Dad feel? Staggered at what I'm hearing, I move quickly away. Kylie is right, I realize. Chloe is a tactile person, but the way she automatically hugs Sam, the way she talks about him as if he a paragon of virtue next to her husband, makes me wonder, is she in love with Sam? Trying to make Jared jealous? Either way, she really needs to stop being so touchy-feely around my husband. Trying to still the frenetic rat-a-tat of my chest, I find the resident doctor who's treating Kylie and recommend she makes a referral to the psych team. Then, in need of a strong coffee and space to get my head around all of this, I go back to the A&E main reception. I'm about to push through the doors to the corridor when I feel someone watching me. I twist my head to see a man leaning against the wall close to the exit doors, and a chill of trepidation prickles through me. I can't be certain. He has his coat collar pulled up and a black woolen beanie pulled down low, but it looks very much like the driver of the car that was glued to me. Hurrying along the corridor towards the canteen, I'm trying to figure out his age, mid to late 50s maybe, and whether he might be any threat to me when my phone vibrates, indicating a missed call. Checking it to realize it was Sam, I quickly call him back. He doesn't answer. Anxiety churns inside me, and I'm about to cut the call and message him when he picks up. "What's going on, Sam?" I ask. "Why did Kylie call you?" "I've no idea," Sam replies. "I didn't answer, so she texted me, said she was feeling down. I thought the best thing to do was ring Chloe. Why? Has something happened?" "She's here at the hospital. It looks like she's self-harming," I tell him carefully. I don't want to heap yet more guilt onto his shoulders. "Christ, no." I hear Sam's sharp intake of breath. "I should have gone round there, talked to her." "It's not your fault, Sam. If she was of a mind to, she would have done this anyway. She needs help. That's for her parents to organize, and you probably need to not indulge her so much. She's at a vulnerable age," I warn him. More so having lost her best friend. "I do know this, Joe." Sam takes another deep breath, and I feel for him. He's obviously thinking of Sophia. "That wasn't the reason I was calling you. It's about Ethan." I hear the caution in his tone, and my heart stalls. "Why? What's happened?" Sam hesitates. "Sam, tell me." "I'm outside Innovation Gym," he says eventually. "The gym Finch uses." "But..." Fear grips me. "Why?" Sam falls silent for a moment, then, "Ethan's inside," he says, his tone tense, and my fear turns to ice-cold terror. 43. I don't have to work at feigning illness. I'm visibly shaking as I tell our clinical lead I think I might be coming down with something. "You look exhausted." My boss, Lisa, comes around her desk to me, her forehead furrowed in concern. "Go on, get off home and try to get some rest," she says, placing a hand on my arm and guiding me back towards her office door. "You need to start looking after yourself, Jody. I know being here gives you a purpose, but you can't keep going 24/7 without something giving." "I know. I'll try." I manage a smile. "Thanks, Lisa." As I hurry away from the hospital, I see him again, the man who I'm beginning to think is following me. He's walking to his car, glancing back at me. Fear grips me until I realize he's actually 2 steps ahead of me. I'm being paranoid. He was obviously here on hospital business, a relative in A&E possibly. Still, though, I'm uncomfortable when I climb into my car and look across to his to find him staring at me. I'm debating whether to go back to the hospital when he starts his car and pulls out. "Idiot," I chastise myself. He wasn't staring at me. He was probably just staring into space, ruminating about his own problems. I really am growing paranoid. It's no wonder, I suppose, having had so little sleep. After taking several slow breaths to calm myself, I call Ethan, praying he picks up. Relief sweeps through me when he does. "Ethan, where are you?" I ask, unable to keep the worry from my voice. "Why?" he responds guardedly. "I was in town on my way to the late-night pharmacy, and I saw you going into Innovation Gym." I lie, for both Sam and Ethan's sakes. Sam has obviously been following Ethan, and I can't bear for there to be any more tension between them. "Are you meeting that man you've been talking to online?" I ask, more sharply than I'd intended. Ethan doesn't answer, which only ramps up my frustration. "Ethan, you should know that I went to see the doctor for a prescription because I'm struggling," I tell him, resorting to emotional blackmail. I simply have no clue how else to reach him. "I'm worried about you, about your father. I can't cope with any more. Please leave and go home. I don't want to come in there looking for you, but I will if I have to." I pray that he realizes it's not an empty threat, that a mother's instinct is to protect her children no matter how grown up they think they are. My heart constricts excruciatingly as I acknowledge how badly I'd failed to protect my daughter, ignoring my instinct to go home, where I should have been, in favor of sitting in a pub listening to Chloe listing Jared's shortcomings. I feel a sharp stab of resentment towards her for that, along with the fact that she does seem to be touchy-feely with Sam every time she sees him, and then immediately guilty. Staying at the pub was my choice to make. I'd made the wrong one. I won't ignore my instinct again. The hatred I feel for someone who would try to influence my son with the worst kind of misogynistic rubbish hardens inside me, and I determine I will confront this man. Like Sam, though, I'm not sure I will be responsible for my actions when I do. My frustration turns fast to anger when Ethan still doesn't answer. "Are you really going to do this, Ethan?" I ask. "Retreat into yourself and shut me out, just like your father?" "I can't be on my own with all of this, don't you see? I need you to talk to me, to tell me how you're feeling. How can I help you if you don't?" Still, he says nothing, and hopelessness sweeps through me. "Ethan, please." Stopping, I catch a sob in my throat. "Mom, don't," he says quickly, clearly realizing how upset I am. "I'm trying to hold it together. I really am," I tell him shakily. "But I can't do this without you. We need each other, to be there for each other. Please go home, sweetheart. I need to know you're safe." "Will you be there?" Ethan asks uncertainly. "Soon, I promise. I have some patient handovers to do, and then I'll be right back." "Okay." Ethan hesitates. Then, "I didn't do anything," he blurts. "I just wanted to talk to him." My heart jars as I wonder whether my son might have gone there to confront him. "What do you mean?" I ask warily. "Nothing," Ethan says quickly. "I'm just saying." "I have to go," I say, noticing an incoming call from a colleague in the care sector. "We'll talk more when I get back." Reminding him that I love him, I end the call, then hurry to ring my colleague back. "Hi, Nia," I say when she picks up. "Did you manage to get anything?" "I did," Nia confirms. "I had to dig around a bit, but there's only one person with the surname Finch currently in residential care locally, a lady called Rosemary. She's at the Safe Harbor Rest Home just outside of Droitwich on the Worcester Road. Hope that helps." It does. Sam will be really pleased, I assure her, keeping up the pretense that I was inquiring after a relative on Sam's behalf. "Thanks, Nia." It doesn't take me a moment to make an appointment to view the rest home on the pretext of looking for care for my gran, God rest her. Whether I will learn anything is a long shot, and I'm going to have to resort to underhand measures, which doesn't sit well, but I have to try to establish more about Nathaniel Finch's comings and goings. 44. Once I reach the rest home, I debate whether to go through with it. Word could easily get back to the police, But then, what could they accuse me of, apart from making enquiries about residential care? Making up my mind, I climb out of my car. As I approach the large Edwardian house, I note the tall windows designed to let in sunlight where comfy armchairs are strategically placed overlooking the pretty gardens. The Care Quality Commission rating is outstanding, so I have no doubt that Rosemary Finch is well looked after here. Is it possible that Finch really does care about the woman? If so, then it follows he might visit her regularly. Attempting to quash my nerves, I press the buzzer and wait. The door is answered after a moment by a care nurse who gives me a bright smile. "Mrs. Logan," she says, stepping back to let me in. "Aaron, we spoke on the phone." "Joe." I reach to shake her hand. "Thanks for seeing me at short notice. I'm struggling to juggle everything while working such long hours at the hospital, so I really appreciate it." "No problem. The residents are all in the dining room, so it's actually as good a time as any." Aaron shows me through to a small office-cum-sitting room off the main hall. "I wasn't sure there would be anyone available in the evenings who could help me," I say, turning to face her. "There's always a qualified care nurse here, as well as our care assistants." She smiles reassuringly. "Usually me in the evenings," she adds. "The hours suit me better being a single mom with 2 little ones. We find a lot of people looking to place their loved ones need to fit a visit in around work and family, so we try to accommodate that." She seems nice. Pretty, too. She would certainly attract male attention. She's clearly a caring individual and doesn't appear to be the sort who would lie to provide an alibi for a man. Unless, of course, he was the kind of man who would coerce her, convincing her he cared for her until he got what he wanted. Someone of Finch's ilk. Am I obsessing too? It occurs to me I might be. I know about his alibi, but after what Sam told me about the earring, something my mind had refused to take in, and learning that Ethan is still in touch with him, an innate compulsion to keep my son safe compels me to check that Finch was where he claims he was. At least try to. "Do you fancy a quick coffee before we do the guided tour?" Aaron asks, heading for the coffee machine. "Thanks, that would be great," I accept with a smile. "It's been pretty full on today." "Grab a seat." She indicates the small sofa, pours the coffee, and brings it across. "So, what is it you do?" "Emergency consultant on call. I'm based mostly in A&E." "Wow, I can see why you would be full on." She looks impressed. "And do you have children?" she asks, placing the mugs on the table and sitting down next to me. Unsure how to answer, I glance away. To be honest, that's part of the reason I need to find somewhere for my gran where I can be confident she'll be cared for. I look cautiously back at her. She's fully compos mentis, as independent as she can be, but at 90, she's becoming quite frail. We were thinking about having her live with us, but we're having some family problems right now, and I falter, tears I hadn't intended to cry welling in my eyes. As I gulp back a hard lump of emotion, she places a hand on my arm. "Hey, it's okay," she says kindly. "These decisions are always difficult. Give yourself a moment." "I'm sorry," I murmur. "We lost our daughter recently, and everything is so awful right now. I don't even know whether we can bear to stay in our house." The words gush out before I can stop them, and guilt floods through me. I hadn't meant to use the atrocity my precious daughter endured to try to gain information. "Oh, no." The woman is immediately sympathetic. "I'm so sorry. You must be devastated. I have no idea how you're even functioning, let alone working." I swallow back my tears. "You have to, don't you, when other people need you?" I answer truthfully. She sighs empathetically. "We're the world's best at that, aren't we women?" I answer with a small nod. Part of me acknowledges, though, that perhaps I'd needed people to need me, that was what had kept me going when I hadn't wanted to. "That's why I wanted to try to find somewhere my gran will be safe and happy," I hurry on before my courage fails me. "I've spoken to her, and it turns out there's a resident here we know, an old friend from way back." "Well, that seems like a good omen. Erin smiles encouragingly. That's what I thought. Apparently her grandson went to the same school as me, though I don't remember him. Nathaniel Finch, I continue, lying, which doesn't come easily. His gran is Rosemary Finch. I remember her as being really nice. Erin's face drops in an instant. She is, she says, her eyes clouding over. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for her grandson. Really? I feign surprise. But I thought he visited her quite often. He does, to secure his inheritance probably, she adds with more than a hint of contempt. But I shouldn't be telling you any of this. She stands abruptly. Rosemary is here and she's lovely. Your gran will have good company. Noting the stiffness in her shoulders as she turns away, I hesitate for a moment, then tentatively test the waters. It sounds as if you might have had a bit of a run-in with him? You could say that, she says, still with her back to me. We dated a couple of times and then, well, I was wrong about him, that's all. He's bad news. My heart skips a beat at that revelation. If she was his girlfriend at the time, again, I hesitate. Then, Erin, can I tell you something about him in confidence? I ask. Erin turns around. Such as? She eyes me warily. Sam, my husband, he's a policeman, a detective. I pause, allowing her a moment to digest. Our daughter was murdered, Erin. She presses her hands over her face. Oh, God, no. Standing, I walk across to her. They thought this man Finch might be responsible, I press on, but apparently he had an alibi. He was here. The CCTV only caught him signing in, but a care nurse confirmed he was here the whole time, so… They let him go, she whispers, her complexion deathly pale as she looks back at me. Was he here the whole time? I ask, and wait, my chest thudding. She drops her gaze. I'm sorry, she murmurs. I didn't want to lie for him. He made me. Her petrified gaze shoots back to me. He said I'd stolen something from his gran, jewelry. I hadn't. I would never. He said that Rosemary would corroborate it and that he was going to report me. I would have lost my job, she confides wretchedly. The police will be watching him very carefully. It would really help get justice for my daughter if they knew the truth. I look at her with both sympathy and hope. She answers with a small nod. 45. Sam. The half-hour Sam waited for his son to emerge from the gym was the longest half-hour of his life. Relief surged through him when he saw Ethan pushing through the exit doors. He looked pale, his face tight. Sam had no idea what had gone on in there, but he was guessing the interchange between him and Finch, probably around the piece of Scum's views on women, had been fraught. Had Ethan told him where to stuff his opinions? Sam hoped so. At 16, his son might be struggling with his identity, exacerbated by impossible social pressures, but he simply wasn't capable of the hatred this guy advocated. Glancing back to the gym, he considered whether to go in there. That Finch had continued to have contact with Ethan, openly flaunting the fact that they couldn't touch him. Sam would defy anyone not to react. And if he did, where would that leave his family? Jody, who he'd fallen for the first time he met her at the hospital. She'd turned him down when he'd tentatively asked her if she fancied a coffee, then winked at him over her shoulder and mouthed, "half an hour," which his colleague had ribbed him mercilessly about. He was still in love with her, wouldn't know how to be without her. Yet through all of this, he hadn't told her he loved her, that he needed her. He should go home, bare his soul, and hope to God that she still felt anything for him, other than utter disillusionment. Seeing Ethan heading for his friend's car, he was about to pull away when Finch himself appeared. "You're wrong, Eth," he yelled after him. "Do you honestly think I've got nothing better to do than waste my time on a 17-year-old kid? I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole, mate. You need to fucking well grow up." Ethan froze. Even from where he was, 20 or so yards away, Sam could see the tension through his son's body. "Don't." He willed him not to turn around, then offered up a prayer of gratitude when he didn't, carrying on to the car instead and climbing in. Swallowing back the toxic mixture of anger and hatred burning inside him, Sam glanced back to Finch as the car pulled off, watched as he shook his head despairingly, then turned around to swagger back towards the gym. "You need to leave." A voice of sanity did battle with Sam's fervent desire to follow him in and knock the swagger out of him. Tightening his grip on the steering wheel, he focused on Jody. She wouldn't want him confronting him. He knew Sophia wouldn't. He felt his heart fracture all over again as he pictured her, a scowl of disapproval on her face as she pointed out that her mum wouldn't want him acting like some kind of vengeful vigilante, that she would want him by her side, supporting her, supporting Ethan. "I know," Sam acknowledged silently, then started his car and headed towards home. He was almost there when, deciding to check the tracker app, he realized that Ethan was still in the vicinity of the gym. Shit. Sam circled the next island and headed back the way he came. Parking outside the gym, he debated for a second, then shoved his car door open. There was no way he could live in constant fear of this bastard destroying the rest of his family. Determinedly, he climbed out, slamming his door behind him. For a second, he considered going to his boot and arming himself, should Finch decide to flex his muscles. The multi-tool he carried in there, combining pliers, screwdrivers, and a knife, would be a formidable weapon. A wrench instead? How he would love to see Finch's brains spill. Immediately assailed by a crippling flashback, his daughter, her body still warm as he'd cradled her to him, her lifeblood seeping from the vicious gash in her throat, he felt himself reel. He'd tried to stem the flow, as if that could help her. He hadn't been considering contamination of evidence that might have nailed this bastard if only he had. Sucking a sharp breath, he held it. Finally, with his emotions sufficiently under control, he breathed out and headed inside. He didn't need a weapon to warn Finch that he would get his just desserts, one way or another. For now, Sam was biding his time in the hope the force might do its job and find other evidence that had to be there. If they didn't, then it would be down to him. Apart from one guy at the treadmill, the place was empty, obviously not attracting new members. Sam didn't need to wonder why if their Prime membership consisted of misogynistic prats who would undoubtedly make women feel uncomfortable. Going further in, he spotted Finch across the main floor. He was in the squat position, lifting weights. A vulnerable position. Should he approach him from the front, Sam mused, or behind? Behind, he decided. Finch clearly enjoyed surprises. Walking quietly across to him, Sam waited a beat and then leaned to place a hand either side of the barbell Finch was balancing across the back of his shoulders. "Heavy load you're lifting there," he said, making sure to bear down on the bar as he leant close to his ear. "I'd hate you to strain anything." Finch wobbled. Sam could feel the tremor through the man's muscles as he pressed down another fraction before releasing his weight and stepping quickly away. "Fucking idiot," Finch growled, attempting to gain his legs and stand upright before fumbling to re-rack the barbell. He accomplished it, to Sam's disappointment. He would rather he'd dropped the barbell while squatting and crushed every vertebrae in his neck. "Are you insane?" Finch stepped smartly out of the squat rack and turned to face him. "You could have killed me." He stared at him with a mixture of disdain and disbelief. Sam detected the nervousness in his eyes, though. He'd obviously shaken him. Was it enough? Not by far. "In answer to your question, quite possibly, yes," he said with a flat smile. "In regard to your observation," he paused, eyeing him steadily, "I intend to." Finch sneered. "Yeah, right. Got the balls, have you, Logan?" Shaking his head contemptuously, he picked up the water bottle that was standing next to the squat rack and took a leisurely swig from it. Sam watched, willing himself to stay where he was while the scumbag wiped a hand across his mouth, then grabbed his towel with his other hand and draped it around his neck.
"Just a heads up," Finch went on, now eyeing him cockily. "Coppers don't tend to fare too well banged up with people they've nicked." Sam locked his gaze hard on his. "I'll take my chances," he assured him. Clearly, the man didn't get that he was already in prison, a dark hole from which there was no escape. Bars would make little difference. "Course you will." Finch's mouth twitched into a smirk. "So brave, aren't you? Got me quaking in my boots. Pity you weren't so heroic when your daughter needed you, hey?" He looked him over derisively. "Piss off, Logan, before I call your mates and register a complaint of harassment." Sam felt every muscle in his body tense. Fury simmering dangerously inside him, he watched as he used his towel to wipe the sweat from his face before taking another long glug of water. His movements were deliberately languorous, as if he considered the man whose daughter he'd tortured and murdered posed no threat at all. It was his parting comments as he turned away that lit the fuse that caused Sam's temper to explode. "Give my regards to your wife. Tell her I think of her often," he tossed over his shoulder. Sam surveyed the man's back for a second, and then, seeing nothing past the deep red fog in his head, he was on him. Wrenching the towel from Finch's neck, he looped it over his head in 1 second flat. The bottle hit the floor as Finch groped to free himself. Sam kicked it out of the way, tightened the towel around his fists, and yanked it back hard. 46. Having found the cottage empty when he'd arrived home, Sam watched the hours tick by. Cold foreboding settled in the pit of his stomach as he wondered where Ethan was. The tracker app seemed to have dropped out. His phone was going straight to voicemail, and Sam was worried sick. If Ethan had found the app, it would destroy their relationship completely. A knot of panic taking root inside him as he considered why else he might have switched the phone off. He was trying his number again when he heard a key in the front door. Hurrying from the kitchen to the hall, he blew out a sigh of relief when Ethan walked in. Sam cautioned himself to tread carefully. "Hey, how's things?" he said, looking his son over cautiously. "Shitty," Ethan answered, glancing at him with a bemused frown. Sam guessed he thought it was a ridiculous question, given his life had been blown apart. "I wondered whether you'd eaten," he said, searching for a way to ask him about the phone. "I was trying to get hold of you. I was a bit concerned when I couldn't." "Battery's dead," Ethan informed him. "Thank Christ." "Been doing anything interesting?" Sam asked, working to keep his tone casual rather than interrogational. "Nothing much," Ethan shrugged. "Just hanging out with my mates at Mackey's. Going up," he said, nodding towards the stairs. Sam watched as he trudged up them. "So you have eaten then," he called after him, concerned that he hadn't. "Like I said, we were at McDonald's," Ethan replied vaguely. Sam buried a sigh. He wished he would talk to him about Sophia, how he was feeling, why he'd gone to see Finch tonight, but he doubted Ethan would want to confide in him and couldn't blame him. He was acknowledging him at least. Sam supposed that was something. He was about to try Jody again, who he'd also been trying to get hold of, when his phone rang. Jenna. He noted her name flash up and took the call. "Hi, Jen, what's up?" he asked, a new wave of panic rising inside him as he wondered whether this might have something to do with what had gone on between him and Finch at the gym. "You're not going to believe this," Jenna said, and paused. Sam's heart banged. "Jen, what?" he urged her. "Okay, so, based on information we received, we stopped Finch earlier this evening," Jenna went on. "Told him we had reasonable grounds to suspect he was carrying an illegal substance and that we were going to search his car." Sam's gut tightened. What grounds? Finch probably wouldn't have been fazed by that. He'd been shrewd enough to make sure his car was as clean as a whistle. "An anonymous caller informed us we would find large quantities of GHB," Jenna told him. said he used it because he reckoned it helped metabolize fat and build muscle, and also hinted that wasn't the only use he had for it. They were reluctant to provide more, just said he was a misogynistic bastard who openly condoned the abuse of women, and that they were sure we could work it out. And, Sam pressed her, he couldn't see how this linked to Sophia, Leah Miller, or Olivia Reeves, but he assumed it must. Well, the cocky scumbag said we were clutching at straws and told us to knock ourselves out. So we did. We didn't expect to get lucky and find anything. The car was meticulously washed, including the chassis, but Jared pulled a blinder. Sam's heart rate kicked up. As in? Mudstone, Jenna said with a flourish. Sam frowned. Come again? It's the bedrock of several roads in the area, apparently, Jenna explained. I passed on what you said about extraneous evidence to Jared, and he decided to check the wheel rims. Finch clearly forgot about cleaning those. We ran it by forensics, and they reckon they can establish the composition of asphalt and mudstone from a specific road. They're going to be bringing in a palynologist to analyze any pollen and spores that might also be present, which could help determine whether his car might have been parked up both on your road and Pullen's Lane. The wildflower site might yield something. The key thing, though, is the DCI reckons we'll have new grounds for arrest. We're bringing him in, and we've also requested a warrant to search his house. Jesus! Sam's blood raced, adrenaline pumping so fast through his veins, his head swam. We have him, Sam, as good as. Once behind bars, I reckon the bastard will get exactly the justice he deserves. 47. Desperate to get hold of her, Sam tried Jody's number again. To his growing panic and frustration, she didn't answer. He was calling the hospital direct when there was a knock on the front door. Opening it warily, he was surprised to find Chloe outside. Is she all right? She asked, stepping quickly in as he stood back. Sam frowned in confusion. Sorry? Jody, Chloe clarified. She left work because she wasn't well. I tried to call her, but she wasn't answering her phone. I came over earlier, and when I saw her car wasn't on the drive, I started to get worried. I can't understand why she wouldn't have let me know if she… Whoa, Sam stopped her. What do you mean, not well? When did she leave? Chloe furrowed her brow. I don't know. Sometime late this afternoon, I think. I thought if she was ill, she would naturally come straight home and… Oh, Sam, I'm so worried about all of you, especially you when you have so much to deal with. Pausing, she scanned his eyes, her own anxious and tear-filled, then launched herself at him. I don't know how you're coping with any of this, she mumbled, burying her head in his shoulder. I'm okay. How's Kylie? Sam asked, whilst tactfully trying to extract himself. She's okay, Chloe murmured shakily. She's been referred… Shit, Sam cursed, cutting her short as he glanced past her to the open front door to find Jody standing there, her expression somewhere between confused and startled. Chloe. He reached for the woman's shoulders and eased her away from him. Jody's here. Chloe blinked at him in surprise and then whirled around. Joe, she exclaimed, moving towards her, we've been so worried about you. Clearly, Jody responded, glancing from her to Sam, her eyes full of soul-crushing hurt. Sam's heart dropped as he realized why. With every fiber of his being, he'd wanted to reach out to his wife, to circle his arms around her and hold her while she cried her hurt out, to cry with her. He hadn't. He couldn't bring himself to because, selfish bastard that he was frightened of being rejected. And now, here he was, caught in an embrace with her best friend. Joe. Sam followed her as she stepped in, squeezing past Chloe and him to head for the kitchen. Are you okay? He asked. Chloe said you left work early because you were ill. She came round to check. I'm fine, Jody spoke over him. She didn't look at him. Is Kylie all right? She asked over her shoulder. Yes, she… Chloe faltered. They've referred her for counseling, but she's been discharged. Good, Jody said and walked on. "So where were you?" Sam asked, his apprehension growing. This wasn't like her. There was something different about her. Distant. Jesus. He pulled himself up sharp. Things were different. She'd lost her child. Why did he think she could just carry on being who people needed her to be, where he couldn't? Jody glanced at him at last, briefly. "At the cemetery," she said. "We buried our daughter there, you might remember." There was no anger or facetiousness in her voice. Instead, her tone was flat, filled with defeat, and Sam's heart went into freefall. "You shouldn't have gone on your own, Joe, especially this late at night," he said, his gut wrenching with unbearable guilt and apprehension. With minimal lighting, it would have been pitch black and completely isolated since it was past closing time. He glanced at the wall clock, way past closing time. 48. Sam started as his phone buzzed early the next morning. Grabbing it from his bedside table, he silenced it, then slid out of bed, trying not to disturb Jody. She'd been tossing and turning most of the night, calling out in her sleep, looking for Sophia. "Sophia, where are you, sweetheart? I can't find you," she'd cried, such tangible terror in her voice, his heart had broken for her. "Where is she?" she'd screamed, lashing out at him as he'd tried to hold her and soothe her. She was sleeping less fitfully now, seemed to be. He hadn't been able to get to the bottom of what happened yesterday, why she'd left work early, whether she was at the cemetery the whole time she said she was. Saying no more than she wasn't ill but simply exhausted, she'd walked past him and Chloe with barely a word and gone up to bed. As desperate as he was to talk to her now, he wouldn't wake her. Checking his phone as he went to collect his clothes, he stopped, immediately tensing as he noted the call was from DCI Marsh. Why would he be calling him direct? The knot of panic that had taken up permanent residence inside him tied itself tighter. He was heading for the shower when his phone beeped a text, also from Marsh, asking him to come to the station, now if not sooner. Christ! His panic ratcheting up, Sam showered and dressed in record time. After checking on Ethan, who he found fast asleep to his relief, he scrawled out a note for Jody. "Have to go out for a while, back as soon as possible." He paused, then forced himself to say what he wanted to, which somehow felt safer on paper. "I haven't been there for you. I'm here for you now if you want me to be. I love you. Whatever happens, I always will." Hoping that was enough to convince her he did love her, absolutely, that he cared about her above all else, he went quietly back to the bedroom to leave the note on her bedside table, then hurried down to grab his car keys and head for his car. The 15-minute journey to the station seemed to take forever. Sam's mind played over his actions at the gym as he drove, when his hatred for Finch had consumed him and he'd completely lost perspective. He really didn't care if he did time for him, but his focus had been all on himself. He hadn't considered his family. Up until recently, he imagined they would always be there. Something splintered inside him as he realized how sharply it had been brought home that they wouldn't. Once he arrived, he headed straight for the detective's room. As he walked in, silence descended, just as it had before. This time, though, the glances were wary, eyes swiveling in his direction and then quickly away again. Even Jenna's eye contact was skittish as he approached her. "Jen," he smiled tentatively, "any idea why I've been summoned?" "It's probably better if you speak to the Gov," she said, glancing guardedly towards Marsh's office. Sam followed her gaze to see Marsh striding towards his door. Noting his grave expression, uneasiness prickled the length of his spine. Marsh didn't speak, beckoning him in with an incline of his head instead. Once Sam was through the door, Marsh closed it behind him and walked straight past him to sit at his desk. "You might want to take a seat," he suggested, steepling his hands under his chin and nodding towards his guest chair. Sam didn't decline the offer. Sure now that this had something to do with Finch, he was beginning to feel distinctly queasy. His expression neutral, Marsh surveyed him for a long, nerve-wracking moment. Then, "I have some news regarding Nathaniel Finch," he said. "New evidence has come to light. That, together with recent information received, gave us grounds to bring him in." Sam eyed him questioningly. What new information? The care nurse at his grandmother's home called. She said that, on reflection, she can't swear that Finch didn't leave the premises during the time frame we gave her. She's remembered that she had to attend an emergency with another resident, apparently, so can't be sure. Sam stared at him in shocked confusion. His alibi for the night Sophia was murdered? Marsh nodded. Like I said, we were about to bring him in.
So why haven't you? Sam asked.
Marsh studied him carefully. Unfortunately, he was found dead at his gym this morning. 49. Sam felt his heart drop as if down a lift shaft. He stared at his DCI uncomprehending for a second, then, "Dead?" he repeated, his emotions colliding. Disbelief and confusion. Panic, rising so fast it almost choked him. He sucked in a breath, tried to think through the cacophony of noise in his head. Finch's sneers. "She has nice eyes. Pity you weren't so heroic when your daughter needed you, hey? Give my regards to your wife. Tell her I think of her often. Loser. Loser." He heard it over, the horror of his daughter being assaulted, her muted sobs, the final deafening silence. Then, "We have a lot in common," his parting words as he'd tossed the blood-slicked knife at his feet. In that moment of blind fury as he'd stood over him at the gym, they had had something in common. A base, primal instinct Sam hardly dare acknowledge. He'd wanted to kill him. With every cell in his body, he'd wanted to silence the bastard and watch him die. What the hell did he do now? "Are you okay?" Marsh asked, his tone marginally concerned. Sam answered with a small nod. He couldn't trust himself to speak. "Shocked, I imagine," Marsh added, and waited. Sam didn't answer. He could feel Marsh's gaze burning into him. "You don't have anything you'd like to share with me, do you, Sam?" he asked. Aware of the sweat beading his forehead and wetting the shirt on his back, Sam tried to pull himself together. He had to. He needed to get out of here and find some space to think. "No, nothing," he said, his voice gruff. "Do we—" he started, then coughed to clear his throat. "Do we have cause of death?" Marsh continued to study him. "Unknown as yet," he replied after an agonizingly long moment. "There are no outward indications of foul play." Meaning there were no ligature marks around his neck? Jesus. Sam allowed himself to breathe out. "We're thinking he might have ingested a large quantity of GHB, Marsh went on, rocking the foundations beneath him further. As he would be aware, though, due to the time lapse between possible ingestion and the deceased being found, interpreting the results of any toxicology testing is going to be somewhat complex. Sam nodded and swallowed back the sour taste in his throat. Gamma hydroxybutyrate is also produced after death, leading to high concentrations in the body. He attempted to kickstart his brain. Differentiating between natural post-mortem GHB production and ingestion was going to prove a challenge, complicated further by the fact that, according to Jenna, Finch was apparently a drug user. Sam could only hope they couldn't definitively prove it. "We do have a time of death," Marsh added, still studying him, weighing up his every answer and gesture, Sam knew. His smartwatch is linked to his phone. It shows his heart rate flatlined at 7:23 p.m. He paused, then asked the question Sam had been dreading he might. "You weren't in the vicinity of the gym around then, were you?" Sam's blood pumped. "No!" He shook his head hard. Marsh narrowed his eyes. "It's just that we have an eyewitness statement confirming that someone of your height and stature entered the building around that time." Sam arched his eyebrows, hoping to God he looked suitably surprised. "I'm guessing there are quite a few men of my height and stature who use the facility," he said. "Do we have any CCTV footage?" he tacked on quickly, whilst scrambling through his mind, trying to make sense of the GHB angle. Ethan. His heart almost stopped beating as his thoughts shot to his son. Where was he at 7:23? "There's a camera outside the entrance. Unfortunately, it's for show only." Marsh pushed himself away from his desk with a sigh. "So, where were you exactly?" he asked the inevitable next question. "At home," Sam answered, knowing he'd need witnesses to place him anywhere else. "And someone can verify this?" Marsh asked, his eyes now drilling steadily into his. "Ethan," Sam said straight off. "He came home around then, I think," he added cautiously. He was about to say Jody was also home, but, realizing he would be compromising her, asking her to lie for him, he stopped himself. Where was she last night? Fear pooled inside him as he realized that she would know exactly how much GHB would be fatal and could easily obtain it. No way. She was convinced it wasn't Finch who'd murdered their girl. She wouldn't be aware that his alibi didn't stand up, and she'd had no reason to go near the gym. But she had. He'd told her himself that Ethan was there. "Sir?" The officer at the cordon erected outside the gym dipped his head respectfully as Sam approached. Fresh out of his probationary period, he was young, keen, reminding Sam of himself when he'd first started out. Now he felt jaded to his bones. Nodding appreciatively back, he signed the crime scene log, then ducked under the tape the officer held up for him and headed for the gym entrance. Pausing inside the foyer to pull on the obligatory protective clothing and boot covers, he considered the implications of his actions if word got back to Marsh he'd been here, which potentially it could, and then considered the possible consequences for his family if he didn't establish whether forensics had any evidence to back up probable cause of death. If they had, he had no idea what he would do. He was basically winging it. Steeling himself, he pushed on in. As he crossed the main floor towards the weight rack, a suited officer turned to him. Jared. Sam guessed that, in his absence, he would have been appointed senior investigating officer on this too, which rankled. He wasn't sure why, other than that the man seemed to be a permanent presence in his life lately. "Hey, I didn't expect to see you here." Jared's eyes registered surprise. "I probably shouldn't be since I'm apparently on compassionate leave." Sam worked to keep the agitation from his voice. "But you need to know what's happening." Jared nodded understandingly. "I think I'll go out of my mind otherwise." Sam reached to knead the knot in the back of his neck, taking the opportunity to scour the floor as he did. His heart missed a beat when he glimpsed what he was looking for across the floor under one of the treadmills. "Do you have anything yet?" He looked quickly back to Jared. Jared sighed. "Not a fat lot more than we already had. The camera outside is a deterrent only, which gives us sweet F.A. I mean, what's the bloody point of having a camera if it's not functioning?" he asked, shaking his head in despair. "We've put out an appeal for witnesses who might have been using the gym, but that's a long shot. I doubt anyone will come forward with anything useful." Apart from the guy on the treadmill who'd clocked him coming in maybe? Sam prayed he didn't. "We know the bloke used GHB, and his smartwatch flatlining gave us time of death," Jared went on, clearly unaware of how much Marsh had told him. "But, given the toxicology report is going to be challenging, we could really use a miracle in the form of the container Finch drank from." Sam nodded. "You've searched in all the usual places, presumably?" he asked. "Pretty much," Jared confirmed. "His locker, sports bag. I've got someone checking the bins inside and out, and we're about to do a sweep of the place, but there's nothing yet." "It's going to be a tough one," Sam sympathized. "Tell me about it." Jared sighed again wearily. "But then I don't suppose you give a stuff what killed him." "Not much of a one, no," Sam lied. He very much gave a stuff, particularly in regard to how the drug was ingested and, terrifyingly, whose fingerprints might be found on the water bottle. "It would be interesting to know, though," he added. "Will you keep me posted?" "I'll make sure to," Jared promised. glancing past him as someone called "boss" from the foyer. Sam followed his gaze to see the young officer from the cordon looking uncomfortably between them. Clearly, he was confused as to who was his boss. "I think he means you," he said, giving Jared a smile to reassure him there were no hard feelings. "Yeah, I'd better." Smiling awkwardly back, Jared nodded in the officer's direction, then headed off towards him. Watching him walk with the officer through to the foyer, Sam waited a minute, then, glancing quickly around to make sure there was no one paying him any particular attention, he strolled across to the treadmill. He took another minute to examine his conscience. What would that officer think of him if he learned he'd tampered with evidence, he wondered, as he bent to sweep the bottle up. That he was despicable, no doubt, the lowest of the low. A loser. After parking his car inside the cemetery gates, Sam walked across to a waste bin and dumped the water bottle he'd picked up at the gym. Interpreting the results of any toxicology testing post-mortem might prove to be a challenge, but forensic laboratory analysis would be able to detect traces of GHB in liquid samples. Even after disposing of the contents and wiping the bottle to eliminate any fingerprints, he wasn't taking any chances. He could be wrong, but his thinking was that Ethan might have gone back to the gym. Sam would have to be naive not to consider that his son could easily have obtained GHB on the streets if he'd had a mind to. He was also petrified that Jody might be involved. It was possible she had stayed at the cemetery, but Sam doubted it. He'd done as much as he could. All he could do now was pray no one had seen him pick the bottle up. Turning around, he decided he would leave the car where it was and walk the rest of the way. He still wasn't sure he could go through with this. He hadn't been able to bring himself to come here since the funeral. Now, he knew it was something he needed to do, if only his courage didn't fail him. He'd slammed a lid tight shut on his emotions, pushed Jody away, something he'd promised himself he would never do again. He had to find a way to get her back, convince her he would be there for her, whatever the future held, that they could get through it together. First, though, he had to find himself. He felt totally and utterly lost. It had crucified him seeing her with Jared outside the church. Even then, he hadn't been able to make himself go to her, to open up and talk to her, which was all she'd wanted of him. He hadn't been able to talk to anyone. Seeing people he knew huddled to speak in hushed tones or turning embarrassed eyes away from his for fear of the guilt they might find there had cut to the core. They'd shuffled and mumbled. They were sorry. Of course they were, but none as sorry as he. He'd failed to protect his child, and simultaneously, he'd destroyed Jody. Ethan, too. Sam didn't think he would ever see in his son's eyes again what he once had: respect, his unquestioning love for him. He guessed that came with the innocence of childhood. Things had been good up until the fateful day that had changed their lives forever, better than he'd dared to hope for. Thanks to his formative years, Sam had had no idea what a loving relationship was, let alone a functional family. Jody had shown him. The ultimatum she'd given him years back had brought him sharply to his senses. He could carry on drinking to numb the pain of a past he couldn't change, or he could look to the future. He'd chosen the future, with her. He'd been grateful every day since that she was still there for him, because she believed in him, she'd said. She'd helped him turn his life around. He'd been 6 months sober when they'd gone out to celebrate his birthday. Jody had booked a room at Brown's at the Key, a romantic venue overlooking the River Severn. There'd been a free glass of Prosecco on arrival. Sam had declined it in favor of a soft drink. He passed on the wine he would normally have with his meal. "I'm proud of you," Jody had said once they reached their room. "And just in case I haven't mentioned it lately, I love you, Samuel Logan." She'd leaned into him then, closing her mouth over his, pressing the tip of her tongue into his mouth, her hands gliding under his shirt to run her fingernails down his back, which was a surefire way of turning him on. She'd eased away from him after a moment, a smile curving her infinitely kissable mouth, mischief dancing in her mesmerizing green eyes. "Did you know that women make love with all of themselves, emotions fully engaged?" she'd whispered teasingly. Sam's emotions had been fully engaged that night, the night Sophia had been conceived. If she'd been a bit of a surprise, she was conceived in style, no doubt about it. Ethan was planned. Jody had wanted kids that would grow up together, so Sam had selflessly sacrificed his body for the sake of a good cause. And it had happened. Because it was destined, according to Jody. She wasn't even supposed to be working that day she'd first met him at the hospital. She almost hadn't volunteered to go in. Yet she had, and there he'd been with his captivating good looks and nervous smile. A man who fitted all my fantasies nicely, she'd said. And now here we are, married with 2 beautiful children, she'd added, leaning to brush his lips with hers, destined to be together forever. Yeah, he'd messed that up nicely, hadn't he? God giveth and God taketh away. Sam kicked angrily at a discarded beer can. What terrible sin had he committed that he should be punished like this? And Jody? Why should someone who cared so much, working her guts out to improve other people's lives, have to suffer so much? She was existing now, that was all, the light in her eyes eclipsed by unbearable grief. If only he hadn't opened the whiskey. If only Jody hadn't gone out, then… Jesus, what was he doing? Was he seriously trying to shift the blame? He was responsible for what happened on that God-forsaken night. And he hadn't just broken Jody's heart, he'd broken her spirit. His own heart broke a little more each day as he watched her clinging on, trying to maintain some sort of normality for their son's sake. There was no normal. How could there be when their daughter had died so horrifically? When he couldn't even bloody well communicate how he was feeling, let alone be the shoulder Jody needed. She was leaning on Jared instead. Could he really blame her? Had she gone to the gym? She was acting so uncharacteristically when she came home. Was it any wonder, though, when she'd walked in to find him and her best friend in each other's arms? Racking his brains for a way to ask her without seeming to be accusing her, he stopped abruptly. He'd been so deep in thought, he hadn't noticed that he'd reached his destination. He pulled up his collar, a shiver of apprehension snaking its way down his spine, then made his way through the part of the cemetery where once proud Victorian headstones subsided submissively to the elements. Forcing his way on, past weathered stones and wingless cherubs, he deliberately avoided inscriptions. He didn't need reminding how short life was. Turning left at the church, he picked his way through black granite headstones until he spotted the temporary grave marker Jody had had placed on Sophia's grave. It had Pooh Bear engraved on it. Reading the inscription, "Sleep safe, baby. Remember, even if we're apart, I'll always be with you." He felt his heart splinter. Ethan had suggested it. He'd also helped Jody select the marker, probably because he was emotionally missing. Sam hadn't yet been able to come here, to view it in situ. Now here he was, alone with his stolen child. It was a well-chosen plot, he thought obliquely, surrounded by trees, serenaded by birdsong. Sam hesitated and then crouched down to place the flat of his hand against the ground under which his daughter lay. "Sorry, sweetheart," he whispered past the constriction in his throat. Finally, the tears fell. Confident there was no one to see him, Sam allowed them to. After a while, he dragged an arm across his eyes, sucked in a breath and another, and then prayed hard. "Look after my girl. Please keep her safe." 52. I'd watched interestedly as Logan walked from his car to the bin to stuff what he obviously knew might be damning evidence in. Waiting until he'd moved away, I climbed out of my car, strolled over to the bin, and retrieved it. There was no sign of the lid, I noticed. Being the diligent but caring detective he is, he'd obviously been concerned someone might find it and use it. Some kid, possibly. Pity he wasn't so caring of his own kid. I feel sure getting pissed and allowing a psychopath access to her isn't in the good parenting guide. He's thrown the police rulebook out of the window, too. Not so principled when it comes to protecting his own arse, is he? Going back to my car, a rental. It wouldn't do for my own car to be spotted. I give him a few minutes rather than pass him, then drive leisurely through the cemetery until I reach the path that overlooks the spot where Logan laid his daughter to rest. I feel for him as I watch him sink to his haunches and bury his head in his hands. He's obviously grief-stricken, undoubtedly stuffed full of guilt, which I imagine is crippling. I've never experienced it myself, not really. Still, though, it's no excuse for flagrantly disregarding the law, is it? I mean, who the fuck does he think he is? Obviously, he considers himself untouchable. Then again, maybe not now his perfect little family has been shattered, along with his reputation. I must admit, I'm finding keeping one step ahead of him immensely satisfying. He obviously is a complete loser, way too wrapped up in himself, imagining that this is personal, that he's really that important. If he stopped with the angst long enough, it might occur to him that the person who killed his daughter would have to be an idiot to take that sort of risk with a copper's kid out of revenge. She hadn't died because he'd been a prat. It hadn't been sexually motivated, as no doubt was the assumption. You'd think, being such a high-ranking policeman, he might have the intelligence to work it out. I suppose I should count my blessings that he's off the case and too preoccupied to look for the clues. Catching a movement in the church doorway, I realize with a jolt that I've been too preoccupied watching Logan to notice the woman standing under the archway. How long has she been there? I slide down in my seat as she steps out and lingers not more than 10 or so yards from where I'm parked, then beat a hasty retreat as she walks towards him. 53. Sam. Reluctant to leave his daughter, Sam sat by her graveside, his head bowed, his hands draped between his knees, and oblivious to the rain soaking through his clothes. He was unaware of someone approaching him until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Startled, he snapped his gaze up to find his mother looking down at him. "You're wet through," she said, her brow creased in concern. "You'll catch your death sitting here on the wet grass." Shaking his head in bewilderment at her unfortunate choice of words, Sam pulled himself to standing. "You've been here a while," she added. "I've been watching you from the church doorway. I didn't like to disturb you." So what was she doing there? Praying for absolution? Sam wondered cynically. "I needed some space to think," he said with a shrug. Then, noting the sympathy in her eyes, he looked away. He didn't want sympathy from a woman who'd been so concerned for Adam she'd walked away when he was clearly in need of urgent medical attention. So concerned for Sam, she'd called him the liar, preferring to stand by the piece of shit who'd caused Adam life-changing injuries and probably only fallen short of molesting her daughter because he'd been arrested. His mother nodded as if understanding. "Don't blame yourself, Sam. It doesn't do any good," she said, reaching out to place a hand on his arm. Sam flinched away. Clearly, she didn't blame herself for what happened to Adam, for placing her daughter in danger, for disbelieving him, sending out a clear signal that her kids' lives meant nothing to her. All for what? To maintain a relationship with a man who was the worst kind of abuser? "Why did you do it?" he asked, tipping his head to one side as he scrutinized her, still, even now, trying to understand what drove her. His mother frowned in confusion, and then, realizing what he meant, she glanced quickly down. She was unable to look him in the eye, obviously, which only angered Sam further. "Adam could have died," he yelled, causing her to jump. Her gaze shooting back to his mother stared at him, bewildered. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Sam felt bad. He hadn't meant to scare her, but, "Do you have no conscience?" he asked, squinting hard at her. "Would you have even cared if Adam had died that night? Or did you figure it was just one less mouth to feed?" "Stop!" His mother pressed her hands over her ears. "Please stop," she murmured, tears squeezing from her eyes. Sam swallowed, He hadn't meant to make her cry either. The fact was, though, she'd never acknowledged she was wrong, never shown any remorse or apologized, and Sam couldn't make himself warm to her, to feel sorry for her. Jody wanted him to forgive Ruth her mistakes and make peace with her. He guessed her thinking was that fate might intervene and snatch her away, as it had for her, depriving her of both her parents far too soon. Sam realized now more than ever that it so easily could. Still, he couldn't just forgive and forget. He didn't believe he had that forgiveness in him. "I should go," he said, looking her over with a mixture of despair and pity, then turning away. "I did it for you," his mother cried behind him. "He said he hadn't done anything to Adam other than try to quieten him, and if you told anyone otherwise, he would shut you up permanently."
After the police were involved, he said he would make sure you never grassed on one of your own again. He threatened to burn the house down while we were sleeping. What was I supposed to do? Sam stopped walking. "It was wrong," she admitted. "What I did was wrong and weak. I should have told the police. I was too frightened to. Frightened for you." Wiping the rain from his face, Sam took a moment, then turned slowly back. "I had to protect my children," she murmured tearfully. That resonated deeply. Sam glanced away again. He had to. "I've regretted what I did every second of every day since," his mother went on. "I failed you. I know that. But I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't let him hurt you too." Sam's stomach clenched, new hatred for the man who'd ruined all their lives roiling inside him. Hatred for himself for failing his daughter. "You should have spoken to Ian," he said, his tone more subdued. "D.C.I. Marsh. He would have helped you." His mother nodded sadly. "I know that now," she said, reaching to wipe the tears from her cheeks. "With hindsight, I would have done things differently." Sam nodded. "So would I," he admitted throatily. His mother didn't comment, simply held his gaze. He knew from the empathy in her eyes that he didn't have to explain any further. As he ran his gaze over her, something inside him softened. The hostility he'd harbored for so long had no place here, next to his daughter's resting place, he realized. His mother looked fragile, worn down by the weight of the guilt she'd carried. Sam knew all about that. "Did you get the bus here?" he asked, walking back towards her. "The number 11, she said. "They run quite frequently," meaning she'd probably visited often. She would be missing Sophia. The two of them had got along whenever they saw each other. "I'll take you home," he said, offering her a smile. "I'd like that," she smiled back. "There's something I need to tell you, though," she added. "The reason I came to speak to you." Sam braced himself. He could tell by her wary expression that it wasn't anything good. "Danny's been in contact," she said. "Recently. He's back, and I think it was him who broke into my house." While Jody and Ethan were there, Sam felt a new kind of fear slice through him like a knife. Jody. Craving dark, dreamless sleep where my nightmares couldn't haunt me, I'd taken one of the sedatives I'd obtained from the hospital pharmacy. Now, after sleeping half the morning away and with my mouth dry and my head pounding, I regret it. Far from dreamless, my night had been filled with such lucid flashbacks I hadn't been able to distinguish sleep from reality. I'd heard her, distinctly, my little girl screaming out for her mummy as she wrestled with her own night terrors. I'd gone to her room, but I couldn't find her. My chest constricts painfully, hopeless tears of grief, frustration, and guilt streaming down my face to plop wetly onto the pillow beneath me. "I'm sorry, baby," I whisper, wishing I could go back to that time when I'd promised Sophia there was no monster under her bed and that her mummy and daddy would always keep her safe. We hadn't. We'd allowed the monster in.
As I roll over, my eyes snag on a note propped against my bedside lamp. Guessing it's from Sam, I tentatively reach for it. My heart drops as I read it. He says he's here for me, yet he's not. Last night, when I'd arrived home, desperate to talk to him, to confide in him and have him hold me, I'd found Chloe wrapped around him. Anger rears up inside me, at Chloe, at Sam. I can't help it. I don't believe he would sink so low as to cheat on me with her, a friend and the wife of one of his close colleagues. I can't bear that he doesn't discourage her, though, that he and I are so far apart when I need him by my side now more than ever. Needing time alone to try to process all that had happened that evening, I'd as good as ignored her, only making brief conversation to ask after Kylie. "I should go," she'd said as I'd walked from the kitchen to the stairs. "I just came to check on you, Joe." Maybe you could do that next time without throwing yourself at my husband. I'd wanted to say it, but resisted. Sam and I have a strong relationship, I'd tried to reassure myself. We have to stay strong if we're going to get through this, especially now. "I'll pop round tomorrow," she'd added as I'd mounted the stairs. I'd glanced down to see her eyes flick to Sam, and it hurt incredibly. How is it that he appears to be able to share his grief with her, but not with me? Where is he now? My stomach nodding with anxiety as I consider he might be in the vicinity of the gym. I scramble out of bed to retrieve my phone from my bag on the dressing table. I'm halfway across the room when I'm seized by an overwhelming sense of terror. I freeze, sweat breaking out over my body, and my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Try as I might to draw air into my lungs, I can't. My heart races, pounding frantically against my ribcage. I feel claustrophobic suddenly, as if the walls are closing in on me, and I want to run, but there's nothing to run from, except myself. I'm losing control. Panic rises hotly inside me. I can't. Now, above all times, I have to stay in control and carry on as normal as my life can be without my beautiful Sophia. Breathe. I will myself to take long, slow breaths. Calm down. I try, but with a sense of doom fast descending, calm is the last thing I feel. My panic escalates as I hear voices downstairs. One is Ethan's. I can't make out the other. A minute later, the bedroom door opens and I snap my gaze towards it. "Mom, Jared's here," Ethan says, walking in. Mom, what's wrong? Are you all right? I try to get a grip as he hurries across to me. A moment later, Jared appears. "I heard Ethan," he says, his gaze traveling over me. "Are you okay?" Embarrassment sweeps through me as I realize I'm wearing only my shorts and vest top. "I'm fine," I manage. "I felt a bit dizzy, that's all. Don't worry." Ethan glances between me and Jared, who's circled an arm around me. He doesn't look convinced. "I've got you," Jared says, deep concern in his eyes as he scans mine. "Come on, let's get you sat down until you're a little steadier on your feet, shall we?" I allow him to guide me towards the bed and sit shakily down on the edge of it. "I'm okay," I assure Ethan again as he hovers uncertainly. He's carrying his college rucksack, I notice. He's been bunking off lately, and I'm desperate for him to go in and get back to some sort of normality, even for half a day. "I didn't get a chance to eat much yesterday," I add, forcing a smile. "I expect that's all it is. Are you off to college?" "I was," Ethan answers indecisively, "but I'll go and rustle your mom up some lunch," Jared says. "She'll be okay," he assures him. "I'll make sure she is until Sam gets back. You'd better get off, hadn't you?" Again, Ethan glances between us. "I don't have to go in if you need me to stay, Mom," he says, clearly worried. I want to hug him right then. This is my boy, a caring, sensitive soul. Someone who could easily have been influenced by that bastard Finch if he'd had continued access to him. No more. Fury still bubbles away inside me. "You have art and crafts this afternoon, don't you?" I eye him questioningly. "Yeah, but..." Ethan stops with a shrug, as if he doesn't know that I know that his artwork is his passion, the only thing that keeps him engaged, possibly the only thing that will sustain him emotionally through all he's suffering. Go, I almost shoo him out. And make sure to pour your heart and soul into it. I reach to take hold of his hand. Do it for your sister. You know she would want you to. Answering with a small nod, Ethan squeezes my hand. I want to tell him I love him. I don't for fear of embarrassing him in front of Jared, but I'm sure he knows I do, and how much. Once he heads for the landing, albeit reluctantly, Jared goes to the door to unhook my dressing gown from the peg. Bringing it to me, he wraps it around me and then sits down next to me. So, he says, glancing at me once the front door closes, do you want to tell me what's really going on, or do you not want to talk about it? If only I could tell him. An icy shiver runs through me, and I pull my dressing gown more tightly around me. I'm just exhausted, I think, I answer evasively. Jared nods. As you would be. Are things still difficult between you and Sam? He asks. I hesitate. I haven't told him how bad things are, but then I suppose he can see it with his own eyes. He simply won't open up to me, I confide. He doesn't talk about Sophia. He doesn't seem to understand that I need to remember her, the good times, not the horror of her death. There's this grinding emptiness inside me and I falter, a tumult of emotions assailing me, so much grief stuffed inside, so much guilt I don't think I can bear it. I just wish he would talk to me. Tears fall from my eyes, and I reach hurriedly to wipe them away. Hey, Jared places an arm around me. It's okay to cry, you know, he says softly. It's therapeutic. I know, I nod. The truth is, though, if I give in to tears now, I don't think I'll ever stop. Sam hasn't cried, I confide that too. Not properly. He probably has in private, Jared suggests. Men are just not great at showing their emotions. I suppose he's right. Sam has always struggled to show his emotions. I know this, and I know why. He'd learned that it wasn't safe to as a child. But if he can't open up to me now, where does that leave us? Where does it leave Sam? He can't keep all this stuffed inside. He needs to talk about it. He'd started to open up, baring his soul and admitting how haunted he was by his guilt. I'd felt my heart fracture for him, and I'd wanted to go to him. But then, of course, Jared had walked in. Then came the break-in at his mother's house, closely followed by another poor girl being found, which had seemed to cement Sam's conviction that Finch was responsible. I'd turned on him. I was directing my anger at him out of my own guilt. I shouldn't have been. Sam had been right. I know he wants to reach out to you, Jared goes on, as I try to force the events that came next from my head. I'm guessing his guilt is holding him back. Give him some time. How much time, I wonder? And why is it that he seems now to be sharing how he's feeling with Chloe and not me? I understand to a degree, because he doesn't feel she blames him, presumably, but to keep hugging her, it's crushing me. He must realize that. I'm about to ask Jared about it, but realizing that might not be prudent given the difficulties in his marriage, I stop myself. Can I ask you something? I venture, my mind on the text I received informing me that my husband was sleeping with someone else. About Sam. Jared frowns. Feel free, he says. I'll answer if I can. I draw in a breath. Do you think he might be seeing someone else? I'd expected him to be surprised, to laugh in disbelief, confirming my suspicions are unfounded. He doesn't. Instead, he drops his gaze for a long, pensive moment. Eventually, he looks up. Do you think he is? He asks. His expression is cautious, uncomfortable, his eyes full of sympathy, and my world shifts violently. He does. You know, Chloe thinks I'm having an affair? Jared asks, as I try to get my head around the fact that Sam might actually be cheating on me. She told me. I eye him warily. I'm reluctant to admit that we've been discussing the intimate details of his marriage, but I can't pretend I don't know. Ah, Jared emits a scornful laugh. I'm wasting my time, aren't I? He stands abruptly. No matter how hard I try. Trailing off, he presses his thumb and forefingers to his eyes. Jared? My heart constricts as I realize he might be crying. Jumping up, I step towards him, uncertain what to do. Pulling his hand away from his face, he clamps his eyes shut and swallows hard. There's no affair, Jody. There never was, he says, looking back at me. He pauses reflectively. Then, actually, that's not quite true, he adds, scanning my eyes cautiously. There is, but it's not me who's having it. I stare at him, staggered. Chloe? My mind flies again to the man in the pub, Matthew Edwards, who'd leapt up to inquire if Chloe was all right when she was upset and had been so keen to help us. It's a long-standing affair, Jared goes on emotionally. I hoped it would fizzle out, but she just keeps going back to him. I try, I really do, but I have no idea what to do. I should walk away, but I can't make myself, which makes me a complete idiot. I'm scarcely able to believe it. She'd painted Jared as the bad guy, said he'd damaged her confidence. She'd lied through her teeth, hadn't she? Anger hardens inside me. How long has it been going on? I ask tentatively. He may not want to talk about the details, but I sense that he does. Years, he answers, with a disconsolate shrug. He looks away, then awkwardly back to me. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but the baby she lost, he goes on falteringly. It wasn't mine. Oh God, no. I feel sick, nauseous to the pit of my stomach, and absolutely devastated for him. She'd tried to pass the baby off as his, told people that he was cheating on her. How could she do that? Why would she? To gain sympathy, should it ever come out, I assume. I should have left then, he continues throatily. Why didn't you? I ask, completely unable to fathom why he would stay. I was going to, he admits, with another hopeless shrug. But how? The baby might not have been mine, but she was still grieving the loss of it. And then there was Kylie to consider. I see the anguish in his eyes as he searches mine. Does Kylie know? I ask, concerned now for her. I'm not sure. She might have overheard us talking. Jared runs a hand tiredly across the back of his neck. She seemed quiet, subdued, but then she was grieving too. The baby would have been her little brother. That's why I decided to stay. I was scared my leaving would destabilize her further, drive a wedge between her and her mother, and I couldn't see how that would help her. I suppose I hoped our marriage could mend in time, but it's not going to, is it? The self-harming. Kylie was struggling with her mental health. Of course she would be, grieving the loss of both her best friend and the brother she thought she would have. If she had found out that the baby wasn't her father's, it would have been emotionally traumatizing. Recalling the unkind things Chloe had said to her at the hospital, I'm completely at a loss as to how she could be so uncaring. Jared, I'm so sorry. I reached to place a hand on his arm. He'd stayed out of concern for his daughter, for Chloe too, though she deserved nothing but his contempt. If that's not testament to the kind of man he is, I have no idea what would be. Me too, he says, smiling defeatedly. What I don't get is why she persists in spreading all this bullshit about me. In the hope he will leave her, I suspect. Leaving the way clear for whoever it is she rates so highly over him and must be in love with. But, assuming she is, why would she not have left Jared to be with him? Because he's married, obviously. My heart jars as a nauseating thought occurs. Do you have any idea who the father of the baby is? I hardly dare ask. Jared hesitates before answering. I'm not sure, but... He stops, his gaze swiveling towards the bedroom door as Sam walks in. Sam looks stunned for a second, and then his expression hardens as his gaze travels between us. "I have a pretty good idea, yes," Jared answers. His eyes are full of implicit meaning as his gaze comes back to me, and my heart freezes. 56. "I passed Ethan on his way to college," Sam says, his eyes burning with anger as he looks me slowly over. "He said Jared was here. I would have announced my presence if I'd realized I might be interrupting something." "What in God's name are you talking about?" I stare at him, feeling both flustered and furious. A small tick goes in Sam's cheek. "I'm not sure. I mean, there's bound to be a perfectly reasonable explanation as to why my so-called mate is in my bedroom with my half-naked wife." His gaze glides to Jared. "Isn't there?" "Oh, Jared shakes his head in despair. "Your wife, mate, wasn't well. If you paid her a little more attention instead of pissing off every 5 minutes to pursue your obsession with Finch, you might have noticed." He looks from Sam back to me. "I should go. Hope you feel better soon, Jody. You should take some time out and try to look after yourself." Giving Sam a disillusioned glance, he heads for the door. Sam spins around after him. "So you were just about to tuck her up in bed with a hot water bottle then, were you?" he asks facetiously. "For fuck's sake!" Jared grinds to a halt and turns back. "I came to check you were both all right. I heard Ethan up here. He was clearly concerned about his mum, so I came up after him to see if she was okay. Might be an idea for you to do the same before disappearing, if you don't mind my suggesting." Sam studies him coolly for a moment. "Marsh called me early this morning, asking me to go to the station. I left a note for Jody rather than wake her. Not that it's any of your business," he replies tersely. "I came to the gym afterwards, you might recall, which does leave me somewhat confused as to why you're here now, supposedly inquiring after my welfare." Why was he called to the station? A knot of tension tightens my stomach as I wonder whether it has anything to do with Nathaniel Finch. "I don't bloody well believe this," Jared mutters angrily. "Okay, I didn't come to see you," he admits. "I saw your car wasn't here, so I knocked, hoping to speak to Jody." "About?" Sam arches his eyebrows, unimpressed. "I mean, it must have been important for you to have come straight from a suspected murder crime scene without reporting back to the station." I look between them, my heart banging. He had been called in regarding Nathaniel Finch, and the murder crime scene must be the gym. "It was." Jared holds his gaze. "I wanted to speak to her about Kylie." A curious frown crosses Sam's face. Jared falters. "She's self-harming," he says, his voice strained, his expression a mixture of hopelessness and desperation. Sam searches his face, his open hostility giving way to incomprehension and then sympathy as he registers what he's saying. "Jesus." He blows out a bewildered breath. "I'm sorry, I had no idea." "No, me neither, until Chloe told me." Squeezing the bridge of his nose, Jared takes a moment. "I'm at a complete loss what to do, how to help her," he goes on emotionally. "She's been referred to a psychiatrist, and I wanted to try to understand what's going on with her. I thought maybe Jody could help me do that." "I see," Sam says awkwardly. He trails off, clearly not sure what else to say. "If there's anything I can do," Jared nods appreciatively. "There isn't, except maybe not jump to conclusions," he suggests. "Look, Sam, whatever you're thinking you walked in on here, you didn't. Jody's as likely to look at me as sprout wings. She loves you, for Christ's sake, but she needs to know it's reciprocated. She needs you to be there for her. I know you're struggling, but try reaching out to her, hey?" Sam nods slowly and glances at me. "I'll leave you to it." Jared turns back to the door. "I'll call you later, Sam." "Do that," Sam says, walking with him to the landing. A moment later, he comes back into the room. "Was that the truth?" he asks. "That stuff about Kylie?"
Is that why he was here? Noting the skepticism in his voice, I look up from my attempt to find some suitable clothes to pull on. Do you think he would make something like that up? I stare at him confused and still reeling from all that Jared had said. It couldn't be true. I know my husband. Thought I did. What's left of my world falters as I consider it might be. I'd wondered about the man in the pub, but he was nothing but a kind, innocent bystander. Had Chloe been having an affair with my husband? Had she turned things around, lied about Jared cheating on her to deflect attention from her own monstrous behavior? What do I do? If I confront him, isn't he likely to deny it? But if it isn't true, then of course he will. Well, do you? I ask, needing to know what's going on in his mind. No, Sam looks contrite. It's just that, well, you're not wearing very much, are you? His gaze slides over me, and you were standing pretty close to him. Says he who I find hugging Chloe at every opportunity, I snap back. Jody, Sam sighs, don't be ridiculous. Me ridiculous? I laugh, disbelieving. I come home last night to find you in a clinch with her, and then you walk in here and start hurling accusations at me? Sam kneads his temples. I didn't actually do that. And as for Chloe, what am I supposed to do when she insists on hugging me at every opportunity? Push her away? Yes, or at the very least, you could try not encouraging her. Sam eyes the ceiling. I'm not encouraging her. That's not how it looks from where I'm standing, I point out, particularly as you seem not to want to have any kind of physical contact with me. Tell me, I scream inside. At least respect me enough to do that. That's not true, Joe. Sam's face pales. I do. I just prefer Chloe's company, I finish, my tone flat. He's not going to, is he? I won't ask him. If he stands there and lies to my face, I will know, and I have no idea how I will react. No, Sam denies adamantly. I can't help it if she… Hold on. He stops and stares at me in astonishment. Are you saying you think I'm cheating on you? Yes, I shoot tearfully back. He shakes his head. Right, he says, his face tight with anger. For the record, Joe, I have not, nor would I ever cheat on you. No? I hold his gaze accusingly. No. Sam's gaze doesn't flinch. His expression is earnest. I want to believe him, but after all Jared had said, how can I? I study him for a moment, then dive to the dressing table to retrieve my phone. It takes me a while to find the text, to my frustration. When I do, I thrust the phone at him. Would you like to explain this, then? Sam squints as he reads the message. And you think this is proof? He asks, looking at me askance. How would you interpret it? I throw the question back at him. Sam draws in a breath. Assuming you don't recognize the number, I would probably have assumed it was a malicious text from a spoof number, he says patiently. There are certain apps that allow you to choose a different number to display. It's clearly been sent from someone who wants to stir up trouble between us. I study him skeptically. Why? Sam frowns in confusion. Spoof number or not, it's obviously been sent from someone we both know, I point out. Why would they do that if there's no truth in it? It was Chloe. That thought lands with a crash. If what Jared had told me about the baby was true, and Sam had persuaded her not to say anything, feeding her the classic lie that he would leave his marriage, but not yet, then she would definitely want to stir up trouble between us. Christ almighty, this is bloody unbelievable. Sam bangs the heel of his hand against his forehead. I come home to find you and Jared in our bedroom, and suddenly I'm the one having affairs? What's really going on here, Jody? He grates. I know I haven't been there for you, but do you want us to split up? Is that it? That winds me up completely. He's turning the tables. He really is. Stunned, I back away from him as he steps suddenly towards me. Sam stops, his expression wounded.
I guess that answers my question, doesn't it? He drags his gaze away. I think it might be an idea if I leave before we both say something we might regret. Leave? To go where? To her? I stare after him, frightened as he turns and walks out of the door. Sam! I go after him, then stop, frozen to the spot as I hear Ethan on the landing. What's going on? He asks warily. 57. Ethan. He didn't even bother to defend himself. Ethan shook his head scornfully as his dad walked past him, going down the stairs and straight out the front door without a word. Because he couldn't defend himself, could he? What Kylie said was obviously true. His dad, who imagined himself to be a paragon of virtue, was a liar and a cheat. Ethan! His mom emerged from the bedroom, where she'd obviously still been with Jared when his dad walked in. So what was that all about? Was she trying to make his dad jealous? Or were they both suddenly shag-happy swingers? Ethan felt his stomach turn over with equal amounts of disgust and trepidation. I thought you'd gone to college, she said, her eyes wide with alarm. Clearly, Ethan thought cynically. Has something happened? Are you all right? She asked. Ethan noted her eyes filling up, and he really couldn't deal with that. Peachy, he answered shortly, heading past her to his room. Ethan, if you heard your father and me arguing just now, please don't take any notice. We're both fraught, and we said some things we shouldn't have, but… Had my earbuds in, Ethan cut her short. He really didn't want to get into another bullshit conversation about how his dad was struggling. Like they all weren't. Like he wasn't, especially after talking to that prat Nathan, who'd totally disrespected his sister. Ethan had feigned shock when his mate had called him to say there were police all over the town center and that the gym had been cordoned off. Rumor was someone had been found dead inside. His mate had said he reckoned it might be Nathan, since he hadn't posted up his usual YouTube video and wasn't answering his phone. Quietly, though, Ethan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The bastard deserved all he got. Please talk to me, Ethan, his mum said shakily behind him. Got some stuff to do. He carried on into his room, shoved the door closed, and walked across to sink down on his bed. He felt bad about ignoring her, but why did she keep bleating on about him talking to her? It didn't help. His mum and dad couldn't talk without arguing, and he basically lied, telling them he was okay so he didn't upset them, when he was as far from that as it was possible to be. He was angry with himself for listening to pricks like Nathan, furious with his dad for not doing what fathers were supposed to and protecting his sister, and lonely, though he wouldn't admit that to anyone, least of all his mates, who he was beginning to think were also prats for hero-worshipping blokes like Finch, as Sophia had warned him they were. He missed her. So much it hurt. The way they used to play together as kids, hide and seek. She would always win at that, mostly because she cheated, drawing on their iPads together, the hand shadows they would draw on the wall, the spooky stories they would tell each other while lying in the dark. He recalled how they'd been trying to outdo each other one night with vampire stories. She managed to stuff 2 bits of tissue, fashioned as fangs, in her mouth while he wasn't looking. He must have been about 8. He'd almost wet himself. She'd almost wet herself laughing, until he'd cried. She'd comforted him then, promised she wouldn't do it again. She did. Cow. Swallowing hard, he swiped an arm across his wet face, pulled out his phone, and reread the messages Kylie had sent him while he was on his way to college. The first read, "Hi, how you doing? Didn't get chance to talk to you much in Mackey's with your mate there. Just wondered if you were okay." Ethan had been surprised. He didn't think she could care less how he was. "Not so great," he replied honestly. "You?" "Pretty shitty," Kylie sent with a crying emoji. "Can I ask you something? It's a bit personal. It's just that I don't have anyone else I can talk to." "No probs. I don't either." He felt soft admitting that, but then again, despite her seeming quite friendly when she'd turned up at Mackey's, she probably still didn't rate him much. Kylie took an age to reply, and Ethan thought she was maybe winding him up. He was about to flag down the bus when she did. He hadn't even noticed the bus trundling past as he'd read it. "Do you think your dad's having an affair with my mom?" She was winding him up, wasn't she, trying to get a rise out of him. Feeling humiliated for falling for it, Ethan had blanked her. Then, with nil enthusiasm for going into college, even though he'd promised himself he would do it for Sophia, he'd come home, only to find his parents accusing each other of having affairs. Feeling bad now for ignoring Kylie, also depressed at the thought that his parents might split, basically not caring what the fallout would do to him, he hesitated, then messaged her. Sorry for not replying. Battery was dead. Feeling a bit shocked. Came home to find Mom and Dad arguing. Your dad was here too. Think they're all fucked up. Tell me about it, Kylie shot back. Fancy hanging out and drowning our sorrows? I have booze. 58. Jody. Chloe had called several times during the afternoon, finally texting me. Jody, I'm worried about you. Are you still not talking to me? With no idea what to say or any inclination to reply, I didn't answer. Chloe persisted. Could you at least tell me what I'm supposed to have done to upset you? I was sorely tempted, but I didn't respond to that either. I'd imagined Sam might be with her. Clearly he isn't, and, despite what I'd learned, I'm growing sick with worry. He sent me a short text saying he needed some time and that he would be back later, but he isn't answering his phone, nor has he replied to my text asking him to please call me. My feelings for him have been stretched to the limit, but I still love him. We've shared a life together, made good memories together, before our world was shattered. I can't make myself believe that Sam would want to throw all that away. Somehow, we need to find a way to talk to each other without arguing. We need to sit down together and talk to Ethan too. He seems so shut off. He'd barely spoken before he'd gone out. To his friends, he'd said. I'd wanted to stop him, but how could I? He obviously doesn't want to be here right now, and with his earbuds stuffed in his ears and making no eye contact as he'd left, he was in no mood to listen to anything I had to say. Now he isn't returning my calls either. I'm assuming he's gaming, but he usually calls back or sends me a message, and suspecting he had overheard the awful argument Sam and I had, I'm beside myself with worry about him too. Feeling wretched with guilt, wishing I hadn't turned on Sam with no actual proof, I try him again. Still, he doesn't answer, and again, my emotions seesaw. Does he want us to split up so he can be with Chloe? Is that the message he's sending in not getting back to me? Questions tumble around in my head, and I have no answers to any of them. If the child Chloe lost was his, then how can I possibly forgive him? My heart cracks afresh as I imagine the intimacy between us might all have been a lie. How is that possible, though? He's been a good husband, loving and caring. He's a good father, dedicated to his children from the minute they were born, Ethan and Sophia both. My heart almost rips wide open as I recall how he'd cradled his newborn daughter in his arms, how he'd stared down at her in wonder, sworn he would kill anyone who ever harmed her. He's aware of the evil in people. I wasn't, not truly. Now, though, I understand what would drive the mildest of people to murder. My thoughts swing to Nathaniel Finch, and I try to dismiss them. I daren't allow my mind to linger on him. Glancing at the wall clock, I realize I'm late for work. The thought of Chloe seeking me out, though, only sharpens my anger. I really don't feel I will be able to contain it, but what if Jared is wrong? It's possible I'd misread what he'd intimated. He hadn't said outright that the child was Sam's. If he did think so, then surely he must have some kind of proof. I'm about to call Jared to confront him when there's a news report on the local radio about a body being found, as yet unnamed, at Innovation's gym in the town center. I freeze, and then jolt as my phone rings, loud and shrill against the silence. Trying again to oust Finch from my mind, I hurry to answer it. Nerves tighten my stomach as I realize it's Jenna and that she might be calling about the investigation in light of new information received regarding Finch. Jody, hi, how are you? She says when I accept the call. I note the apprehension in her voice, and my nerves twist themselves tighter. I'm okay, thanks. Have there been any new developments? I ask cautiously. There have, but it's actually Ethan I'm calling about. Jenna hesitates. We have him here at the station, she goes on, now sounding apologetic. Ethan? My stomach constricts. But why? He's been drinking, I'm afraid. Kids do, she adds. It's not that big a deal, and we would normally just drive them home, but he was kicking off a bit, according to the officers who brought him in. Also, apparently reluctant to come home. Ethan? Drinking? But he doesn't drink. Like many young people nowadays, he's firmly of the belief that alcohol damages mental and physical health. Is he all right? I ask, bewildered. He's fine, Jenna hurries to reassure me. My guess is he was just acting out. It doesn't really surprise me, given all he's trying to deal with. We're not cautioning him or anything. He's sobered up a bit now, looking very sorry for himself. Do you want me to get someone to drive him home, or do you want to come and fetch him? I'm on my way, thanks, Jenna. Quickly, I end the call and grab up my car keys, cursing Sam as I do. His son has been internalizing his grief until it became uncontainable. Now he's out drinking, possibly with the worst kind of company, and Sam isn't here for him. Again. Jody. Has he said anything? I ask Jenna as soon as she comes through to the station reception area. Realizing how much my son is struggling, I'm feeling desperate and totally inadequate as a mother, as a wife. Not much that made any sense, Jenna answers, her gaze flicking to me and then back to the paperwork she's processing. Noting her reluctance to meet my gaze, my chest tightens. Such as? I urge her. She looks hesitantly back to me. He used some colorful language about Sam, she says. You might do better to talk to Ethan about what's bothering him, though. My heart plummets. I think I know, I confide. He overheard us arguing. He came home unexpectedly and… I stop and swallow back the tears that are rising. Hey, Jenna hurries around the desk. Come here, she says, giving me a hug. It's not your fault. All couples argue, and you two have been through so much. I know. I'm sorry, I mumble, trying to pull myself together before Ethan sees me. He'll be frightened, also worried that Sam and I might be about to split up. A lurch of panic grips me as I realize we might be. How will Ethan cope with that on top of everything else? How will I? Look, I know it's none of my business, but I did get the gist of what was upsetting him, Jenna ventures. Just so you know, though, Sam never stops talking about his family. You mean the world to him. Sophia did, she adds carefully. He's obviously not handling what happened well, but I just can't see him doing what Ethan thinks he is. Me neither, I admit. I can't, I realize. Not the Sam I know and love. It shouldn't have needed Jenna to open my eyes to that fact. Drawing in a shuddery breath, I ease away from her. I'll be okay. Thanks, Jenna. Jenna frowns, unconvinced. You two need to talk, she says. I think you might do well to include Ethan, too. She nods past me, and I glance over my shoulder to see my son walking towards me, accompanied by an officer. Ethan doesn't make eye contact with me. With his forehead creased into a scowl and his gaze fixed down, he looks defiant and every bit as angry as I imagine him to be. How are you? I ask him, my stomach churning with anxiety. He looks so ill, his complexion a sickly pale shade. Ethan shrugs indifferently, as if he doesn't care. It's all pretense. Inside, he's hurting. It's right there in his eyes. He needs us, his parents, to help him. Yet we're both so preoccupied with ourselves, we've left him emotionally adrift. My heart wrenches for him, and, careless that he might reject me, I wrap my arms around him and pull him to me. Ethan doesn't resist, but he doesn't hug me back either, which he would normally, and that almost breaks me. We'll get through this, I whisper. Just know I love you, okay? He glances warily at me. Are you sure? Do you even know me, Mom? He asks, jarring me. What does he mean? I breathe in sharply. Let's get you home. I avoid answering, though I want to tell him I do know him, reinforce that I do love him and always will, no matter what. Come on, mate, the officer steps forward. How about we grab you that drink of water you wanted while your mom finishes up signing the paperwork? He nods Ethan towards the water cooler across reception, then glances reassuringly back at me. Acknowledging him with a small smile, I turn back to Jenna to sign the release form. You said there had been some new developments, I remind her. Oh, right, yes, she says, not quite meeting my gaze. I'm afraid I can't officially disclose anything yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I can. I look her over curiously. Thanks, I give her a small smile, then turn away to walk across to the water cooler. An icy shiver runs through me as I wonder what it is she's reluctant to disclose. He's dehydrated. The officer glances knowingly at me as Ethan glugs a cup of water. If I were you, I'd stick to water for the rest of the night, mate, he suggests, and maybe get some shut-eye. Ethan answers with the shortest of nods. He doesn't look at him, and I guess it's because he's embarrassed. I'll make sure he does, I assure him, and place an arm around Ethan to steer him out of the door and towards the car. Okay? I ask, opening the passenger door for him. Peachy. Ethan repeats his stock phrase, communicating he's anything but. As he climbs in the car without a glance, I feel tears rising afresh. Fighting them back, I close the door and go to the driver's side. The last thing I want to do is guilt trip him. Do you want to talk? I test the waters once we're on our way. Ethan slumps down in his seat. Not really, he says, turning to gaze out of the passenger window. Feeling inept, wishing dearly that he would confide in me, I blink hard and focus on driving us safely home. Is he screwing around? Ethan says suddenly, jolting me. With my mind on how I would negotiate another nightmare if my fears turn out to be true, I realize I've been miles away, oblivious to the traffic around me. Don't talk like that, Ethan. I glance at him and then check the rearview mirror, and my stomach lurches. The car behind me is glued to my bumper. Reminded of the car I'd thought was following me to the hospital, panic clutches my chest, and I turn into our lane without signaling. Relief sweeps through me as the car drives on past. I obviously am growing paranoid. Well, is he? Ethan persists, turning towards me. How do I answer without condemning Sam? I glance again at him. I don't know. I don't think so, I tell him honestly. I think we both made baseless accusations. We're all feeling emotionally fragile and lonely, Ethan. We need to start talking about— What the fuck? The shock in Ethan's voice stops me, and I snap my gaze back to him, then follow his gaze as he stares past me to the cottage. Fear crackles like icicles through my veins, as I note that, though the house is in complete darkness, the front door is wide open. 60. Ethan, no! I reach for my car door as he shoves his door open and scrambles out to race to the cottage and straight through the front door. I hurry after him, then stop dead as he snaps the hall light on. Fear prickles over the entire surface of my skin as I take in the scene before us. Everything has been swiped from the hall table. The glass Tiffany lamp that was my mother's lies smashed on the floor. The gallery wall of photographs capturing our family memories together has been torn from the stair wall. Disbelieving, I move further in, then stop again, realizing I'm about to step on a photograph of my beautiful stolen child. It was taken on the evening of her first birthday. I remember it distinctly. Sure, she would be overtired after her Winnie the Pooh-themed party with all her little friends plus mums. Sam was lying down on her playmat on the lounge floor, trying to encourage her to sleep. Sophia was having none of it, deciding crawling all over him was much more fun. Mesmerized by her sleeping daddy, she'd stopped for a moment. She was reaching out to tentatively stroke his eyelashes with her fingertips when I'd snapped this precious moment in time. My hand trembling, I crouch to retrieve it, and my heart cracks. The glass is smashed, probably ground underfoot by the heel of the bastard who'd done this. Why? Who? Haven't we suffered enough? Rage rears up inside me and I snatch it up, then gather up the other photographs, blinking away tears of raw anger as I do. Placing them on the table, I spin around. Ethan standing in the middle of the hall talking into his phone, and I almost push past him as I fly to the lounge. "Mom, don't!" he warns close behind me. Slapping the lounge light on, I stop in my tracks, terror slicing through me like an icicle as my gaze falls on a single word sprayed in blood-red paint across the far lounge wall. Loser. The same word that was scrawled on Sam's windscreen on the darkest night of our lives. But it's not possible. My stomach turns over. How can it be? Ethan comes to stand next to me as I stare at it, shock seeping through to the core of me. "I've called 999, he says, his voice tight with emotion. "I tried Dad, but I think he switched his phone to silent. Mum." He places a hand on my arm when I don't answer. "We should wait outside." It takes a moment for his words to register through the swirl of confusion in my head. When they do, I realize with a sickening jolt that he's worried someone might still be in the house. What am I thinking? It should be me protecting him. Pulling myself up sharp, I nod and turn around with him to go back to the front door. "Should I close it?" Ethan asks as we hurry out. "No, leave it. The police might want to dust for fingerprints," I tell him. Have I already contaminated evidence, I wonder, as I climb into the car? I shouldn't have touched anything, but how could I leave our family memories lying abandoned on the floor? I doubt whoever had done this would have been foolish enough not to have been wearing gloves anyway, so I doubt they'll find anything substantial. Just like before. Bitter anger and raw grief swirl inside me as I'm reminded they'd found nothing that might lead them to the creature who'd killed Sophia. I understood that both Sam's and Jared's footmarks had muddied the waters in regard to shoe prints, but to have found not even a particle of evidence other than that left by the two men? It seems incomprehensible. "We should drive away," Ethan suggests, climbing into the passenger side. He's right. We're a sitting target staying here. I start the engine and pull off, parking away down the lane. Both of us, silent with shock, we wait for what seems like an eternity for the police to arrive. Wondering whether they're treating it as a priority, which they damn well should be, considering what previously went on at this address, I make a decision. "I'm calling Jared," I say, glancing cautiously at Ethan. "We need someone here now." Ethan's face tenses at the mention of Jared, probably because of the argument he'd overheard, but he nods, understanding. I'm almost in despair when Jared's phone goes to voicemail. Feeling friendless and frightened, despite my son by my side, I take a breath and then call Chloe's landline, hoping Jared might pick up. Something inside me hardens when Chloe answers with a cheery, "Hello." "Hi, it's Jody," I say, trying to sound civil, more for Ethan's sake than hers. "Hi, is everything all right?" she asks, her voice guarded. I don't have to wonder why when I hear someone in the background. "I should get going," Sam says then. "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were on the phone." 61. Sam. "Thanks for talking to Kylie," Chloe said, coming back to the kitchen where Sam was waiting while she finished her call. "No problem," he smiled. "She's promised to let Jared know if this guy approaches her again." "For all the good that will do when he's never home," Chloe muttered. "That's obviously why she called you," she added, "though I can't think how she even has your number, unless Sophia gave it to her." Sam flinched inwardly at the mention of his daughter's name. Every time anyone talked about her, the pain of her loss it hit him like a physical blow. Kneading his forehead, he tried to still the flashback that played incessantly through his mind, his baby's eyes, wide and petrified, to no avail. "It's really not a problem," he repeated, looking back at Chloe. "I'm just glad I picked up." "You're a good man." Chloe looked him over thoughtfully. Sam smiled half-heartedly. He very much doubted his wife considered he was. "Is Kylie all right?" Chloe asked, clearly worried about her. "Shaken," he answered,
as she would be with some random guy approaching her in the street, but she's reasonably okay, yes. Kylie actually wasn't that okay. Sitting on the sofa, nodding and unknodding her fingers in her lap and her eyes downcast, she'd been reluctant to talk to him until Chloe had left the room. Sam guessed why. She'd obviously been drinking. She was slurring her words, and he could smell the booze a mile away. Sam wondered whether it might be a regular occurrence, which worried him. He was also concerned about why she hadn't called Jared before calling him. Presumably, she didn't feel she could talk to her parents. His mind went to the self-harming, and he felt for her. "Will they catch him, do you think?" Chloe frowned apprehensively. "It's possible," Sam nodded. "If we can find some witnesses or camera footage that might have picked something up, we'll stand more of a chance." His gut churned as his mind went to Nathaniel Finch, a man who disrespected women to reinforce his pathetic prowess. A man who'd murdered young women, torturing them first with the knowledge they were about to die, and still he'd walked the streets. Sam got some small satisfaction from knowing the bastard would never prey on women again. Pity was, he hadn't rid the world of him before now. If only he had, his daughter would still be alive. Working to rid his mind of Finch, of Ethan being there at the gym the night he'd drawn his last breath, which was worrying him sick, he pondered Kylie's description of the man who'd approached her, asking her, how much, and clearly implying she looked as if she was touting for business, which upset Kylie considerably. She'd been on her way home, taking a shortcut past the train station and down a street, the properties on which were largely business premises, with a few two-story Victorian houses and a pub dotted in between. She'd felt woozy, she'd said, so stopped for a while to rest on a low wall. What was disturbing Sam was the approximate age and height of the man. He was tall and in his late 50s, she'd guessed. She couldn't see much of his face. It was dark, and he'd been wearing a black overcoat with the collar turned up and a woolen hat. An image of the man who fitted the description had flashed starkly into Sam's mind. Danny Dalton, the abusive piece of scum who'd almost killed Adam, who'd threatened to shut Sam up, threatened his mother, and undoubtedly had a penchant for teenage girls, had frequented the pub on that very street. He'd been younger than his mother, 28 or thereabouts, when he'd moved in with her. 30 years later, and with a prison sentence behind him, unless there'd been a miraculous rehabilitation while he was banged up, the man would be fundamentally the same disgusting human being. He'd been in touch with his mother, broken into her house, or so she thought. Sam couldn't escape the petrifying thought now niggling away at him. Could it have been Dalton who'd killed Sophia? Had he seen him and Sophia out together and realized she was his daughter? Might that have reawakened the seething bitterness he would undoubtedly have been harboring? His perverse attraction to girls her age? Bile rose inside him as he considered it was a real possibility. "Thanks for coming by, Sam," Chloe snapped his attention back to her. "With Jared on the permanently missing list, it's a comfort knowing there's someone we can call in an emergency." Sam nodded and tried to get his emotions back on an even keel. "Can I ask you something?" he ventured, his mind back on his colleague and the argument he and Jody had had, him ending up being the one under attack, which had shocked him. He'd driven around for a while, parked up and walked miles to try to rid himself of the notion that attack was the best form of defense. "About Jared?" he added. Chloe looked a little wary, but she answered with a cautious nod. "Did he cheat on you? I mean, he denied it when I spoke to him, but—" Denied it vehemently, Sam recalled. He'd appeared heartbroken. It had been an Oscar-worthy performance if he was being unfaithful. Chloe smiled wryly. "Does he cheat on me?" might be the more appropriate question, and the answer is yes, she confirmed, her expression one of weary resignation. Sam felt for her as he saw a tear slide down her cheek. Even so, he had to ask, "Do you know who with?" Chloe scrutinized him carefully.
"I have an idea," she said. "I'm just wondering whether you do." Jesus! Sam's heart slammed into his chest. 62. Sam's blood froze as he neared the cottage to find a police car parked outside it. A knot of fear tightening inside him, he screeched up behind it, then shoved his car door open and raced, half-stumbled, to the front door. Letting himself in, he was met by a stony-faced, uniformed officer in the hall, and his legs almost failed him. "What's happened?" he asked, attempting to move past him. The man, another probationer Sam hadn't had much to do with, and who clearly didn't recognize him, stopped him. "I need to get by." His voice barely audible, Sam nodded past him. The officer didn't budge. "I need to establish your identity before I can allow you access, sir," he said curtly. "For fuck's!" Sam reached agitatedly into his inside pocket. "Detective Inspector Samuel Logan," he grated, showing him his identification card. "I live here. Now move." "Crap. Sorry, sir." The officer mumbled an apology and stepped hastily aside. "I have instructions not to allow anyone." "Sam?" Jody cut him short, emerging from the lounge doorway. Thank Christ. Seeing she was safe, Sam's blood started pumping again. Wiping a hand shakily over his face, he pushed past the officer and went to her, instinctively reaching out to her. "Don't!" Her eyes full of palpable hurt, Jody held up a hand to ward him off. Sam guessed why. He'd switched his phone to silent while he'd been talking to Kylie. After what Chloe had implied, he'd left it on silent. Damn it! What was wrong with him? He couldn't make himself believe she was cheating on him. But what if she was? What if the woman he was sure he knew and loved, had always loved with his whole heart and soul, wasn't the person he thought she was? If she'd had anything to do with what happened to Finch, then what the hell did he do? She hadn't. His mind refused to believe it. He needed to be there for her. Now. Supporting her, not skulking off to lick his wounds. And if she was involved with Jared, then he had to bloody well fight for her. "Joe, look, I'm sorry I didn't call you. I wanted to, but—" "So why didn't you?" Jody asked, searching his face carefully. "I don't know. Sam struggled to explain that he'd simply needed headspace. "Where were you?" Jody's asked again, angrily. "Walking, thinking," he said. It sounded lame, even to his own ears. "Right. Sam needs some space, so he just takes off." Jody's expression was a mixture of disappointment and disillusionment. "Leaving me to deal with all of this, on my own." Sam massaged his temples. "I needed to clear my head, Joe. There's been so much going on, too much to process, and I—" "Liar!" Jody cried, tears spilling down her cheeks. "The police took ages to respond to my call, so I tried to get hold of Jared in your absence. I called Chloe's house. You were there. I heard you." Sam felt that like a punch to his solar plexus. Why hadn't he just called her? "I'm sorry. I should have," he started, then stopped as a thought struck him. "She didn't say you'd called." He frowned in confusion. It must have been Joe on the phone when he'd gone into the hall, yet Chloe hadn't mentioned it. Why wouldn't she? Jody emitted a cynical laugh. Well, she wouldn't, would she? "Joe," Sam drew in a despairing breath. "Whatever it is you're thinking, you're wrong. I was there for legitimate reasons. Kylie—" He trailed off as another officer walked from the lounge behind her, a detective constable he did know. "Yasmin." Attempting to stay calm, he gave her a small nod. "Can you please tell me what the hell's going on?" he asked, icy apprehension creeping through him as it dawned on him he'd seen no sign of Ethan. "I would have thought that was pretty obvious," Ethan answered for her, and relief coursed through every vein in Sam's body. Spinning around, he found his son standing mid-stairs, looking impassively down at him. "Notice anything amiss?" Ethan asked, his tone unimpressed.
It took Sam a second to realize the wall behind him was blank. Glancing down, he noted splinters of shattered glass on the hall floor, and his heart missed a beat. "Someone's broken in," he voiced his thoughts out loud, his mind shooting to Danny Dalton. "Well done, detective," Ethan imparted with a derisive shake of his head. "Ethan," Sam sighed in frustration, "just stop with the smart talk, okay? I get that you're angry, but now's not the time." Ethan hesitated, uncertainty in his eyes, as he ran his gaze over him, then turned away to climb the stairs back to his room. Sam breathed out another sigh, this time of relief. Now probably wasn't the time to have reprimanded him. The kid had every right to be pissed off with him, considering he'd been uncontactable when his family had needed him. As he turned back to Jody, he noticed she was trembling, and his heart sank to a whole new level. He wanted to reach out and hold her, but from her expression now, somewhere between disenchanted and hurt, he felt she might not want him to. "Has anything been taken?" He addressed Yasmin, his voice strained. "It appears not, though your wife and son haven't done a thorough check yet," Yasmin answered. "Looks like whoever it was gained access via the back door with the aim of trashing stuff and daubing graffiti on the lounge wall." Sam squinted at her in confusion, then moved quickly past Jody into the lounge, where he felt himself reel. "Your wife says it's significant in regard to your daughter," Yasmin said quietly behind him. Staring stunned at the word loser scrawled in blood-red paint across the wall, Sam didn't answer, scrambling through his mind instead for how this was possible when the son of a bitch he would otherwise have assumed was responsible was dead. "I checked with Jenna Jenkins, and she's contacted forensics," she went on. "Do you have a relative or friend you can stay with until they're finished?" "No," Jody said adamantly. "I'm not leaving my house again." Yasmin glanced sympathetically back at her. "You have the incident number, should you need it. Meanwhile, it's advisable not to touch anything." She looked back at Sam. Sam nodded distractedly. His mind was back on Dalton. Would he really do this after all this time? How could he know the significance of the word, unless... Had he been horribly wrong about Finch's involvement in his daughter's death? About his involvement in the murders of Olivia Reeves and Leah Miller? Believing him responsible, he'd wanted Finch dead with every fiber of his being. Jody knew he did. Ethan, too. Sam's heart rate escalated by the second. "We'll leave you to it," Yasmin's voice jarred his attention back to her. "Make sure to call in if you're worried about anything, Sam." Sam nodded. "Thanks," he said throatily. Walking the two officers to the door, he showed them out, then, trying to get his racing thoughts in some sort of order, went back to the lounge. "Why were you at Chloe's?" Jody asked. Her eyes narrowed as they met his. Sam took a breath. "Someone approached Kylie in the street," he said, hoping she would see that he had no choice but to go there. She was upset, obviously. She couldn't get hold of Chloe, so she called me. "And you answered." Jody's tone was flat, as if he'd just confirmed how little he cared for her, his wife, for his son. Sam felt pig-sick as he realized that's exactly how it must seem. "She dropped me a text as well, and..." Shrugging hopelessly, he trailed off. "You were concerned for her," Jody finished, with no particular inflection in her voice. Sam could almost feel her withdrawing from him. "I didn't think I could ignore it," he answered quietly. "And are you sure she was telling the truth?" Jody asked. "She wouldn't lie about something like that." Sam frowned doubtfully. "Why would she?" "She's struggling, emotionally, psychologically," Jody pointed out. "You know she's been self-harming." Sam was unsure what she meant. "It was a cry for help," Jody went on, her voice edged with frustration. She was clearly seeking attention. Sam thought about it. "I suppose she might have been," he said, feeling awkward and way out of his depth. Still, though, he wondered what he was supposed to have done about it. Turning a blind eye to a cry for help from a young woman just wasn't in his genes. "Why didn't she call her father?" Jody asked. If she couldn't get hold of Chloe, surely she would have tried Jared. She did. He wasn't home, Sam answered, trying hard to dismiss what Chloe had suggested his reasons were for never being home. Jody arched her eyebrows. Conveniently, she said, and turned abruptly away from him. Joe, will you please just listen? There's nothing going on between Chloe and me. I swear there isn't. Staring at the words sprayed across the wall, Jody said nothing. This was done by the same man who murdered my child, wasn't it? She murmured, after an agonizingly long moment. Sam hesitated. He had no idea how to answer. How can it be? She whirled around, her eyes filled with bewilderment and fear as they searched his. Finch is dead! Sam didn't think his heart could sink any lower. It did then. Jody couldn't know the man was dead. The information hadn't yet been released, and he hadn't told her. Had Jared? 63. Jody. Well? I stare at Sam, willing him to say something. Staring back at me, his face pale, he doesn't answer. This can't be a coincidence, can it? I wave an arm at the obnoxious word daubed on the wall. My heart pumps with confusion and fear as I realize the implication of it being there, that it might not have been Finch who'd murdered our daughter. Averting his gaze, still Sam says nothing, and my anger explodes. For God's sake, talk to me, I beg him, tears streaming down my face. Tell me, you must know something. I don't. Sam raises his voice, then looks immediately contrite. I don't know any more than you do. Please don't cry, Joe, he says, his eyes agonized as he meets mine. As he moves towards me, I take a step back. Why is this happening? I cry. Why did you let it? Sam's face registers shock for a second, and then he looks as if I've just punched him. My heart catches as I realize I've just said the worst possible thing I could have. I hadn't meant to. I hadn't meant to rebuff him. It was an instinctive reaction because, for the first time ever, I don't know whether I can trust him, and it's destroying me. Sam. I follow him as he turns away, kneading his forehead in that way he does whenever he's upset or agitated. I'm sorry. I didn't mean— It's fine, he says shortly. I need to call Jenna. Right. I stop, feeling rejected, which is ridiculous. He'll obviously be calling her about the break-in, but still it seems as if he's walking away. Perhaps she'll fill you in about why I was picking our son up from the station when whoever did this broke in here, since you haven't bothered to ask where we were. Sam's stride falters. The station? He turns around. Why? He asks, his face now drained of all color. I glance upwards. Ethan is still in his room, and I desperately don't want him hearing any of this. Could you close the door, please? I nod towards it. His expression wary, Sam does as I ask. He's been drinking, I tell him, making sure to keep my voice low. According to Jenna, he kicked off when the officers who took him in approached him. Jesus. Sam looks at me in stunned incomprehension. But he doesn't drink. Kylie's not the only one who needs attention. I hold his gaze meaningfully. Sam glances away and back again. Kylie had been drinking, he says, his expression troubled. My heart drops as I realize they might have been together. Ethan heard us arguing, I remind him. Do you think he might have confided in her? The last thing I want is for Kylie to have relayed anything to Chloe. If she knows that Sam and I have been arguing about her, it will send out clear signals that our marriage is in trouble. It might explain why she didn't call her father, Sam seems to concur. I mean, if she thought he was cheating. I look for the condemnation in his eyes as he trails off, but see only concern there. Am I wrong about him and Chloe? Are we both jumping to insane conclusions out of insecurity and guilt? Is Ethan all right? He asks shakily. They haven't cautioned him, have they? They didn't caution him, no, I assure him. As to whether he's all right,
He's not, obviously. He's angry and hurting. Can you imagine what's been going through his mind? First, he loses his sister under the most horrendous circumstances, and then his parents' marriage seems to be falling apart. He's scared, feeling rudderless. Isn't he bound to be? Sam nods and draws in a breath. Do you think he'll talk to me if I go up? I hesitate. I so want them to talk, but I doubt Ethan will be very accommodating right now. I'd leave it a while, I suggest. He'll be upset having come home to find the house broken into and that threat scrawled across the wall. Sam eyes me thoughtfully for a second. Then, I should ring Jenna, he says. It wasn't him, was it? I ask. Finch, it wasn't him who... I stop, unable to say the words. Who then? If not him, who? Sam runs his fingers through his hair. I don't know, he says, his voice choked. Why was there no evidence? I ask him the question that's burning a hole inside me. No DNA? How could that be, Sam? I need to make this call. He avoids answering. Do you have any leads about who killed Finch? Fear creeping into my bones, I go after him as he opens the door and heads for the kitchen. Sam stops at the kitchen doorway, seems to consider, then turns slowly to face me. I'm just about to try to find out, he says. My breath catches as he studies me for a long, searching moment. There's something in his eyes. Wariness? No, it looks more like suspicion. As Sam carries on into the kitchen, closing the door behind him, I go up the stairs to check on Ethan. Finding his door closed, I hurry back down to listen at the kitchen door. Right, I hear Sam talking into his phone. And I suppose no one's come forward with any information? No one who might have been in the gym or thereabouts? Dread clenches my stomach as I wait. Okay, Jenna, thanks, he says after a moment. Oh, just one more thing. Did you mention anything about Finch to Jody? I know it hasn't gone public yet, but Right. And no one else mentioned it? No, there's no problem. I'd just rather the news came from me. He knows. Cold fear and nausea swirling in my stomach, I move quickly away from the door and into the lounge, where the warning scrawled on the wall taunts me. Deep rage igniting inside me, I go to the armchair and heave it with all of my might across the room. Climbing onto it, I balance on the arm of it and locate the edge of a strip of wallpaper. The wallpaper that went up a week before our daughter was murdered. Why didn't we do her room first, I wonder nonsensically, as if it would have made any difference. I gulp back a sob, then another. Why did we move here? Tears streaming hotly down my face, I'm using fingernails to tear blindly at the wallpaper when Sam comes through the door. Jody, he shouts, clearly alarmed. What the hell are you doing? Intent on my task, I don't answer. Come down, will you? You're going to hurt yourself, he says, his voice calmer, as if trying to cajole a recalcitrant child. I don't care, I cry, just like a child. I need this to go away. Jody, for Christ's sake! Coming across to me, he threads an arm around my waist, attempting to steady me as I teeter precariously. You're going to destroy evidence. What evidence? My rage almost consuming me, I twist to glare at him. There won't be any evidence, will there? Just like there wasn't when the sick bastard who did this murdered our daughter. Joe, please. His voice a mixture of fear and bewilderment, Sam tries again to cajole me. Why did this happen? I ask him. If you'd been here, where you should be, instead off God knows where clearing your head, then... I stop, my gaze shooting past him to the door, as I realize our son is standing there, witnessing it all. Ethan looks between us, his expression somewhere between shock and despair. Didn't do Sophia a fat lot of good, him being here, did it? He comments cuttingly. They didn't take anything as far as I can tell, he goes on before Sam or I can respond. They left something. Exchanging wary glances with Sam, I climb unsteadily down. Trepidation grips my stomach as I walk towards my son.
"It was in your bedroom, on your pillow," he says gruffly. "There didn't seem to be anything disturbed. It looks like it was just placed there." It takes me a second to register what he's holding in the palm of his outstretched hand. When I realize it's the gold heart from Sophia's half of the mother-daughter necklace Sam had bought us last Christmas, my heart folds up inside me. Who did this? Nathaniel Finch took the necklace. He killed my girl. He was responsible for the torture she endured. Erin had said she'd lied for him. It had to have been him. But it couldn't have been. I press my hand to my forehead, nausea roiling inside me, as I'm forced to accept that the graffiti behind me, together with the painful evidence before me, confirms irrefutably that I'm wrong. 65. Sam. Numb with shock, Sam stared down at the tiny gold heart Ethan was holding. As the implication of it being left in their home sank in, fury exploded inside him. "Bastard," he grated, wiped an arm across his mouth, then spun around to go back to the kitchen. "Sam, where are you going?" Jody was behind him as Ethan stood warily aside to let him pass. "To get my phone," Sam answered shortly. "I need to make some calls." "In private?" Jody asked, her voice filled with disbelief. "No," Sam snapped, then cursed himself. Stopping, he kneaded his forehead agitatedly. "I just need to make a couple of urgent calls, that's all." "About what?" Jody demanded. Sam hesitated, then walked on. "I won't be long," he promised. He needed to talk to Jenna, the one person he thought he could trust to do as he asked, no questions. But he didn't want Jody to know why. Not yet. He needed something more substantial than guesswork if he wasn't going to give her false hope that they would find the man who'd taken her daughter away from her. What would knowing definitively it wasn't Finch do to her, though? "Just stop!" Jody cried behind him. "Stop this, will you? Turning your back on me, walking away from me. I can't do this anymore. I just can't." Sam heard her catch a sob in her throat and turned swiftly back. "Joe, please don't cry," he begged. "The calls are not private. I didn't intend to turn my back on you. I'm sorry," he murmured, his throat feeling like he'd swallowed a fistful of gravel. "For everything. So sorry." Jody wiped her hands over her face, tried to suppress another heart-wrenching sob, then flew towards him. "I know," she whispered, pressing a hand to his cheek. "I know." As she closed her arms around him, Sam was stunned for a second, and then, relief surging through every bone in his body, he pressed his forehead to hers and finally allowed his tears to fall. He sensed Ethan's presence, felt Jody shift to allow room for him. They stayed there, holding on to each other. No one spoke. There were no words that could express Sam's sorrow, no words to describe the excruciating pain of the loss they shared. He had to protect them. He would, no matter what his conscience compelled him to do. He was a copper, but he was a husband and father first. He would do what was right for his family. He gave his son's shoulders a squeeze, then looked at Jody. "I have to make those calls," he said quietly. Easing away, she nodded. "Who to?" she asked. He saw the guilt in her eyes as her gaze flicked to his, and then away again. Sam glanced at Ethan, wondering whether to say anything in front of him. Hadn't his inability to communicate already caused enough damage between them, though? "Jenna, initially," he answered, glancing back to Jody. "I need her to check the police national computer and do some digging around." "Digging for what?" Ethan asked, looking guardedly at him. "Information on someone called Daniel Dalton," he said, deciding that Ethan needed to know what was happening. His hope was that he would realize he could trust him, that he might confide in him. "I need anything she can find out about him and his current whereabouts." Jody frowned in confusion. "The man who lived with your mother?" Sam answered with a cautious nod. "My mother thinks it was him who broke into her house." "You saw her?" Jody's eyes widened in surprise. "She was at the cemetery, visiting Sophia." Jody swallowed.
Sam could almost see the wheels going round as she processed. So, do you think it was him who broke in here? She scanned his eyes carefully. Him who left the jewelry?
Who? She stopped, looking like she'd been hit by a truck as she made the same links he had. I don't know, Sam said quickly. I have to make some enquiries. My mother said he'd contacted her, but she can't know for sure it was him who broke in. So, are you saying it's just a hunch then? Ethan intervened. You must have more than that if you're going to ask Jenna to check the PNC. Sam debated. His son had clearly done some fast growing up, but despite having just decided to keep him in the loop, he was reticent to tell him about Kylie. Judging by the fact that she and Ethan had clearly been out drinking together, it appeared that they might have buried the hatchet. He didn't want to worry Ethan, but then, assuming they were in touch, she might well tell him anyway. It's to do with why Kylie contacted me, he said, glancing cautiously back to Jody. She was approached by someone in the street, someone meeting Dalton's description who apparently propositioned her for business. Naturally, Kylie was upset and, "You're joking." Ethan paled. Fuck, what was I thinking? He banged the heel of his hand against his forehead. I should have been looking after her, walking her home, not getting off my face. She's all right, Sam was quick to reassure him. She contacted me once she was home and I went over there. He glanced again at Jody, hoping she now believed he was at Chloe's for that reason only. She was shaken, naturally, but she's okay, I promise. I called it in, so she'll probably be getting a visit from one of my colleagues. How do you know he fits Dalton's description? Jody asked, her expression doubtful. You haven't seen him in years. Your mum's never mentioned seeing him either, so how can you know what he looks like now? I can't, Sam conceded. Kylie's description was vague, but she said he was a tall guy, as is Dalton, and she guessed he was in the same age bracket. I have nothing else but, with 2 break-ins, the victims of which are related, and someone who could be him approaching teenage girls, which I know he had a predilection for, I have to check it out. Jody nodded again, her expression now both fearful and hopeful. Do you fancy grabbing some coffee, Ethan? She asked, hinting that they should leave Sam to it. As she draped an arm around their son's shoulders and steered him towards the kitchen, Sam selected Jenna's number and called her. Thankfully, she picked up straight away. Sam, how are you doing? I heard about the break-in, she said, obvious agitation in her voice. I'm guessing you're thinking the 2 break-ins have to be connected, right? Undoubtedly, Sam confirmed, then took a breath. I'm also thinking they're linked to Sophia's death, he confided. Whoever did this left a calling card. He's been in touch with my mother, so she's definitely on his radar. I could use anything you can get on him. Consider it done, Jenna assured him. I'll call you as soon as I find anything. Thanks, Jen, Sam said gratefully. Once he'd provided her with all the details he could, he left it with her. He was about to call Jared in the hope of expediting the investigation into both break-ins when a text flashed up on his screen. Realizing it was from Kylie, he hesitated to answer it. The last thing he wanted was to give Jody more cause to worry. Reading the first few words, though, his heart jolted. It's about Leah Miller. Sam hit the call button. Kylie. Kylie waited anxiously for Sam to call her. She knew he would. He cared about her. She could see it in his eyes, unlike her own parents, who only seemed to look at her with a mixture of anger and despair. Her mum did anyway. She was obviously pissed off because she was drawing attention away from her. Kylie had felt bad telling Ethan that she thought Sam and her mum were having an affair. She didn't know for sure whether it was true, but she was sure her mum would like it to be. She couldn't resist draping herself all over Sam whenever she saw him. It was obvious she would jump at the chance to leap into bed with him, hence the reason Kylie had sent the text to Jody from a spoof number, hoping she would confront her mom and warn her off. She had felt guilty, though, when Ethan had looked as if she'd just pulled the ears off his favorite teddy bear, and then got so shit-faced he'd started reeling all over the place and bad-mouthing people who were just trying to help him. She would call him, she decided, check he was okay.
He was actually quite nice, not the weirdo she'd thought he was, and not bad-looking either. He obviously took after Sam. It would be in her interests to keep in with him. Right now, though, she had to talk to Sam about what she'd just read. Her heart had lurched into her mouth when she'd seen the article that flashed up on her Google News app, naming Leah Miller as the girl who'd been found murdered on Pullins Lane. It also said that the man who'd been held for the murder of Olivia had been released without charge, but there had to be a connection between Olivia, Sophia, and Leah. Sophia and she had tried to meet up with Leah, who was going to share the goss about the guy Olivia had been seeing, but she hadn't shown. Kylie had no idea whether Leah might have contacted Sophia, but it was way too much of a coincidence. She was about to call Sam again when her phone rang, causing her to almost jump out of her skin. Seeing it was him, she hit call receive. "Sam, I'm sorry to keep calling you," she said quickly. "I'm so scared after reading that article, though, especially after that perv propositioning me." "Which article?" Sam asked, sounding confused. Kylie guessed he hadn't seen it. "The one about the murders naming Leah. It came up on my phone." "The thing is, I knew Leah and Olivia. Sophia did too, and—" her voice quavered. "I tried to call my dad, but he's not picking up. I don't know what to do, Sam. I don't know what to do." "Okay, I'm here. I'm listening," Sam said, his voice calm and reassuring. "Just take a slow breath and then talk to me." Nodding, Kylie breathed deeply in and slowly out again. "Better?" Sam asked. "A little," Kylie answered tremulously. "Good," Sam said softly. "So do you want to start at the beginning?" "Olivia was seeing someone," Kylie confided. "An older guy. She was totally besotted with him, ghosting us for him, which worried us. We thought maybe he was controlling or something. I told my dad about it. He asked me if I had any idea who it was. I told him I didn't, but that Leah Miller did, and that she reckoned the guy ought to be reported. Sophia and I were due to meet up with Leah, but she didn't show. I don't know whether Leah might have contacted Sophia and told her, but—" She faltered, a ragged sob catching her throat. "Sorry," she murmured. "There's no need to be," Sam assured her. "Just take your time." "Okay." Kylie swallowed back her tears. "I thought the information might help find whoever murdered Olivia," she said. "But then Dad told me they already had the man responsible. They didn't, though, did they? It wasn't the man they thought it was it?" She heard Sam's sharp intake of breath. "It appears not," he confirmed throatily. "Kylie, can I ask you whether you're sure the man who approached you was in his late 50s? "Around that," she confirmed. "The detective who came here after you left asked me the same question. She showed me a photograph on her phone, and it was the same man. I wondered whether he was the guy Olivia was involved with, but then I thought it couldn't be him. She wouldn't have been seeing someone who was that much older, would she?" No, I guess she wouldn't," Sam agreed. "Have you spoken to your mum about this?" "No," Kylie sniffed. "Mum's on the late shift and Dad's out. I'm not sure what time he'll be back." "So you're there on your own?" Sam asked, clearly perturbed. "Uh-huh. I think that's why I feel so scared. I keep hearing creaking and clunking. I know it's only the plumbing, but—" "Right," Sam paused. "Look, I'm not happy with you being there alone. I'm going to come and get you. You can stay here tonight." She knew it. She knew he cared about her. "What about Dad, though?" she asked. "He's bound to wonder where I am if he comes home to find the house empty." "Drop him a text," Sam suggested. "I'll explain as soon as I can get hold of him. I'll be 10 minutes. There's probably nothing to worry about, but can you make sure all the doors are locked until I get there?" "I will," Kylie promised. As Sam ended the call, she flew off her bed and raced to the mirror. 10 minutes wasn't long. She needed to freshen up her makeup and get changed. She also needed to find some suitable nightwear. She felt a smidgen of guilt as she went to her mom's room to borrow her oyster silk cami set. Her mom wouldn't be very pleased if she found out, but that was tough.
Kylie aimed to attract attention, and she wouldn't do that wearing her pink flannel pajamas. 67. Sam. Jody stood up from the table as Sam came into the kitchen. "Well," she said, clearly wondering about his conversation with Jenna. "Where's Ethan?" Sam asked. He had to tell her about Kylie, but he was wary of relaying what she'd said in front of him. "In his room. He's okay," she assured him. "Did you speak to Jenna?" Sam nodded. "She's going to call me back with any information she can find." Jody tugged in a breath. "Okay, so why do you need to go out?" Her gaze drifted to the car keys he had in his hand. "I have to go to Chloe's," he answered warily. "To pick up Kylie," he added quickly. "She's just relayed some information linking Olivia Reeves, Leah Miller, and Sophia." Jody stared at him in confusion. "What information?" Sam hesitated, unsure how much to share with her. Realizing their daughter might have been killed simply to silence her would crush her. "Sam, for pity's sake, tell me," Jody beseeched. Sam took a breath. As much as he might like to, he couldn't keep the information from her. Olivia Reeves was seeing someone, an older man, according to Kylie, he said guardedly. "I have no idea who, but apparently Leah Miller knew and said he should be reported, so I'm guessing a married tutor, possibly. Kylie says Leah was going to tell her and Sophia who it was, but she didn't turn up. She doesn't know whether Sophia found out, but—" He trailed off, guessing she would gather the rest. "Oh my God." Jody pressed a hand to her mouth. "It really wasn't Finch who murdered our girl, was it?" she asked, the look in her eyes a combination of panic and horror, which sent a chill the length of Sam's spine. "It's unlikely," he answered evasively. "Look, I might be wrong, but I think Kylie could be in danger. She's on her own in the house, and she's scared. I have to go over there, Joe. I can't take the risk of anything happening to her." "Of course," Jody nodded distractedly. Then, "Go," she said determinedly, clearly realizing his concerns were valid. "I'll let Ethan know." "I'll be half an hour, no more," he promised, heading to the hall. "Sam," Jody stopped him, "about Finch." Apprehension gripping his stomach, Sam turned back. "What about him?" He studied her carefully, hoping she might be about to confide in him, desperate for her to. Jody scanned his eyes, her own filled with anguish. Then, "Nothing," she said, glancing away. "I just wondered how you were feeling about everything, that's all." She was lying. Sam could feel it, and he had no idea what to do about it. Having come to his senses and realized he was a millimeter away from killing a man, he'd left Finch gagging for breath, but alive. His thoughts around who actually had killed him had pivoted between Jody and Ethan. He was growing sure now it was Jody in a moment of grief-stricken madness. All he could do was pray that he was wrong, that the crime scene investigators would find something at the gym that would point definitively to someone else being responsible for Finch's death. "You should go. You're right. Kylie shouldn't be on her own." Jody gestured him on and then followed him to the front door. "Lock and bolt it after me," Sam instructed, pulling the door open and stepping out. He knew she wouldn't take any chances, but still he waited until he heard the bolt being thrown before heading to his car. His mind was ticking over as he drove, wondering how he would deal with it if his worst fears about Jody's involvement turned out to be true, weighing up all that Kylie had told him. The animal that killed those girls, his daughter, must have had a lot to lose. His career, possibly his wife and family. But to have committed triple murder? The man would have to be seriously twisted. His thoughts went again to Danny Dalton. Kylie was right. Someone Olivia Reeves' age surely wouldn't go anywhere near him. Unless he'd coerced her in some way? It was feasible. Dalton had coerced his mother, resorting to threats to her family to keep her in line. Sam's hands were tied, but he needed to pursue it. He just prayed Jenna might have something for him. He was still going over it all as he arrived at Chloe's house to find Kylie emerging from the front door. "Jesus!"
Sam did a double take. With her long legs on show under the minuscule skirt she was wearing, along with a skimpy cropped top she could well freeze to death in, she looked as if she was about to go nightclubbing. He was so taken aback, he forgot to release the door locks as she approached the back door and pulled on the handle. Sam fumbled to open them. Kylie placed her overnight bag in the back, then reached for the passenger door as, realizing he'd forgotten his manners, Sam leaned across to push it open for her. "Hi," she said, sliding languidly in, closing the door and turning to face him. "Thanks so much for this, Sam." She smiled tremulously, blinking tear-filled eyes at him. Eyes that were spectacularly made up, Sam couldn't help noticing. Long lashes, glitter eyeshadow, the works. "I was terrified in there on my own, imagining all sorts of things." "Let's get you back to the cottage," Sam said, averting his gaze and pulling off. "Do you want the heating turned up?" "Please," Kylie rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. "I am a bit cold in my going-out gear. I was going to meet up with some friends in town, but I thought better of it." Made sense. Sam felt relieved, then tensed when she added, "Actually, that's not quite true. I was hoping to attract someone's attention. I know he likes me, but I think he's nervous in case I turn him down." "Ah, right," Sam said awkwardly, having no idea what else to say. He was relieved when his phone rang, then unsure whether to answer it when he saw it was Jenna. Deciding he should, since she should be off duty and would want to get home, he picked up. "Hi, Jen, I have company," he said. "Can I call you back in 5 minutes?" "No probs," Jenna agreed. "Speak soon." "Was that your detective constable?" Kylie asked as the call ended. "It was," Sam confirmed. "She's looking into something for me," he added vaguely. "To do with what I told you?" "I haven't had a chance to discuss that with her yet," Sam answered truthfully. Kylie fell silent for a moment. Then, "She's pretty, isn't she?" she commented, taking him completely aback. "I hadn't really thought about it," Sam erred on the side of caution. "Do you like her?" Sam sensed her watching him. He kept his eyes on the road. "I do, yes. She's a good officer, diligent, caring, and efficient. I'm lucky to have her on my team," he answered carefully. He was bloody glad that they were nearing the cottage. "You go ahead," he said, nodding her on as he pulled up in front of it. "I just have to call Jenna back." "Do you not want to call her in front of Jody then?" Kylie narrowed her eyes, as if gauging him. More worryingly, the state of his marriage. His guess was that Ethan had told her about the argument he'd overheard between him and Jody, and she was fishing to try to find out if there was any truth in the accusations they'd both made. He hoped to God she didn't think he was having an affair with her mother. Whatever, he needed to be careful around her. That was obvious. "She's off duty, waiting to go home, I imagine." He gave her a small smile. Her gaze lingered suspiciously for a moment before she climbed out. "Very careful," Sam warned himself as she gave him another curious look while closing the door. Shaking his head, he called Jenna back. "Anything?" he asked hopefully when she picked up. "Well, I have the answer as to why he would suddenly crawl out of the woodwork after all these years," Jenna replied efficiently. "He's been in and out of prison. Sexual assault, stalking, aggravated assault, assault with intent. You name it. There's currently a warrant out for his arrest regarding a recent assault on a young girl. Kylie identifying him was a mitigating factor, placing him in the area. There's more," she added, as Sam tried to digest. Could there be more? He sucked in a breath. "As in—" "He's not our perp," she said, sighing heavily. "He was in police custody on the day Olivia Reeves was murdered. We have him on CCTV and his statement time-stamped almost to the minute." "Shit," Sam cursed. If it wasn't Finch and Dalton was off the radar, then who? And why the hell would they risk coming back to a crime scene? 68. Jody. After showing Kylie where the spare room is, I leave her talking to Ethan and head back to the stairs. I'm halfway down when Sam comes through the front door. You got back safely then? I ask, arching my eyebrows questioningly. Unscathed. Clearly getting why I would be bemused at Kylie arriving dressed to go partying, he smiles faintly. Where is she? He asks. Upstairs with Ethan. I glance at the ceiling. I'll go up and check on them in a sec, Sam offers. Make sure he's not hyperventilating. My mouth twitches into a smile, and I immediately feel guilty. It feels wrong to be smiling. So wrong when our girl's not here to smile with us. She would have been highly amused seeing Ethan's expression when he'd taken in what the girl was wearing. She would have ribbed him mercilessly. Reminded of that, her teasing him, as Ethan did her irritation with him and fierce protection of him, I have to work to hold back the tears that are perpetually close to the surface. Did you speak to Jenna? I ask, turning to the sink to wash up a cup, as if I care whether the cups ever get washed again. I did. Sam blows out a sigh. It's not Dalton. He has an alibi. Are you sure? I turn back to face him. Finch was supposed to have had an alibi, wasn't he? But I stop, realizing I'm about to admit to knowing he didn't when I couldn't possibly. Sam narrows his eyes. But what, Joe? He asks softly. Panic knots my stomach. He does know. Something. I'm not sure what, but he definitely does. Nothing, I murmur, averting my gaze. I'm just thinking they didn't really check his alibi out, did they? Dalton's checks out, Sam says after a moment. He was in police custody, which is about as cast iron an alibi as you can get. He's been in and out of prison for various sexual and violent offenses, according to Jenna. He's recently completed a long stretch, which might explain why he contacted my mother only recently. He pauses. I can almost feel his gaze burning into me. How did you know, Joe? He asks. Know what? I frown in confusion, but my heart bangs so hard I'm sure it will burst through my ribcage. About Finch's alibi, about him being dead, he says, his gaze never leaving mine. The information hadn't been released, so how could you know? I drop my gaze fast. I don't know. I falter. The gym was cordoned off. Someone said a body had been found, and then there was a report on the local news, and I assumed it was Finch. Big assumption, Sam says. This someone, it wasn't Ethan, was it? No! I shake my head vehemently. I don't want him thinking Ethan went anywhere near the place after he saw him there. Sam nods slowly. Jared, possibly? No, I deny outright. I haven't spoken to him since you started hurling ridiculous allegations around. I'm deflecting, changing the subject. I have to. Sam smiles ironically. I think we're both guilty of that, Joe, don't you? I cross my arms tightly over my chest. I don't look at him. I don't want this to escalate with Kylie here. So what happens now? I ask. I'll call Jared, Sam says, since he appears to have stepped into my shoes, he adds acerbically. He needs to hurry forensics up. Whoever broke in has to have left some trace behind him. And do you think they'll find it this time? I ask, then, realizing I've just compounded Sam's guilt yet again, immediately regret it. Fixing his gaze on his shoes, Sam says nothing, and I move towards him, wanting to apologize, wishing to God I could close this lonely divide between us, but Sam turns away. I'll make that call, he says quietly, heading for the lounge. I follow him out. I'll check on Ethan and Kylie, I call after him. I'm going up to bed anyway, so... Sam doesn't answer. Realizing he's talking into his phone, I climb the stairs with my heart feeling like a lead weight in my chest. Then stop dead. Kylie has just emerged from the bathroom and is heading back to the spare room. I balk as I see what she's now wearing. Or rather, not wearing. If she's trying to get Ethan's attention, then the silk cami set would certainly do it. 69. Once Kylie has gone into the spare room, I go to Ethan's room and tap on his door. Ethan opens it after a second. Everything okay?
I ask, following him in as he goes back to his PC. Yeah, sort of, he says, plonking himself in his chair and hitching his earphones around his neck. I push the door closed. And are you and Kylie getting on all right? I fish. They've been out drinking together, and Kylie had seemed pleased to see him. Yeah, she's okay. Nice, you know? He shrugs and fixes his gaze on his PC. He likes her. I note the flush to his cheeks, and an uneasy feeling creeps through me. Good, I say, going across to wrap an arm around him. I can't help thinking it isn't good. I do hope Kylie isn't encouraging him, only to let him down. My son can't handle any more emotional trauma. He's hurting, reactive. He's been deeply affected by all of this, and my natural proclivity is to be protective of him. Whatever the future holds, I will always be that. I will always love him, the gentle, caring person I know him to be. Sleep tight, I tell him, giving his shoulders a squeeze, then turning back to the door. I'll try, Ethan says. You too. Leaving him to his gaming, which I suspect he will be doing rather than sleeping, I go to Kylie's door, tap on it, and wish her good night. Then, bypassing my daughter's room rather than look in as I usually do, which would be too painful to bear with Kylie here, I go to my own room. Closing the door, I turn to glance at the bed, wishing dearly I could curl up in it with my husband, that we could hold each other, as we've always done, through the bad times and the good. Does that couple even exist anymore? We've both been changed by this, scarred. Despite that moment of connection before Sam had gone out, the gap between us seems to grow wider and wider. Will we ever be able to find our way back to each other? Swallowing back the stone that's lodged permanently in my throat, I go to the ensuite and take a quick shower. Then, after texting my clinical manager to confirm I'm able to cover the early shift tomorrow, I pull on my usual shorts and vest set, which is about as utility as nightwear gets. Sam would definitely think I was trying to deflect his attention if I wore anything more alluring. And though I ache for the closeness lovemaking brings, to feel his body close to mine, I don't feel I can allow myself that pleasure when my daughter has been robbed of her life. Would Sam even want to? He's as broken as me. He will carry his guilt for the rest of his life, I've no doubt of that. Is his guilt compounded by the fact that he is cheating on me, though? Questions I have no hope of answering, spinning around in my head, I crawl into bed, pull the duvet up to my chin, and stare at the ceiling. I'm so tired my bones ache, but I know there's no hope of sleeping. Seconds later, as a succession of graphic images play out above me like sick movie stills, I clamp my eyes shut, roll quickly onto my side, and click the lamp off. I'm still wide awake when I hear Sam come into the room. He goes to the ensuite, closing the door carefully behind him. Coming back to the bedroom, he undresses quietly. I sense him come across to me, but unsure what to say to him, how to be with him. I keep my eyes closed, feigning sleep. Tears squeeze from under my lids when he reaches to pull the duvet softly over my bare shoulder. He's a good man, caring to the core of him. I shouldn't have to remind myself of that. He slides into bed after a moment, again being careful not to disturb me, and I so want to turn to him, for us to just hold each other, seek the basic human comfort we both need to negotiate our way through our insufferable grief. But what if he rejects me? I'm not sure I'm strong enough to bear that. I hesitate, uncertain. Then, summoning up my courage, I roll over to face him. He's lying on his back, staring into the darkness, as he's done every night since our daughter was stolen from us. Feeling his pain acutely, I reach tentatively out to brush his cheek with the back of my hand. My heart jars when Sam seems to flinch at my touch, and I retract my hand in an instant. I'm turning hastily away from him when he stops me. I'm sorry, he whispers, threading his arm around my waist. So sorry, he says, easing me towards him. Hearing his breath catch, I realize he's crying, silent tears of indescribable agony, and I wriggle back around to face him. It's okay, I say softly, shuffling closer. We will be. I wipe the salty tears from his cheeks with my fingertips.
Sophia would be devastated if we weren't, to say little of furious. He emits a strangled laugh. Then I'd better make sure we are, he murmurs, takes a deep breath, then moves closer. We stay like that for a long moment, simply holding each other, each with our own thoughts. After a while, we shift, Sam rolling over onto his back again, me nestling under his arm, resting my head on his chest to listen to the reassuring thrum of his heartbeat. It's familiar, how we've always lain together, and it doesn't feel wrong. It feels safe. I pray fervently that somehow I can hold on to that I can keep my son safe. With no idea that time has passed, how much time, I bolt upright as something jerks me awake. Someone shouting. Or am I dreaming? I realize I'm not when I hear it again, Ethan's voice seething with anger. "You're an absolute fuck-up," he yells. Dear God, is he talking to Kylie? Surely not. Swallowing back my palpitating heart, I throw back the duvet and race to the landing. "I heard her scream," I hear Sam in the spare room. "I thought—" "Yeah, right, course you did," Ethan retorts derisively. "And being a policeman, you just had to investigate, didn't you?" What on earth? I hurry that way, stopping in my tracks at the doorway as I take in the scene before me. Kylie, barely covered, her cami top straps falling over her shoulders, has her hands clutched to her face and is quietly sobbing. Ethan's face is puce with rage as he glares at his father. Sam, who's dressed in only his boxers, looks both bewildered and angry. "Ethan, you need to watch your tone," he says, his gaze flicking to me. "I know you're angry. We're all angry, but—" "You're in here half naked with Sophia's best friend," Ethan yells, his voice high-pitched and furious. "I know what you were trying to do. You do. You're fucking unbelievable. Look at the state of her." "That's enough," Sam raises his voice. I move towards them as they eyeball each other. Ethan's body is rigid with anger, his fist clenching and unclenching at his side. "Ethan, don't!" I scream. Too late. Ethan is on him, punching Sam so hard in the jaw, he reels backwards. "Ethan!" I place myself bodily between him and his father as Sam rights himself on his feet. "Just stop this. It won't help." Ethan wipes an arm across his mouth, his eyes thunderous as he looks past me to Sam. Sam doesn't retaliate, but he wouldn't. He would never raise a hand to his children, not even to defend himself. "He's telling the truth," Kylie blurts tearfully. "There was a spider. It was huge, and it wasn't Sam's fault. He came in when I screamed." Ethan glances at her and then back to Sam. His face is still tight with anger, but there's a flicker of uncertainty there. "Ethan," I start, searching for a way to diffuse the situation, but Ethan is in no mood to listen. Tearing his gaze away, he spins around and storms to the door. "Please don't blame Sam," Kylie appeals to me. "I'm not blaming anyone," I say, attempting some level of calmness. "Get dressed, please, Kylie. Then get your things together while I call your parents to come and collect you." I turn my gaze to my husband. "It might be an idea if you do too," I suggest, then head for the door. Sam follows me to the landing. "You know I wasn't in here for any other reason than concern for her, don't you?" he asks, his tone cautious. "I'm going to be late for work," I answer. Which is no answer, but my emotions are far too fraught to discuss any of this now. Sam sighs in despair. "Jody, please don't walk away." "Now's not the time, Sam," I tell him. Aside from the fact that I don't want this conversation with Kylie here, I can't cope with any more. I just don't have the capacity. Squeezing my tears back, I hurry to our bedroom. Closing the door, I lean against it, trying to pull myself together. It's not the implicit accusation Ethan made that's crucifying me. I know in my bones Sam would never take advantage of a vulnerable young girl. It was seeing my husband and my son come to blows that's rocked me to the core. The look in Ethan's eyes had been murderous. Nausea swirls inside me as I wonder whether my son is capable of what I suspect he might be. As the handle goes down behind me, I move away from the door and go across to the wardrobe for my clothes. I glance at Sam as he comes in, closing the door behind him and reaching hurriedly for his dressing gown. He's tying it around himself as I hurry to the ensuite. I'm avoiding eye contact with him, I realize, which is ridiculous. I know he didn't do anything. I know him. But he's not stupid. He must have known how this would look. Why didn't he pull some clothes on before charging heroically to her rescue? Because he didn't know what she might need rescuing from. A voice of reason kicks in. He'd thought there was an intruder. He'd acted on instinct. "I take it you're not speaking to me?" Sam says quietly. I pause at the ensuite door. "Was there a spider?" I glance at him. "She said there was." Sam shrugs hopelessly. "I would never make a move on a girl the same age as our daughter, Joe. Please tell me you believe me," he begs, a desperate edge to his voice. I hesitate to answer, my mind swinging to Chloe and what Jared had implied, the intimacy between them. "71. Kylie." "Did he come on to you?" Ethan asked, having finally let Kylie into his room. Kylie widened her eyes, feigning shock. "No." She defended Sam because she had to. No one else would, and his heart would be broken beyond repair if he thought she'd turned on him too. Ethan looked at her from where he was slumped moodily in his gaming chair, a scowl creasing his forehead, as if he didn't know whether to believe her. Kylie buried a sigh of despair. He needed to grow up. If he was half the man Sam was, he might even get himself a girlfriend. He wasn't unattractive. He definitely took after Sam, in looks anyway. She had a light bulb moment as she appraised him. She'd been worrying that Jody, who looked as if she might not believe her story about the spider, wouldn't let her within 1,000,000 miles of the cottage in future. If she was going out with her son, though, she wouldn't have any choice, would she? She would actually have to go out with Ethan, of course, and all that entailed. Be nice to him, convince him she loved him, sleep with him, she supposed. She wasn't thrilled at that prospect, but then again, she could always fantasize. He did look a bit like Sam. "Was there a spider?" Ethan asked. The scowl was still there, but Kylie saw the hope in his eyes. He wanted to believe her. Probably wanted to believe in his dad more, but that was quite endearing in a way. He was dead soft, malleable. Yes, it could work. She knew Ethan fancied her. He'd practically drooled when she'd walked in last night. It was a way of making sure she had access to Sam. It was only a matter of time before he gave in to his obvious desire. Kylie saw the way he'd looked at her when he'd burst into the spare room. He'd been shocked initially, but his mesmerizing ice-blue eyes had strayed over her, all over her, sending a delicious tingle of sexual tension from her head to her toes. Jody wouldn't be a problem for long in any case. Sam wouldn't put up with her treating him like shit forever. What man would? Kylie reckoned he was only sticking around because Ethan was grieving for his sister, and he didn't want to put him through any more distress, which proved what a nice guy he was. All Kylie had to do was open his eyes to the fact that she was the one he wanted to be with. Then they could both leave and live happily ever after. A bloody lot happier than they were now, that was for sure. Meanwhile, she had to work on drippy Ethan. "I wouldn't lie to you, Ethan," she said, looking at him earnestly. "It really wasn't how it looked, I promise you." "So, are you scared of spiders then?" he asked. "Petrified," she shuddered. "I would have jumped out of the window if Sam hadn't come in. I swear I would. I have these, panic attacks when I see them, and I have to get away from them, but I couldn't get past it to the door. It's when they move suddenly they terrify me. It was like it was just watching me, and then it started running towards me, and I thought I was going to have a heart attack." She stopped, pressing a hand to her chest and breathing fast, as if she really was about to have a heart attack. In actual fact, Ethan probably would, with her breasts heaving over her crop top. Ethan shot out of his chair, which Kylie was beginning to think he was superglued to, and hurried across to her. "Hey," he said, frowning in concern as he stopped in front of her. "You all right?" "Not really," she murmured tremulously. "I've spoiled everything, haven't I? I didn't mean to. I got all dressed up for you, and now you probably hate me." As she managed to squeeze a few tears from her eyes, Ethan moved towards her. "You haven't," he said, wrapping an arm clumsily around her. "I believe you." "You do?" Kylie looked at him hopefully. "Yeah, I do," Ethan smiled miraculously. It was the first time Kylie had seen him smile.
"I don't like the little buggers either."
"It wasn't little," she assured him with another shudder, and then shifted to lean into him, since it was clear Ethan wasn't going to take the lead. "Thanks, Ethan," she whispered, brushing his lips with hers. "I knew you weren't really like those two mates of yours." "I'm not," Ethan said, circling his other arm around her and holding her closer. "Sophia was right about them. They're knobheads." Kylie chuckled at that. Ethan lowered his head. His face close to hers, he was about to kiss her properly, Kylie was sure, when they heard Jody on the landing. "I have to go," she said, talking to Sam, presumably. "I'm going to be late. I've rung Chloe and filled her in. She's coming to collect Madam in about half an hour," she added, meaning her, Kylie guessed. Condescending cow. "Try not to hug her on the doorstep, won't you?" That was just plain bitchy. She was right, though. Her mum was always flinging herself at him like some hormonal teenager with the hots for him. Sam didn't like it. Kylie had looked more closely lately. He'd looked totally uncomfortable the last time she did it, as if he didn't know what to do with himself. "I should go too," she sighed, making sure to look reluctant. "I don't think your mum approves of me." Ethan's scowl was back. "She will. I'll have a word with her," he said manfully. Kylie pressed a kiss to his cheek. "Good," she whispered. "It would be a shame if she came between us." "I better go and get my stuff together," she added, as Ethan looked as if he'd just won the lottery. Smiling coquettishly, she turned to the door. Slipping out as Ethan opened it for her, she checked Jody wasn't around, then hurried back to the spare room. That went well, she thought, pushing through the door. Then stopping, her eyes boggling as the spider, having hidden when it was needed, had the effrontery to scurry out in front of her. Frowning, she bent down and stared at it. Then, "Fuck off! Your presence is no longer required," she growled, flicking it with her finger. Straightening up as it ran for its life, she raced after it and stamped on it, then ground it into the carpet with the heel of her shoe. 72. Sam. Sam stood in the shower, allowing the water to cascade over his face to mingle with the salty tears on his cheeks. He'd ripped Jody's world apart, and now the shaky foundations were crumbling beneath them, and he felt powerless to stop it. He swallowed hard, the knot in his throat growing painfully tighter as he recalled how he and Jody had finally managed to reach out to each other last night, holding each other, tentatively at first, and then relaxing into each other, bodies and limbs entwined, as they always had before the darkness descended. They hadn't made love, and that was okay. He sensed Jody wasn't ready for that, and the guilt he carried, like a cold stone in his chest, wouldn't have allowed him to make love to her in the way he would want to anyway, emotions fully engaged. He smiled as he remembered the way Jody had teased him on that long-ago night Sophia had been conceived. Then pressed his hands over his face, a wave of grief crashing so violently through him it left him winded in its wake. Why did fate seem to be conspiring to tear them apart when they needed each other more than ever, he wondered.
But it wasn't fate. He knew it. It was him. Why did he not just stop and think before reacting? Jody didn't seem to believe his reasons for being in Kylie's room. Why didn't she? Did she really have so little trust in him? Bowing his head, he stayed like that for a long moment, then, fuck it, slammed the heels of his hands against the tiles. They couldn't split up. He couldn't let that happen. He and Jody were a unit. They'd always been there for each other, until he wasn't. He needed to be here for her now, and he needed to make damn sure his emotions were fully engaged. They needed to stop pushing each other away and start pushing away the people who, well-meaning or otherwise, had inserted themselves into their lives. They needed to get back to each other. Showering quickly, he dried himself off and pulled on his sweatshirt and jeans. He was heading for the stairs, wondering whether he should call Jody and ask her to meet up with him after her shift, when there was a knock on the front door. Chloe, he realized, the absolute last person he wanted to see right now. As he heard Kylie emerging from the spare room, he hurried on down. After the argument he and Jody had almost had about his supposed sexual predilections, he thought it might be wise to make sure he wasn't alone with her. He had yet to face Ethan, whose look had bordered on hatred before he'd punched him so hard Sam had seen actual stars. Did his son hate him? He clearly had feelings for Kylie. Sam should have realized that when he'd lectured him about taking photographs of her uninvited. Would have, if he hadn't been so busy obsessing about Finch, as both Jared and then Jody had pointed out he was. His son might not have stormed off, furious and hurt. The whole evening might have played out differently. His daughter might still be here. Another wave of grief kicking ferociously in, he inhaled hard to stop the damn tears from falling, dragged an arm across his eyes, and braced himself to answer the front door. As was her wont, Chloe was stepping through it almost before he'd opened it. "Sam, you're a saint," she said, her arms outstretched, ready to throw around him. Chloe, raising his hands to ward her off, Sam stepped back. "Can you just not?" "Not what?" she asked, her forehead creasing in confusion. Hugging," Sam explained awkwardly. He was about to say Joe had noticed it, but thought better of it. That would be as good as saying he didn't mind, but his wife did. "I'm finding it uncomfortable," he said instead. "Oh," Chloe looked surprised, and then crestfallen. "Well, I'm sorry, I am sure," she said, visibly deflating. "It's just my way. I'm a tactile person. Maybe you should have said something before." She trailed off, her eyes shooting past him to the stairs. Sam glanced around to see Kylie coming down them. She was wearing jeans and a shirt over the revealing top, he noticed, relieved. Uneasiness crept through him, though, when he noticed the glint of satisfaction in her eyes as her gaze traveled between her mother and him. Arriving in the hall, she came to stand next to him, then promptly stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. "Thanks for being so kind, Sam," she said, reaching to trail her fingertips over the bruise, courtesy of his son, that was forming on his chin. "See you soon." Sam was as stunned as Chloe looked as she sailed past her out of the door. What was that all about? Chloe watched her walk towards the car, then scowled back at him. Sam ran a hand over the back of his neck, feeling now extremely uncomfortable. "I guess she was just being tactile," Chloe suggested. Squinting, she scanned his face suspiciously. Then, "Tell Jody I'll call her," she said, whirling around to follow her daughter. Sam closed the door, wondering what bloody signals he was sending out. He was clearly doing something wrong. Shaking his head, he turned around to find Ethan standing in the hall. "Christ, you almost gave me heart failure," he said with a shaky smile. Ethan didn't smile back. "How's the chin?" he asked, nodding at the bruise there. "I'll live," Sam assured him. "Look, about what you think you saw earlier, Ethan, Save it," Ethan cut him short. "Just so you know, though, me and Kylie are seeing each other, so—" He held his gaze meaningfully for a second, then turned around and strolled to the kitchen.
Sam watched him go in bewilderment. Was that a warning? His hand strayed to his chin, which was hurting like hell. Since when had they been an item? This morning? They could have been seeing each other before, he supposed, but that didn't add up. He might be so preoccupied he hadn't noticed, but Jody would certainly have known. Had Kylie been trying to entice Ethan into her room? There'd been no evidence of a spider when he'd charged in there. He was beginning to wonder whether all she'd told him about Olivia, Leah, and Sophia, and the older boyfriend was the truth, or whether Jody was right and she was just seeking attention. From the urgent way she'd relayed the information, though, his gut feeling was that it was. If so, who else would have known about the link between the girls before the information was released? 73. Sam. Jesus Christ. Sam's gut turned over as the answer hit him like a thunderclap. It was bloody obvious. He'd been flailing around looking for who would do this, why they would, and it had been staring him in the face. Checking his pocket for his phone, he spun around to grab his jacket and car keys. "I have to go out," he called to Ethan. "There's a surprise," Ethan retorted. Sam ignored the facetiousness. "I'll call you later," he promised. Yanking the front door open, he hurried out and raced to his car. His heart pounding, he threw himself inside, screeched off the drive, and headed towards Chloe's house. There was no point calling Jared. He doubted he would pick up. He'd been avoiding his calls since their confrontation when he'd walked in to find him in his bedroom with his wife. Slowing as he passed the house, he noted Jared's car wasn't on the driveway. So where was he? The knot of apprehension in Sam's stomach twisted itself tighter. Driving on, he found a suitable place to pull over and called Jenna, hoping she might know whether he was due in at the station or where else he might be. "Hey, Sam," Jenna said once she picked up. "Sorry about the delay in getting forensics out to you. I've just chased them and—" "It's fine, Jen," Sam interrupted. "I know you're on it." It would be a waste of time now anyway, he realized. There would be little left in the way of evidence. "It was actually Jared I was trying to get hold of. He's not answering his phone. Is he there at the station, do you know?" "Afraid not," Jenna replied. "He rang in earlier, said something about a doctor's appointment. I'm not sure exactly when it is, but he said he would be in this afternoon. Do you want me to give him a message?" "Fuck," Sam cursed inwardly. No message," he said quickly. "I'll catch him later. Thanks, Jen." Ending the call, he debated and then turned the car around. Chloe had eyed him suspiciously after Kylie's impromptu show of affection. He would have to try to explain, tell her about the spider, maybe make a joke that she was thinking he was a knight in shining armor for rescuing her. He had to talk to Chloe. He just hoped she would talk to him. Maneuvering around a car parked just up from Chloe's house, he parked outside, then tried Jody's number. She didn't answer, and he guessed she was either in theater or else she'd decided she would rather not speak to him while she was at work. He couldn't blame her, since every time they did talk lately, it ended in argument. Cursing silently again, he climbed out and headed to the front door, pressed the doorbell, and waited. When there was no answer, he pressed it again, growing frustrated, also concerned. He could hear the bell ringing inside, and there was music coming from a radio somewhere, so he assumed she'd come straight back from the cottage and was home. Going to the lounge window, he cupped his hands to his face and peered through the glass. Seeing no sign of life inside, he debated whether to try the back of the house. As he stepped away from the window and glanced around, his gaze snagged on a glimmer of light escaping from under the up and over garage door. Wondering whether Chloe might be in there, he hesitated and then tried the back gate. Finding it open, he made a mental note to suggest that she keep it locked, particularly when she or Kylie were home alone, and then walked down the path towards the side garage door. Seeing that was partially open, he headed that way. "Anyone home?" he called as he pulled the door wider and stepped inside. Chloe jumped up from where she was crouching by the side of her car. "Sam!" she exclaimed shakily. "You took me by surprise." Sam noted she looked more shocked than surprised, also that she appeared to be hiding something behind her back. Looking her over curiously, he walked further in. "I thought I'd drop by to check on you and Kylie," he said, while quickly scouring the interior of the garage. Something wasn't right. He could feel it. "How is she?" "Fine," Chloe answered with a tight smile. "She said she had to go into town, so I dropped her at the bus stop." Sam nodded, his gaze going to the pressure washer at Chloe's side, around which was a considerable pool of muddy water, and then to the bowl of similarly colored water on the floor next to it. "She said something about you rescuing her from a huge spider. I wondered why she seemed so in awe of you," Chloe went on quickly, her eyes, Sam noticed, flitting repeatedly away from him to the corner of the garage. "She's actually not that scared of spiders. I suppose she must have been a bit shaken with all that's going on." "She was," Sam said. Then, "Chloe, what are you doing?" he asked. Chloe dropped her gaze fast. "You're not planning to kill me, are you?" Sam joked, though his apprehension was growing by the second. "What?" Chloe's alarmed gaze shot back to his. "No," she laughed nervously. "What an odd thing to say." "I guess it is," Sam smiled. "It's just that when faced with someone who's hiding something behind their back, you tend to hypothesize about what it is and why they would be hiding it. Sadly, you're too often right, and it does turn out to be a weapon." Chloe's face paled as she stared at him. "It's not," she swallowed, her gaze flicking away again. "So what is it you feel the need to hide from me?" he asked softly. She looked back at him, looking as guilty as sin. "Nothing. I was just—" She stopped and lowered her gaze again. "Chloe," he urged, moving closer. She didn't answer, didn't move for a long moment. Then, reluctantly, she drew her hand from behind her back and revealed what it was she'd felt the need to hide: an alloy wheel cleaner brush. "I take it you've been cleaning your car?" he asked. It was pretty obvious, though, that it was mainly the wheels she'd been cleaning. Sam's stomach tightened like a slip knot as he guessed why. "Jared told me to," she said, tears swimming in her eyes. "He told you to clean your own car?" Sam eyed her quizzically. "It was covered in mud," she said tremulously. "He said I should clean it ages ago, and I didn't have time, and then I forgot, and—" She trailed off, tears now spilling down her cheeks. "Don't you think it might have been better to clean it outside?" Sam suggested. "Those things emit a lot of spray. It's probably not a good idea to use them in a confined space." Chloe wiped an arm under her nose. "No, I know," she murmured, her gaze darting again towards the corner of the garage. Sam glanced that way and then back to her. She looked petrified. Her eyes, as they met his, were almost pleading with him not to go over there. Sam held her gaze for a moment, then, sick trepidation gripping him, he turned to walk to the corner. There was nothing much to see other than a couple of plastic storage boxes, on top of which sat a spider, ironically. Sam shooed it away, then reached to prise the lid off the first box. When he saw the contents, his blood stopped pumping. There inside it was a full-face camouflage balaclava, the sort kids might wear for tactical war games. Lying on top of that, as if casually discarded there, was the broken chain from the mother-daughter necklace he'd bought. Nausea clawed its way up his windpipe. It was Jared, the man he would have trusted with his life, with his family, with his wife. Fury tightened like a hard fist inside him. He'd murdered his daughter. 74. Chloe. Guilt and dread clenching her stomach, Chloe ventured toward Sam, who was still staring down at the box. He hadn't spoken, hadn't moved, not even a muscle. She watched as he heaved in a sharp breath, wondered if he was ever going to breathe out. "Sam, please say something," she whispered. Still, he didn't speak, didn't acknowledge her. Chloe hesitated, then reached tentatively to place a hand on his arm. Sam tensed in an instant. "Don't," he grated, spinning around to face her. "Just don't, Chloe," he warned, his face rigid with anger, his ice-blue eyes as dark as the Arctic Ocean. Chloe looked away. She had to. She couldn't bear to see him looking at her like that, with unmistakable contempt. "How long have you known?" he asked, his voice tight. Chloe snapped her gaze back to him, saw the implicit accusation there, and panic unfurled inside her. "I didn't," she denied quickly. Sam continued to stare at her, his eyes drilling into hers right down to her soul. "I don't believe you," he said quietly. Chloe's gaze hit the floor. Of course he wouldn't. How could he, with the evidence of her husband's depravity right here in their garage? She was married to Jared. She lived with him, a man who she'd known was a manipulative monster. It would be inconceivable that she wouldn't have suspected something. "I didn't know," she repeated shakily. "Not for sure, but—" She faltered. Sam said nothing, simply waited. "He was always out at night, and I suspected he was paying girls for sex," she blurted, saying it out loud for the first time. "The girl that was supposed to be an informant, she was a sex worker," she went on, deep humiliation burning inside her. "I found her number on his phone and I called her. She asked me if I knew my husband was a bastard. She told me that he'd got her into trouble with her pimp. He'd beaten her up. She couldn't work and I'm scared of him. I wanted to leave him, but I didn't dare." "How long have you known he murdered my daughter?" Sam yelled, jolting her to the core. "I didn't," she cried. "Not until yesterday, when I was looking for the brush to clean the wheels with. You have to believe me. There's another side to him. I tried to tell Jody, but I didn't know who he really was until I stumbled on that vile mask and dear Sophia's broken necklace." "And you didn't call me?" Sam squinted at her in disbelief. "Call the general number?" "I didn't know what to do." The tears she'd held back for too long came, hot, fat tears of fear spilling down her face. "I was numb, shocked. It was like my mind simply refused to believe it." She looked at Sam for understanding. Other than a telltale tick tugging at his cheek, he didn't react. Chloe hurried on before her courage failed her. "I should have run. I should have called the police. But he's a detective, isn't he? I was sure he would find me and kill me if he knew I discovered what's in that box. I started cleaning the car instead because he told me to." She stopped, gulping back a ragged sob. "I was terrified of getting into another argument with him. He lies so smoothly, so manipulatively, turning things around until I feel I'm going out of my mind. He makes me doubt myself, everything about myself, don't you see?" Sam was silent for an agonizingly long moment. "No, Chloe, I don't," he said eventually. Chloe nodded, a hard lump expanding in her chest. "Are you saying he used your car to trawl the streets?" he asked. Again, she nodded. "Until he hired the rental after my car got caught on a speed camera," she confirmed. "I was waiting for him to suggest that I should say I was driving," she added bitterly. Sam nodded in turn. He held her gaze a moment longer, then tore his gaze away and walked past her towards the door. "Sam!" Chloe went after him. "I'm sorry," she cried, terror constricting her throat as she imagined what her future might hold. "Please don't turn your back on me. I couldn't bear that." Sam faltered, then walked on. "I was there for you when you needed someone to be," Chloe called desperately after him. "I was the only one there for you. Jody wasn't, was she? She threw you out. If you hadn't been so drunk you couldn't see straight, we would have—" "No, Chloe." Grinding to a halt, Sam swung around to face her. "I could see perfectly straight, trust me. Nothing would have happened between us that night, despite your best efforts. There was never going to be anything between us. Not ever." He stared at her, fury and contempt for her now emanating from him in waves. "Jody and I were separated because I was being a self-centered bastard. I loved her then. I still love her. She's the mother of my children, for Christ's—" He stopped, petrifying realization slamming into him. Every time he'd turned around after their daughter's death, Jared had been there. Not for him,
but for Jody. He'd been all over her. He hadn't just fancied his chances with her. He wanted her. Fuck. I have to go. 75. Grabbing a break in between patients, I wonder whether to call Sam. I'm still reeling from all that went on this morning, devastated by the fact that just hours earlier, Sam and I had managed to close the distance between us, where, up until then, we'd lain side by side, yet poles apart. I believe Sam, think I do. What I'm struggling with is his naivety. He's a policeman, for goodness sake. Surely he must have realized what being found almost naked in a teenage girl's bedroom would look like. I'm sure she wouldn't have, but Kylie, who clearly craves attention, could have accused him of anything. Postponing calling him until I feel able to handle the conversation, I decide to use the time to call Jared back instead. He will undoubtedly have been worrying himself sick about Kylie, and as he seems not to be too keen to talk to Sam after the argument they'd had, I ought to put his mind at rest. I also need to ask him about Kylie's psychiatric referral, which, in my estimation, she needs urgently. I'll have to tread carefully. Fathers are instinctively protective of their daughters. My thoughts screech to a halt as it hits me. Stark, cold reality. The excruciating, hollow emptiness inside me, and my tears almost blind me. Quickly, I wipe them away. I can't do this here. I need to compartmentalize my emotions in order to be able to do my job. It occurs to me I'm also compartmentalizing at home in order to be there for Ethan. For Sam, too. I have to be. As much as part of me wants to give up and be with my darling daughter, I simply can't. Finishing my coffee, I give myself a moment and then select Jared's number and call him. He answers immediately. "Hi," he says softly. "How are you?" "Functioning just," I answer honestly. "I'm on my break, but I thought I should ring you back. I'm assuming you were calling earlier about Kylie." "I was," he sighs heavily. "Thanks for looking after her, Jody. It must have been difficult having her there under the circumstances. For Sam, too." "It was a bit," I admit, glad that he's caring enough to realize it would be. "Is she okay?" he asks. "She thought there might be an intruder, didn't she?" "She did," I confirm. "She was scared. That's why she called us." I realize I'm protecting Sam by saying us rather than him, but I feel compelled to. He wouldn't have gone into that room out of anything but concern for her. In my heart, I'm sure of that. I wonder whether it's the fiasco this morning I'm struggling to forgive him for, or for what happened to Sophia. "Do you think there actually was an intruder?" Jared asks. I hesitate. "I'm not sure," I tell him truthfully. "We thought there might be after the cottage being broken into." "I heard," Jared says, his voice filled with concern. "I would have called you last night, but I was on another case. Are you all okay? Was anything taken?" "No, nothing. And yes, we're all okay," I lie, while wondering whether we ever will be again. It appears to have been someone playing psychological games with us. "Jesus," Jared utters. "But who would? Why?" "I don't know," I answer defeatedly. "Do you want to talk about it?" Jared asks. "It might help." Again, I'm grateful for his concern. But how can I talk to him without Nathaniel Finch's name coming up? I definitely won't be able to handle any conversation around him. "I'd like to, but maybe not now," I reply. I'm still trying to process it all, to be honest. "It's a lot to process," Jared sympathizes. "Just remember, I'm here for you if you need a shoulder," he offers kindly. "Thanks, Jared," I murmur, feeling very much in need of a shoulder. It's Sam's shoulder I need, though. Him I want to be there for me. "It should be me thanking you for taking Kylie seriously," Jared says. "I suppose there could have been someone hanging around, given your place was broken into. It's just that she is prone to attention-seeking, as you know, so tends to be a bit fanciful with the truth sometimes, inventing stories, which makes it difficult to take her at face value." He emits another heavy sigh, then adds quickly,
I'm telling you all this in confidence, obviously. I know I can trust you not to say I mentioned it, particularly to Chloe. She won't be pleased if she thinks I'd been discussing our personal problems with anyone. I won't, I assure him. I wonder then whether I should confide what went on this morning. Have you spoken to her psychiatrist yet? I venture tentatively instead. We're waiting for an appointment, Jared says unsurprisingly. Look, Jody, I know you have to get back to work, but I wondered whether you could find 10 minutes to meet up. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Such as? I ask warily. After the bombshell he'd dropped, hinting that Sam had fathered a child with Chloe, I'm not ready for any further revelations. I don't believe that's true either. More likely is that Jared had been suspicious of him and Chloe for the same reasons I had. It's about Ethan, he says. My heart lurches violently. What about Ethan? Jared hesitates. I'd rather not discuss it over the phone. I'm actually not that far away. I could drop by the hospital now if you can get away. Fear seeps through to the core of me as I imagine what it is he feels he needs to talk to me about face to face. I'll meet you on the main road outside the hospital, I tell him. Jumping up, I grab my bag from the chair next to me, then curse as I manage to swing it into my coffee cup, swiping it from the table and sending it crashing noisily to the floor. Jody, are you all right? Someone calls. Lisa, my clinical lead, I realize, as she hurries across from an adjoining table. I nod and press a hand to my forehead. I'm fine, I stop, my mind reeling as I try to work out why all of this is happening. What Sam and I did to deserve this to be happening. What my poor, precious daughter did. Lisa frowns worriedly. You don't look fine. I'm all right, honestly, I assure her. I have a headache, that's all. I didn't sleep after the break-in last night. No, of course you wouldn't. Lisa looks me over sympathetically. Do you think I could take an extra 15 minutes or so? I ask. I have some important calls I need to make, and I'd rather get them out of the way before going back to the fray. Take all the time you need, Lisa nods, clearly thinking it has something to do with the break-in. The locum can cover for you. Just let me know if you need to take any more time, and I'll work something out. Which won't be easy with A&E full to overflowing. Thanks, I smile appreciatively, and crouch to start clearing up the mess. Leave that, Lisa says. I'm not so up myself I can't pick up a few bits of broken crockery. I manage a smile. Thanks, I say again, and turn to head quickly to the corridor. Minutes later, I'm waiting on the main road, my arms wrapped around myself and my body trembling as I consider what it is that Jared clearly feels he needs to tell me in person. Whatever it is, I know it won't be good news, and I wonder how the weight of everything won't crush me. I feel so emotionally depleted, exhausted to my bones. The blast of a car horn jars me from my self-pitying thoughts, and I look up to see Jared's car. A mixture of wariness and relief surging through me, I head quickly towards the passenger door he's pushed open and climb quickly inside. He turns his gaze towards me. You're shivering, he says, his brow creased in concern. Do you want to grab a coffee somewhere? No, I shake my head. I don't have much time. I'd much rather you just tell me what it is you wanted to talk to me about. Jared nods understandingly. I should find somewhere to park, he says, facing front. Pulling off, he heads towards the country park car park a short walk away, making polite conversation as he does. He asks how Sam is, to which I reply vaguely, better than he was. He asks about Ethan. He's coping, I lie, still a bit withdrawn. Jared nods, and we drive in silence for a couple of minutes. The scenery's nice at least, he comments, nodding through the windscreen once he's parked, then turning to face me. You're still trembling. His gaze travels worriedly over me. I'm fine. I repeat what's becoming my stock phrase to avoid explanations. Just cold. And exhausted, he comments astutely and turns up the heating.
Also worrying yourself sick about everyone but yourself, I've no doubt. Before I can answer, he slides an arm around me and, feeling pathetically grateful for simple human contact when I need it, I lean into him. "Okay?" he asks, trying to rub some warmth into me.
"Better," I nod into his shoulder, and then freeze as I realize he's now trailing his hand slowly down the length of my back. Hastily, I pull away. "What is it you wanted to tell me, Jared?" I ask sharply. I have no idea what he thinks is going on here, but whatever it is, he couldn't be more mistaken. He looks me over, his forehead creasing into a deep frown, then sighs and rights himself in his seat. "It's about Ethan," he says eventually. "You said," I study him carefully. "Would you like to expand?" I overstepped the mark there, didn't I? He glances apologetically at me. "Sorry about that." I stare at him, staggered. He really was trying his luck, wasn't he? Uneasiness creeping through me, I glance from him to the nice scenery where there's no other soul in sight, then quickly back to him. Has he brought me here under false pretenses? A knot of panic takes root as I realize he might have. Does he actually think I would want to have sex with him? "You know I like you, don't you?" he asks, glancing again at me. He does. A lurch of fear grips me as I wonder whether all Chloe said might be true. If this has nothing to do with Ethan, then he blatantly is trying to manipulate me. "Jared, I've no idea what this is all about, but you should know that I love Sam. I've always loved Sam. Our marriage might be broken, but I'm not ready to give up on it." Jared doesn't reply. Instead, he begins drumming his fingers on the steering wheel, which I find extremely unnerving. "Why are we here?" I press him. Still, he doesn't respond. Instead, he stops drumming and wraps his hands around the steering wheel, gripping it so hard the whites of his knuckles show. My heart booms out a warning, and I turn swiftly to open the door. Jared reaches across me to grab the handle. "Look, Joe, I've apologized," he says quietly. "I'm sorry, okay? You don't want to go running about out there in the cold. You don't even have a coat on." "Open the fucking door." I want to scream at him. I don't, for fear of what he might do. "Why are we here?" I ask unsteadily again. "I've told you," Jared yells, jolting me, "to talk about Ethan." He reaches so fast for the glove compartment, I physically flinch. I don't dare move as he fumbles in it, removing what appears to be a water bottle contained in an evidence bag. "Do you want to talk?" he asks agitatedly. "Or shall I just hand this in at the station?" I twist around, my horrified gaze shooting from the evidence bag he's dangling in his hand to his face as I glean his meaning. "I see I have your attention." His mouth curves into a smile I'd once found kind and reassuring. Noting the cold nothingness in his eyes, I've never been more terrified in my life. "It has fingerprints on it," he says, his gaze never leaving mine. "Ethan's. DNA on the rim of it. Also Ethan's." He waits, presumably for that information to sink in. It has, as has the certainty that he wants something in exchange for it. Clearly, he's confident I won't report him and risk my son's life being ruined forever. I swallow back the sudden, overwhelming hatred burning the back of my throat. I've survived losing my parents before I was old enough to cope with their loss. Somehow, I'm surviving the loss of my daughter because I have to. I owe it to Sophia, too. I am a bloody survivor, as women so often have to be for the people who need them. Ethan needs me, and I will be there for him, for Sam, too. If that means doing whatever this despicable bastard wants me to, then so be it. But so help me God, I will find a way to make him pay. "I could make it disappear," he goes on, confirming my fears. "I would do that for you, Jody," he adds softly, reaching to stroke my cheek with his fingertips. as long as you're willing to do something in return. Repulsion crawling over the entire surface of my skin, I continue to stare at him. I won't look away. I won't give him that. 2 things, actually. Again, he waits. My marriage over, meaning that bitch who badmouths me at every opportunity would take me to the cleaners. I'm not about to let her have everything I've sweated my bollocks off for. It's a shame about Sophia, he adds, shaking his head sorrowfully. 77. Sam. Swallowing back the bile rising like rancid acid in his throat, Sam squeezed his eyes closed, feeling utterly defeated. He knew that Jared had been ever present in Jody's life. He'd known that he had feelings for her that had become painfully obvious over the last few weeks. He'd made himself believe there was no affair. He'd believed Jody, his guilt compelling him to. Now, here they were, sitting cozily in his car, parked conveniently not too far from the hospital where there were no witnesses to what they were obviously about to do. He'd watched Jody climb into the car, having raced to the hospital to check she was safe. She obviously felt she was. Did she have any idea of what kind of sick individual the man was? No, of course she didn't. He was like a fucking chameleon. On the surface, charming, charismatic, and caring, using his charms to draw people in. Underneath, he was a pathological liar, a narcissistic, manipulative, cold, calculating psychopath. He had no remorse, did he? None. Sam felt his gut clench. How many girls over half his age had he preyed on? Murdered without conscience, including their daughter? Pure, primal rage ignited inside him as he considered Sophia had been horrifically murdered simply to silence her. Reeling inside, he tried to still the flashback, the knife bathed in Sophia's blood thrown at his feet. It had been a challenge. The whole thing had been a game to him, one he was confident he would win once he'd disposed of all the evidence that might lead to him, the last man on earth Sam would have suspected. He'd compromised evidence at the scene. As someone who'd visited the cottage often, his DNA would have likely been dismissed anyway, but he'd made sure it was. He'd entered their house last night, knowing his DNA was already there. It was all part of the game. Sam didn't have to wonder why he'd broken into his mother's house. It was because Jody was there. He'd made sure he was close enough to ride to her rescue. It was obvious, too, now why Nathaniel Finch had appeared to use different names. He hadn't been in contact with Sophia. It was Jared. He'd been catfishing her, using a fake profile with stolen photos to lure her to meet him. He planted evidence on Finch's wheel rims, tried to frame him to derail wider investigation. Bastard. Sam's chest almost exploded. He would use such a knife. He would take great pleasure in cutting the murdering piece of shit's throat and suffer absolutely nil remorse. First, though, he had to get Jody out of here. His wife might not know it, but she was in danger. If she'd mentioned what Kylie had told him, Sam was under no illusions that Jared wouldn't end her life in an instant. He'd killed to stop word getting out that he was having a sexual relationship with a girl barely past the age of consent. He'd killed 3 times to Sam's knowledge. He would kill again without compunction. Of that, Sam was certain. He had to make a move. He couldn't waste any more time calling for backup and then waiting around, skulking in the trees, just as this animal had before coming into his house to take the life of his child. On his own, he might be no match for a psychopath whose cover was blown, but he couldn't just stand here watching while whatever was about to happen played out. Tightening his grip on the lump hammer he'd taken from Jared's garage, he stepped out of the shadows and, making sure to keep low, headed towards the parked car. Then stopped, his heart stopping with him as he saw Jared lunge for her and Jody lash out. Time froze as Jared sat stone still, his hand pressed to his bloodied cheek, his gaze fixed on Jody. And then he moved, delivering a stinging slap to her face. As Jody recoiled, Jared lunged again, clutching a hand to her throat, and Sam launched himself forwards. Reaching the windscreen, he pulled his arm back and smashed the lump hammer against the glass. He saw Jared's startled expression as the glass fractured, the man's fear as he saw him. It felt good. Sam swung the hammer again, hard. Jared was out of the driver's side door in 1 second flat. Scrambling to find his feet, he stumbled away. Sam's blood pumped. Adrenaline and white-hot rage driving him. He was on him in seconds, diving for his back and bringing him heavily down. Jared's hands clawed at the gravel as he tried to escape. "What the fuck are you doing?" he screamed. "Ending your miserable life, you piece of shit," Sam spat, and rammed his knee into his back. "You're insane!" Jared cried, his voice strangled as Sam grabbed the back of his collar and pulled it tight. "I haven't done anything!" Shifting his weight, Sam yanked the collar tighter and heaved him over to face him. He wanted to see the look in his eyes as he died. "I found the balaclava, my daughter's chain on top of it." He held the man's gaze murderously. Jared's face turned a pale shade of gray. "I didn't mean to," he croaked, his terrified gaze shooting to the lump hammer Sam held in his fist, and which would smash his skull like an eggshell. "I didn't want to kill her. I just wanted to scare her. She pulled my mask off. What was I supposed to do?" Seeing nothing but his daughter's eyes frozen in terror, the lifeblood seeping from her body, Sam wanted to do it. With every cell in his body, he wanted to avenge his daughter's death and shut this bastard up forever. "It was an accident," Jared sniveled, like the pathetic coward he was. Sam lifted the hammer. "Don't!" Jared sobbed. "Don't do this! Please! For Kylie's sake!" Sam faltered, and Jared seized his opportunity. Shoving him hard backwards, he was up. Seconds later, he was looming over where Sam lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes dispassionate as he stared down at him. Sam saw his gaze flick to the hammer that lay inches from his hand and scrambled to retrieve it. Jared was faster, snatching it up and landing a vicious blow to his back. Fuck. Sam felt as if his lungs had been turned inside out. Spitting blood and grit from his mouth, he pulled himself to all fours, tried to crawl away. Jared kicked him down again. He was waiting for the blow that would surely kill him to land when he heard a car engine revving to his side. Searing pain shooting through him, Sam twisted to look in that direction. He saw the accident before it happened. Jared was wielding the hammer when the car hit. 78. Jody. I sit, staring through the windscreen, my emotions frozen solid inside me. There's no sound at all, not even the rustle of the wind through the leaves on the trees. It's as if time has stood still. Sam hauls himself to standing, cradling his shoulder. He looks towards where Jared is sprawled in front of him, rich red blood oozing from his head and soaking into the ground beneath him. A slight movement, a twitch of a limb, jars me instinctively into action, and I shove the driver's door open and race towards him. "Leave him," Sam grates, catching hold of my arm. "I can't! He'll die!" Reality kicks in, and I struggle to break free. The man is evil, no streak of human decency in him, but I can't allow him to. Jared's limbs twitch again. Nerve signals disrupted between the brain and the muscles, I realize. If he doesn't get help soon... I try again to pull away. Sam pulls me hard to him. "He deserves to," he hisses close to my ear. "It was him. Him who hurt her. Him who murdered our daughter. Leave the bastard." I stop, my heart slowing to a dull thud in my chest. "I found the evidence. The balaclava he used to disguise himself. Sophia's broken necklace." Sam falters. I can almost feel his heart pounding in tandem with mine. "He cut our daughter's throat, Jody. You owe him nothing." It takes a moment for all he's told me to permeate my stultified mind. When it does, I feel the strength leave my body. "It's okay. I've got you." Sam holds me close. I've never been more grateful for the solidity of him in my life. "You're injured," I murmur, clinging to him for a moment. "I'm fine. It's not deep," he assures me, easing away from me. "I need to call for backup. Meanwhile, you need to get out of here." "But..." I shake my head in confusion. I ran him down. I ran him down. Sam holds my gaze meaningfully. What? I search his face, bewildered. No, Sam, I can't let you. He attacked me, tried to run. I don't think there will be any dispute he's a danger to the public. Sam goes on over me. His prints will be all over the hammer. But so will yours. I stare at him, dread settling icily in the pit of my stomach. I'll wipe it. Make sure only his prints are on it. You can't say you drove a car at a man to stop him, I protest. Surely you have to use reasonable force. I was trying to head him off. He fell, Sam shrugs. You have to go, Joe. I hesitate, then, wait, I tell him, hurrying back to Jared's car to retrieve the evidence bag and the contents he'd tried to blackmail me with. He said the evidence on it was Ethan's, I whisper, hardly daring to look at Sam. When I do, I see the conflict of emotion in his eyes. On one level, relief, and I know in an instant he'd thought it was me who'd killed Finch. On another, the same determination I feel. It will go against his every instinct, but he's not about to condemn his son for doing what he himself had been an inch away from doing a moment ago. Nodding sharply, he takes it from me and heads for his own car just inside the park entrance. Opening the boot, he drops the evidence bag in. Can you still get to the main hospital through the oncology department? He asks. I answer with a nod. He's visited many times on police business. He's familiar with the layout of the hospital, but I'm not sure what his thinking is. Good, he says. Go back that way. The CCTV at the main entrance will have you leaving. If they don't know you're involved, they're unlikely to check it, but it's better they don't have you returning. You need to put these on. He reaches into the boot and pulls his joggers and hooded sweatshirt from his sports bag. I look at him in confusion. You'll be less noticeable. Again, I hesitate, my eyes searching his. Sam holds my gaze reassuringly. You need to be there for Ethan, Joe. Possibly for Kylie, too, which I know you will want to be, he says, pressing the clothes to me. This way is better. Trust me. Quickly, I take them and hurry to pull them on. But what will you tell them, I ask, my brain beginning to work on a functional level. That I found the evidence in his garage the bastard hadn't even bothered to hide, Sam says tightly. That his wife has confirmed the dates he was out. That I followed him, confronted him, and he went for me. There are no cameras here. I checked when I arrived, not far behind you. I fumble with the zipper on the sweatshirt, try to keep up with him. Did she know? I ask. Because I have to. Did Chloe know that he... I pray to God that she didn't. Sam shakes his head. She says not. She said she found the items in the box yesterday while she was looking for the wheel cleaner brush. She also said that Jared had told her to clean her tires. He obviously cruised around in her car, possibly along with the rental which was parked outside his house. No doubt they'll find out in time. He reaches to help me with the zipper. His hands are shaking, I notice. My DNA will be inside his car, I point out, realizing it's bound to be. You've been inside his car. We both have, Sam reminds me. But my fingerprints will be on the steering wheel, I tell him, my mind now ticking feverishly. Oh, God. I stare at him in alarm. I spoke to him on my phone. That's why I met him. I'll sort it, Sam says. How will you? We don't have time to go into it now, Joe. I have to make the appropriate calls. You need to leave. Now. Take the footpath back. Sam glances towards it, realizing that once he's made the calls, the emergency paramedics could be here in minutes, along with the police. I nod and hurry to the path, my heart aching for the man I could so easily have lost. A man who's prepared to risk everything for me. Will we be bound by love to spend our future together, I wonder? Or by complicity? 79. Sam. Once Jody was on her way, Sam moved fast. His blood pumping with adrenaline, he ignored the pain that ripped through his shoulder and ran to Jared's car. Wiping the steering wheel would eliminate Jared's fingerprints too. His only hope, therefore, was to compromise any prints found.
After climbing in the car and cleaning the wheel with the sleeve of his jacket, he trailed a hand over the blood oozing from the gash to his cheek and made sure to transfer plenty of that to the wheel, along with his prints. Then climbed out and steeled himself to approach his colleague and friend. He studied him coldly for a second, then crouched down to him. The man's eyes were wide open and unmoving, he noticed. He moved his hand in front of them. There was nothing. For a second, he was sure he was dead, until his pupils dilated. He was petrified, literally. His gut twisting with pure, unadulterated hatred, Sam leaned closer. "Scared, Jared?" he asked, his eyes drilling furiously into his. "You should be. If you're in pain now, trust me, it's nothing compared to the pain you will feel." Seconds ago, he'd been about to check his breath. Now, he was resisting placing a hand over his mouth and nose and suffocating him to death. As tempting as it was, though, that would definitely be premeditated murder. Sam tore his gaze away, went to his side, and dropped to his knees. Should he take his phone? He debated. Communications data from the service provider could be obtained anyway, and his being in contact with Jody under the circumstances wouldn't raise suspicion, particularly in light of the problems with Kylie. Past calls couldn't be listened into unless recorded. Was he likely to have done that? Sam thought not, given he wouldn't want them to come to light. Removing the phone might make things look suspicious. Deciding to leave it, Sam debated the wisdom of sending Jody away. But then, he couldn't have passed it off as an accident, meaning there would be an investigation. Sam didn't want her dragged into the middle of all of that, questions asked as to whether she'd used reasonable force proportionate to the threat. She had, in Sam's eyes, but he couldn't take a chance the law would see it that way. Jody had suffered enough. He couldn't let this bastard tear her life apart any more than he already had. This way, they could try to find some new normal together, if that's what she wanted, and this murdering piece of shit would be brought to justice, providing some kind of closure for Olivia and Leah's parents. His decision made, Sam left the phone. Then, needing it to look as if he had been frantically trying to save him, he knelt to bathe his hands in the man's blood and make sure it soaked into his clothes. He couldn't stop it, the image of his daughter's blood still warm as it soaked through to his skin. He didn't want to. He needed to nurture his hatred to go through with this. Unable to look at the man who'd taken her life away from her any longer, he stood abruptly, wiped his hands on his jacket, and pulled out his phone. Blinking away the sweat trickling from his forehead, he made the calls he had to, alerting the police and calling for an ambulance. Once that was done, Sam prepared himself to do something he abhorred: lie as if his life depended on it. As far as Sam was concerned, it did. He loved his wife. Without her and his son, he would have no life worth living. 80 Jody. Aware that the admin staff are used to patients taking this route, I walk calmly through the oncology department reception area to the corridor leading to the main hospital. No one pays me any attention, and my frenetic heartbeat slows a little. Once in the hospital, I head for the changing room. Offering up a prayer of thanks when I find no one else in there, I quickly tug off the tracksuit and stuff it in my locker. A shudder runs through me as I wash the blood and skin from Jared's face from under my fingernails. Gripping the sink hard, I examine my reflection and my conscience through the mirror. Does what I've done make me as much a monster as him? I can't go there. Not now. I have to do my job, act normally, stay in control. As the emergency consultant on call, I know it won't be long before I'm bleeped by the team. Hurrying out of the changing room and along the corridor into A&E, I head through to cubicles just as the doors from the designated ambulance area crash open. "Male pedestrian involved in a road traffic accident," one of the paramedics shouts as the casualty is wheeled in. "Approximately 40 years old, found unresponsive at the scene. GCS 6, pulse 50, blood pressure 180/100. Straight through to resus, Bay 3. I nod them that way, my chest pounding as I follow them. Once the patient is transferred to the resuscitation trolley, I'm flying around it, rechecking his vitals. "Right pupil fixed and dilated," I relay.
Looks like a subdural hematoma. Give 1 milligram of mannitol, I instruct one of the nurses. We'll need a head CT stat, complete blood count and chemistries. Type and cross for 6 units fresh frozen plasma and blood products.
I check his heart rate. He's bradycardic. We need to intubate. Can you handle this? My gaze shoots to Emma, a specialty trainee in her first year of run-through training. She's competent but lacks experience. She will see this as an opportunity. She nods, but I note her eyes flitting nervously from me to the patient as she sets about grabbing the necessary equipment. Contact neuro. I look away to instruct another attending nurse. We need to get him to theater. On it, the nurse assures me. You need to move it, Emma, I urge, turning back to her. She looks hesitant. But doesn't intubation run the risk of increasing the intracranial pressure? She asks correctly. With a Glasgow score of 6, he's in severe brain injury territory, but I have no choice. He's in respiratory distress, I point out. Reduction of oxygen delivery to the brain can further worsen his situation. Rapid sequence intubation is the way to go. She nods more decisively, and the team swings into action, taking necessary precautions regarding gastric content and the possibility of aspiration. Once the muscle relaxant is in and pre-oxygenation before beginning intubation achieved, Emma positions herself to begin the procedure. I watch as she takes a deep breath, bracing herself as she inserts the blade of the laryngoscope into the mouth. Okay? I check. Her gaze flicks to mine, and she nods again, but she's tense, I note, leaning forward, which won't help her to get an unobstructed line of sight to the larynx. Relax, I advise. You're leaning over the patient. She takes a breath and leans back a little. Okay, now advance the blade until you see the epiglottis. I give her a second, then. Do you have a clear view of the opening of the trachea? I ask. Another nod, not so assured. Her hands are shaking. I indicate to one of the nurses to take my position and move to the head end. Inserting the tube, she says. Gentle rotation, I remind her, as she continues to insert the tube, advancing the tip until the cuff has disappeared. All good? I glance questioningly at her. She answers with another nod, and, after asking for inflation of the cuff, she's about to retract the laryngoscope when, aware of Mr. Hassan, the neurosurgeon, swinging into the resuscitation room, I move quickly to check the positioning of the tube. Shit! Get the video laryngoscope here now! I yell. It's too late. I know it's going to be too late. The tube is lodged in the esophagus and not the trachea. Icy fear constricts my stomach as I look upside down into the patient's eyes. The same cold, cruel eyes I'd stared into just a short time ago. For a blood-freezing moment, I could swear he's fully aware as he looks back at me. Impossible. Shaken, I wipe a droplet of sweat from my brow with the back of my hand and push myself away, allowing Mr. Hassan access. Panic kicks in as Jared is wheeled out of Rhesus for urgent transfer to OD, and I head fast for the department doors. I can't breathe, can't think straight, and I have to before facing the clinical lead. Lisa is a brilliant clinician, determined to lead an emergency department where patient care is no less than impeccable. I've messed up. She's going to want to know how it happened. And despite her kindness earlier, she's unlikely to be forgiving. My chest lurches as she bangs through the department doors before I reach them. I sense all eyes in the department swiveling in my direction as she strides towards me. What the hell happened in there? She demands. I wet my dry lips with my tongue. There was a problem with the intubation procedure, I answer shakily. I gathered, Lisa says, her eyes narrowed as she searches mine. My office, now, please. I'm barely through the door when she whirls around to face me. You let an ST1 intubate a critically ill patient? She asks, her face a mixture of furious and incredulous. She's undertaken the procedure before, I point out in my defense. I considered her competent, but she needs more hands-on experience. Clearly. Shaking her head, Lisa emits an expansive sigh. Look, I know you're under pressure because of your personal situation, she says, her expression now somewhere between despair and sympathy. But you're not on your game. You're a good doctor, one of our best, but you need to take some time out. I'm okay. I need to be here, I start to protest. It takes my mind off. It's not a suggestion, Lisa cuts flatly across me. Mistakes happen. I'll do my best to smooth things over with the board, but it's likely there will be an investigation, especially if we receive a complaint from a relative. I suspect that's unlikely to happen. Seeing Lisa's resolute gaze, though, I guess I have no choice but to do as she advises. Nodding, I turn to the door, then hesitate. Did you talk to Mr. Hassan? I ask. Just now in the corridor, she confirms. Did he say what the patient's chances are? I glance worriedly back at her. Bleak, Lisa replies. There's a possibility he'll live, but, as you would be aware, errors during anesthesia administration can potentially cause permanent neurological injury. On top of any trauma he may already have sustained, there's a high probability he'll suffer permanent brain damage. Answering with another small nod, I wipe at my cheeks and take my leave. Good, I think. I hope he lives an eternity in purgatory. There's a spring to my step as I walk away. There really shouldn't be. Perhaps there's a little bit of psychopath in all of us, I ponder. We all strive to cover our dark traits, after all, don't we? Epilogue. Jared. I see her seductively peeling off her clothes, and I beg her to stop. She doesn't. I know where this leads, but still I can't look away. Even when she reaches to hook her fingers over the gash in her neck and peel off her flesh, I can't avert my gaze from the apparition that floats above me. Olivia, the first girl whose life I took, she taunts me, haunting me relentlessly. The others come too. Dear, sweet Sophia, who proved to be my downfall, is the one I fear most of all. Her once trusting eyes glisten with a sheen of pure hatred. For the moment, they hover over me, never making contact. I'm sure that one of them will, though. Perhaps all of them together, that they will find a way to reach out and tear my soul from inside me. After I don't know how many weeks trapped in my body, unable to move a muscle, unable to even blink, I feel helpless. As I lie here, growing certain that there's an afterlife where I will meet those I tortured who, in turn, will take great pleasure in torturing me, I'm terrified. There's a chance I might emerge from my locked-in living death. I've heard the doctors discussing my case, the damage to my brainstem, as if I am actually dead rather than fully conscious, able to hear them but unable to communicate. I doubt I will recover, though. I don't think for 1 minute that Jody Logan will let me. She's here now, her in the flesh, standing over me, scrutinizing me carefully. Ironically, her eyes, striking green eyes, which once looked at me with such anguish and appreciation, seemed to mirror my own, devoid of any particular emotion. I see it, though, what's lurking behind them. Satisfaction. She's in control. I've no doubt that if she sees even a flicker of an eyelash, she will endeavor to make sure my brain remains disconnected from my body. In a way, I admire her for her coolness as she orchestrated the procedure that would ensure I spent the rest of my life in purgatory. I hear the door open behind her. It has a distinct squeak. I realize it's Kylie come to visit when I hear Jody greet her. Hey, sweetheart, how did the counseling session go? Her voice is full of concern. It's genuine, I sense. Jody Logan is a caring soul under the palpable contempt she feels for me. Okay, Kylie answers. I imagine her shrugging in that way that communicates she doesn't want to talk about it. Is your mom okay? Jody asks, her voice mildly curious. I've gathered from previous such inquiries that the two women are no longer in each other's pockets. A good thing, I think. Chloe deserves to be lonely and isolated. What kind of wife doesn't bother to visit her sick husband? I worry that Kylie might be lonely and isolated too, though. She lost her best friend, after all. I'm glad Jody is trying to be there for her.
I do care for my daughter. Do I love her? I think I do, but I don't know what love is. Not really. I get a buzz from having sex, the same buzz I get when I kill, but I don't feel like others do. I thought I might be in love with Olivia. I felt something like happiness when I was with her until she started to complain, calling me controlling, just like my emotionally needy wife. That was okay. I was going to walk away. I couldn't do that when I realized the girl had told her friend, who in turn told another friend, who in turn would probably tell her father. Sam wouldn't have let it lie. Olivia had dug her own grave at the end of the day. Did Kylie know? I wonder. It matters little. I could hardly kill my own daughter, could I? In any case, she's more like me than she knows. I suspect she wouldn't have told. Rather, she would have considered how to use it to her advantage. I'll leave you to it. Sam will come and collect you when you're ready, Jody says. Ah, Sam, our paragon of virtue. A man who had clearly abandoned his principles. Even unable to see anything, I knew he was destroying evidence of her attempt to murder me, leaving me lying in a pool of my own blood while he did, hopefully dying where I lay. He was determined to protect her, out of guilt, I suspect. There's no way I'll ever believe the sanctimonious bastard wasn't involved with my wife. You don't do that to a mate, do you? Yes, I fancied Jody, still do, despite what she's done. She has fire in her belly. The difference was, Logan's marriage was heading fast for the rocks. Mine had already hit the rocks, granted, but Logan knew I didn't want us to separate. He didn't know why, of course, because I needed to be seen as a normal family man in order to maintain my facade. Seconds later, the door squeaks open again, and Jody leaves me alone with my daughter, who comes across to me. She peers at me for a long, searching moment, trying again to work out if I can see or hear. Would I enlighten her if I could blink or roll my eyes? I think not, at least for a while. When she visits, my daughter shares her secrets. If perchance I should be allowed to make a recovery, there's no telling how useful the information might be. She sighs heavily after a while and steps away. I hear the scraping of the legs of the visitor's chair on the floor as she draws it closer to the bed. Ethan's being a pain, she says, bobbing into view for a second, then sinking down. He keeps banging on about Nathaniel Bloody Finch, wondering who killed him. He thinks it was Jody, which hasn't done much for their relationship. I'd like to put him out of his misery and tell him it wasn't. You'd think he'd work it out. I mean, I was right there in Mackey's when Ethan was banging on to his mate about Nathan messaging Sophia as well as him. You should hear some of the things the man said about me. He told Ethan men need to get laid to get rid of their pent-up frustration, that women like men to be dominant in a relationship, and that he should test the waters out with me because I was probably gagging for it. Can you believe it? She pauses. I can feel her indignation, and I wish I could reassure her. Tell her to stop walking about in those bloody skirts that barely cover her backside while I'm at it. Ethan reckoned that Sam thought it was Finch who killed Sophia, she goes on, her voice filled with bitter-edged anger. The murdering scumbag was too busy looking at my boobs when I went to the gym to notice me swapping his water bottle. I couldn't let him get away with it, could I? And I knew Sam would be really grateful. Course, I didn't know it wasn't him then. Shit. The end.